Evacuate immediately.
Right now, moisture from the Gulf Coast fueling the heavy rain for parts of Texas. Here's a look at the early morning commute in Houston. That does not look fun at all. Storms have dropped nearly 3 inches of rain within the past week. Many areas have seen more. Flash flooding is at stake here as we head into the weekend. Let's get straight to the Texas area where we're still watching an ongoing flash flooding emergency for portions of Texas. As we zoom in, you can see the Rockport area as well as the city of Fulton under that flash flood emergency until 2:45 local time. This is about as serious as it gets when it comes to flash flooding. This is a lot of water moving in. We have a lot of water across the roadways. There are some water rescues ongoing. And you can see the threat tag here as catastrophic. It means do not risk it. Do not get out and try to get into this because 5 inches of rain already fallen in the past 12 hours. And we're expecting an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain with some isolated higher amounts. And you can see that rain still streaming in right off the Gulf. So this is some rich tropical moisture that's moving in, and that's going to just increase those rainfall rates. We've had a little bit of thunder and lightning, some convection. That always increases the rainfall rates as well. So the flash flooding very likely Victoria down through Corpus Christi, all the way down to the Brownsville area. And when you get those very likely, those high risk flash flooding days, nearly 35% of those flood deaths that happen throughout the year happen on days like today. So this is why you have to take this very, very seriously. There's a lot of atmospheric moisture to work with. Of course, this is coming right off the Gulf, but anywhere you see those really bright pink colors as well as those dark reds, that's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere that these storms are just tapping into, and it's causing the rain to just fall in buckets over many areas. And this is the radar that we've seen over the past about 12 hours or so. This is a lot of rain just pushing into the same areas over and over and over again. At this point, this is why we are very concerned about the flash flooding in these areas because the rain is just not letting up. Look at all this lightning down here in the Brownsville area. That's going to start to move in. And again, as we mentioned, lightning and thunder usually means to those higher rainfall rates. So a lot to still watch here in Texas. This is some very tropical moisture in place. And it seems like, Chris, that even in Texas, even though this is not related to Elsa at all, this is almost more tropical moisture than what we're seeing in areas like Florida and as well into Georgia.
Yeah, and it just kind of is testament to just how bad it can get with or without a name. And this right here showing in Cedar Key some of the big waves, that water being pushed by Elsa and the storm making landfall about a 2-hour drive on a good day north of here. And earlier this morning, winds gusts up to about 57 miles an hour here, and 3 inches of rain has fallen there in the past 24 hours. And what Molly was just talking about in Texas, more rain than that has fallen in the past couple of hours, past few hours in parts of Texas. So on both sides of the Gulf right now, dealing with some tropical moisture. And this one, Tropical Storm Elsa right now, moving onshore and really hammering the northern part of Florida with some of the heavier rain, including Jacksonville. In fact, the heaviest rain for you in Jacksonville is yet to arrive. So most of the day is going to look like this. What we see right here, 79 tropical degrees right here. It's going to have that very humid feeling. 79 It might sound refreshing if you're watching right now from Arizona or New Mexico or the deserts of California. However, that 79 with this kind of humidity is it's real soupy. It's not nice. It's not at all. And add to the fact that there could be some flooding rain as well. It just makes matters worse. Similar story going all the way up and into the Northeast via Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia, the Mid-Atlantic. And we're talking about the potential for some strong wind and some heavy rain for Long Island, for parts of the Hudson River Valley, Connecticut, Rhode Island, parts of Massachusetts, even New Hampshire and Maine potentially getting in on the action. But before that, there's this. Winds still gusting to around 30 miles an hour in Tampa and Orlando. The storm fortunately did weaken overnight. That was helpful, at least a bit, as we continue to watch this storm working inland with that flash flood threat that is ongoing with flash flood warnings and a tornado threat. Tornado watches posted from the Storm Prediction Center here until 8 o'clock this evening. And this includes much of East Florida, all the way up to all of coastal Georgia. And in fact, you can go in 3 or 4 counties deep from the coast where we could see the threat for tornadoes as the low comes in, mainly to the right side of that low. We're going to see the potential for more tornadoes. Now, right with the center roughly in here, there's heavy rain all around it in Madison County here, also dealing with that flash flood threat. Make sure you stay with the Weather Channel right here for continuing coverage as we track Elsa with live reports and expert analysis you will only find right here on the Weather Channel.
Publishers, welcome back in. We want to bring you the breaking news out of the Texas area where there is a flash flood emergency ongoing for Rockport as well as the city of Fulton. This is until 2:45 this afternoon local time. The threat is catastrophic because there are water rescues ongoing for this area. 3 to 5 inches of rain has already fallen on super saturated soil. You can see that the rain is still falling in these areas. We could see an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain where we see that training set up. We've got really heavy rain falling over the same areas. We could see upwards of 3 inches of rain on top of this area that has already seen too much. So we want to keep a close eye on this area. And if you live in Rockport or if you live in Fulton, pretty much anywhere from Corpus Christi down to Brownsville, just don't get out today if you don't have to. It's never worth it to drive over the flooded roadways. Chris?
And Molly, right now, more breaking news to tell you about. The intermediate advisory is in from the National Hurricane Center, and now down to a 50-mile-per-hour storm. It is still a tropical storm. It is still moving to the north at 14 miles an hour, and it is still bringing some very heavy rain associated with it. Still an onshore push right here, but what has changed, it is now down out of the 60s and now a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. And the forecast for this does show it staying over land, which is, you know, what's good news for some is going to be bad news for others. That's just the way the tropics work. And with this center staying over land, that means it doesn't have the warm waters to help make it stronger. So continuing to weaken by and through tomorrow morning. But then as it re-enters the waters, at least that taps into more water, more of that warmth at a higher latitude here, likely to strengthen and possibly going from below tropical storm force back up to tropical storm force by Friday morning. And still some strong winds associated with this, a little bit of lightning, a flash flood threat, and a tornado threat as well, remaining through at least 8 o'clock this evening for parts of northeast Florida, including Jacksonville, all of coastal Georgia, and including Savannah, with some of the heaviest rain associated with some of the storms that are going to be in the areas right here, but also beyond that as well. And that heavy rain bringing some flash flooding. Here's for Madison County. And this, of course, here in Florida, also flash flood warnings going up and into Georgia as well. And what you see is while the rain is moving up, it's still going over some of the same areas. And right in here, that's been the story. Close to that center, the heavy rain just lingering longer, and it's cumulative. It adds up. And when you get too much rain over a short period, relatively, of course, that's going to lead to the flooding. And more heavy rain moving into Jacksonville right now. And you just look at the trend of the radar and the movement. You have more on the way here in the coming hours. We've already seen quite a bit of wind, Horseshoe Point winds up to 42 miles an hour. Also wind gusts reported up to 56 miles an hour at Cedar Key. So wind's still a factor, but also it's that rain that's so easy to underestimate, Molly, because of that flood threat. You know, we deal with rain so much, but you don't always deal with tropical rain, which is a whole nother beast.
It's a whole different animal, and it adds up really quickly. So let's get you the latest on Tropical Storm Elsa. Elsa has made landfall in Taylor County along the northern Florida Gulf Coast. More than 21,000 customers are without power in the Sunshine State. As the storm treks into the southeast, Charleston, South Carolina will open a public safety operations center tonight. Savannah, Georgia, under a tropical storm warning as Elsa moves north from Florida. Georgia Power on alert to deal with any power outages caused as the storm rolls past. Elsa expected to move quickly into the Carolinas, leaving Savannah with showers and possible thunderstorms tomorrow. Let's talk about the Georgia coast as well as the Carolina coast, because that is where Elsa is headed next. Possible storms for this evening. Areas like Brunswick, Tybee Island, Savannah, up into Charleston, Folly Beach could see some storms very early tomorrow morning. We're talking about through the overnight hours. There is a Torcon of 3 for areas like Jacksonville, Lake City, Brunswick, Savannah in that for those tropical spin-ups. Anytime we get a tropical system that moves on shore, that risk for spin-ups is always there. They happen very quickly. They spin up very quickly. They don't last for very long, but they can do some damage. Where we're seeing the heaviest rain right now, I-75 between Tampa and I-10, Jacksonville, seeing some very heavy rain. You just heard Chris talk about that. More heavy rain is headed in your direction, and we will see rain move into the Georgia coast as we get into the next couple of hours. A few outer bands right now, but the heavy rain is on the way. This is the cone of uncertainty. So we've got that track. This is the center of Elsa. We will see impacts well outside the center. This is an east loaded side storm. So this is why the Georgia coast as well as the South Carolina coast and eventually the North Carolina coast all in play as this swirls past. Let's take you into high-res future radar as we get into this evening. So around 6 o'clock this evening, look at this heavy rain, potentially some lightning and some gusty winds moving into the Brunswick area. That pushes up into Savannah and then eventually into Charleston. This is 1 a.m. in Charleston, so you have to be careful through the overnight hours. Just have a way to get those warnings in case you have any tropical spin-ups in your area and you get a quick tornado warning. Have something that will wake you up through the overnight hours, eventually into Wilmington. This is Thursday morning around 10 a.m., so it'll be a rough commute in North Carolina for you tomorrow morning. Some gusty winds, especially along the Carolina coast. In Charleston, we could see upwards of 30, even 35 mile per hour wind gusts. As it gets into North Carolina, those wind gusts potentially getting even stronger. That's going to be coming your way tomorrow in North Carolina with those severe thunderstorms possible. So you have to watch out across the Raleigh area, I-40 into Wilmington. And I think it'll be along the Hatteras Cape, Chris, that we see some of the strongest wind gusts, where they could get 40, potentially even 50 miles per hour as this taps into some of the warm Gulf Stream.
And that trend's going to continue farther to the north as well. Areas that have already seen some severe weather. This was yesterday. Tens of thousands of people without power right now after the strong severe storms tore through parts of the Northeast. 58 mile per hour wind gusts and heavy rain helped bring down large trees, like this one on the left here in Glen Rock, New Jersey. Crews also cleaning up debris and working to restore power, but of course they have to act quickly because things could get worse as the week goes on, including tonight. Severe weather possible tonight, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But first, let's talk about Elsa as we continue to watch what Elsa is going to be doing as it's working through Florida and then through the southeast and eventually into the northeast. Here's the cone of uncertainty, so the center of the storm, either going to go right down the middle or just outside of the cone or somewhere within the cone. Regardless, there will be rain and wind battering the coast no matter whether it goes inland, whether that low is here or it's here. You're still going to be dealing with and seeing some very heavy rain and at times some strong and gusty winds here in the Northeast. About that rain, and you see some quick bursts of rainfall with severe weather, but those storms tend to come through in minutes. These could last a lot longer. These heavy rain showers could last a lot longer and be more frequent with the tropical system. It may have kind of mixed qualities. Might be some kind of a hybrid by the time it gets up to the northeast. That being said, though, still going to produce wind, still going to produce some very heavy rain from the mid-Atlantic to the northeast. This is what the American model is showing us. By Friday morning, this is 9 o'clock, and if the low ends up right here, or even if it ends up over here, the idea is that wind will be coming onshore, rain will be coming in off of the Atlantic until you get to the backside of it, and then the air's turning more offshore and will be a little bit drier with still that rain coming through much of the day, through much of the northeast, especially around that 95 corridor. And depending how close to the coast the low goes, and it's still a chance it could go onshore the whole way, but I think coastal areas will be pretty much wherever you are. It's going to be tough to escape heavy rain and some strong gusty winds at times. Picking it up here, this is tonight, 10 o'clock, and again, we're going to have some storms come through, but by late tomorrow into Friday is when the heart of Elsa will be coming through. So here's Thursday, late night or early Friday morning, depending on your perspective, how you like to think of the overnight hours. There's that low, and the strong winds, at least with this forecast, do keep it mostly offshore. But I don't think it's going to be necessarily an easy picnic at the beaches here, Molly, come Friday for much of the Northeast. Not looking great.
At least it'll improve a little bit for the weekend, but it's rough in those areas because we already have some power outages in the Northeast. So power crews in the Northeast racing to restore electricity to customers left in the dark after yesterday's storms. And those storms brought some really strong winds. Unfortunately, more winds could cause some additional power outages today, and Tropical Storm Elsa may pose a problem after it moves in later this week. Joining us now is Rebecca Mazzarella, a spokesperson for PSE&G in New Jersey. So welcome, Rebecca. Can you first give us an update on the power outages your customers have already been experiencing?
Sure. Thanks for having me. With the storm that came in very fast and furious yesterday, we had about 40,000 customers who were impacted by the storm. We're happy to report that currently the majority have been restored, with just 3,700 remaining as of 1 p.m. today.
So can you tell us about the challenges of repairing those already down power lines with more strong winds and storms expected today?
Sure. So restoration, the challenges can be many different things, but first and foremost, it's important to know that we are preparing all year to make sure that we can get any power outages restored as quickly and as safely as possible. Because of storms, we're actually doing a lot of investments of our infrastructure, adding smart grid technologies. But there is work that needs to physically be done, and it really depends on how much wind there is and how much tree damage utility poles are located, if they're on the street or in the backyard. So that really just depends kind of what the current situation is.
Well, it's good that you mentioned wind, because on top of that, your teams are also having to face the possibility that Tropical Storm Elsa could bring further disruptions later this week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so actually this time last year we had Tropical Storm Bay. It's almost to the day, right? So we are no stranger to extreme weather conditions, and our crews will go out 24/7 in all sorts of conditions, as long as it's safe, to get your power restored as quickly and safely as possible. I think the winds, to go up in bucket trucks, they need to be around, less than 40 miles per hour.
And what message would you like your customers to know today with those storms potentially for the rest of the week? There's no sooner time than now to prepare and get everything in order. What you can do is you need to find out all of the different ways that you can report a power outage. For PSE&G, we have text, we have apps, we have our website, we have the call center. There's lots of different ways to stay connected and report an outage. You also receive updates from your utility. Do the legwork now to download the app or find the information. It's a lot easier to do now before the storm hits than fumbling in the dark when you lose power. Also have a... Oh, go ahead.
That's okay. Also, have a plan. If you end up experiencing an extended power outage, you're going on, several hours, you're not sure if you can stay where you are, plan ahead. You need to find a place where you can bring your pet or your kids, make a couple phone calls to, family and friends, or even your local Office of Emergency Management. They already have those resources available for you.
Some great advice there. Always, always good to be prepared before the storm hits. Thanks, Rebecca Mazzarella. She's the spokesperson for PSE&G in New Jersey. We want to send it over to Chris because we have to talk about those storms that are going to be happening in just a couple of hours.
That's right, with severe weather possible again. So we talk about severe weather, we're talking large hail or damaging winds or a tornado. In this case, it does look like damaging winds will be one of the big threats out of this. Again, we saw a tornado warning earlier in Michigan, right about in there. But the threat for some of the stronger storms today includes some big cities here, from Detroit to Cleveland, through most of Pennsylvania, and in fact all of Pennsylvania, including down to Philly and up to Boston again, over to the Capital District in New York. So thunderstorms still flaring up. This is the one right here that had that tornado warning a little bit earlier. Now severe thunderstorm warning as we go in. This is now south of Saginaw, and this also tagged tornado possible. And you can see there's that, like we were seeing earlier, that little appendage right there. And that oftentimes is one of the things that we look at to try to determine what's going on with the storm that may show signs of rotation. And just that pattern that the raindrops are making gives you that hint that there could be some spin in there and possibly a tornado about to form. Also a severe thunderstorm right here in Ohio, with thunderstorms continuing in what is a very soupy atmosphere here. Even up in Burlington, dew points high enough to sustain and support, I should say, some severe weather. Getting up into the mid-50s to around 60 degrees is enough. Not quite as warm, though, to the north in Burlington and Bangor, in the 60s and upper 70s. And temperatures, though, feeling quite hot when you factor in those dew points from Binghamton, New York to New York City. There, 96 is what it feels like in the city, Molly.
Well, we want to take you back to Florida now, where large waves crashing over the jetty on the southern end of Clearwater Beach, Florida. This was hours after Elsa had moved away this morning. Officials are assessing the damage. They're reporting some minor flooding, trees down, as well as some power outages. If you're familiar with that area of Florida, Clearwater Beach is beautiful, but it normally does not look that rough out there. So if you see the flags flying, do not get in the water. It is just way too dangerous today with those rip currents and some of that rough surf. You can see Tropical Storm Elsa. This is the latest intermediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center, weakening as it pushes across the northern half of Florida, but still posing quite a threat for areas like Savannah, Brunswick, all the way down to Jacksonville, where there's a tornado watch in effect this evening until 8 p.m. Stay with us for more information as we continue to track Elsa.
Every day.
to get you the latest on the breaking news. The flash flood emergency ongoing in Texas right now. This is for the Rockport area. Look at all of that tropical moisture from the Gulf just streaming over and over again into Rockport, as well as the city of Fulton. This goes until 2:45 p.m. local time. This is a catastrophic situation going on for areas of Rockport as well as Fulton, and pretty much anywhere from Corpus Christi all the way down to Brownsville. Have to be careful of the flooding today, because in this area where we have the flash flood emergency, there are some water rescues ongoing, and there's also some roads that have been completely covered with water. And so this is why you just cannot risk getting out in this kind of situation, because it is never worth it to drive over those flooded waters and those flooded roadways. About 5 inches of rain has fallen in the past 12 hours, and we are still seeing rain falling. We could see an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain, and that's on the lower end of what could happen widespread. We could see some additional and isolated amounts, upwards of 3 inches of rain, because the atmospheric moisture is so high here. It's so rich. This is some tropical moisture in place that's going to lead to some very, very impressive rainfall rates, where we could see 2 to 3 inches of rainfall in a very short amount of time. And that's certainly what we're seeing in the city of Rockport right now. We want to bring back in Chris Warren. I think it's interesting. This area is interesting because they're no stranger to a lot of water. This is the same area that Hurricane Harvey made landfall in 2017.
And some of what we're seeing out of there is looks like a tropical system is moving through right now, but it's rainfall. It's not surge. Meanwhile, some surge, but a lot of rainfall with Tropical Storm Elsa. As of the 2 o'clock Eastern advisory from the National Hurricane Center, this is a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It is still moving to the north at 14 miles an hour, so it's on its way to Georgia. And then it is going to be making a turn in this direction to the northeast. And as it does that, tapping into more moisture from the Atlantic and bringing a flood threat going all the way through the Carolinas, eventually up to the mid-Atlantic and the northeast. But just through the next several hours, these areas here, several counties in Georgia, all the coastal ones, and about 3 or 4 counties inland, and northeast Florida under a tornado watch. Conditions still remain favorable for tornadoes in the northeast part of the storm and the northeast quadrant of the tropical storm, as is pretty typical. You have an area of low pressure right here, the tropical storm, and quite often it's this part of it where you end up getting some spin, some rotation in some of the thunderstorms that develop. So what we would be expecting with most landfalling systems, frankly, but again, heavy rain, lightning, flash flooding, tornadoes, all possible, Molly, with this.
On top of that, you have to talk about the rip current threat, too, because there are some really rough seas in areas like Clearwater, where they're planting that red flag out on the beach this morning. Elsa may have roared past the region already, but the storm has riled up the Gulf of Mexico, which is creating some dangerous rip currents and some conditions along the beaches of Florida and even elsewhere. So it's not just Florida that's going to be under the risk of rip currents. It's going to be the Georgia, the Carolina coast, pretty much all the way up the mid-Atlantic, up into the northeast. So here is where Elsa is right now. I would not want to be on I-10 or I-75 right now. It is just pouring. We've got some lightning in there as well. What we do have is some really, really strong onshore flow. The surge staying in check right now. Areas like Old Port Tampa, Port Manatee, Fort Myers, all under a foot of that surge. So that's manageable in those areas. It's not welcome, but it certainly is manageable. We still have a storm surge warning, Cedar Key all the way through Tampa, as well as Bradenton. Even though Elsa is already on shore, it has already made landfall, some of those really strong winds still allowing some of the water to pile up. And you can see those really, really strong winds pushing into Cedar Key right now. But it looks like the water in Cedar Key about last hour, it was close to 2.5 feet of water. So it's come down a little bit. It's certainly trending in the right direction. We have a high risk for rip currents, Panama City, all the way down to Tampa, Fort Myers, even areas like Miami. I know Elsa is well past you, but we do have that high risk with those really strong winds that extends up into Jacksonville, as well as the Georgia coast, Savannah, Charleston, Wilmington, pretty much anywhere that you can name along the eastern seaboard. That's where you don't want to be in the water, Chris, for the next couple of days.
And the next few hours, we're watching severe weather ramping up. In fact, Molly, right now I want to get to a tornado warning just issued a few moments ago for northern Illinois, north central Illinois, right along the border with Wisconsin here. Also, some other severe thunderstorm warnings in Michigan and Ohio right now. But we begin with this, the tornado warning that's going right along and just north of Rockford, but right along the border with Wisconsin and Illinois. Here are some of the cities and when it will likely be there. It's a radar indicated tornado warning, and that tornado warning is in effect for at least about another half an hour or so.
We want to get you to the latest breaking news. This is in Texas, Rockport, Texas specifically, as well as the city of Fulton, where we have seen torrential rainfall. There is a flash flood emergency ongoing for the city of Rockport as well as Fulton until 2:45 local time. I do expect them to probably end up extending that if we continue to see some rain, which is what we're seeing right now. Anywhere from 3 to 5 inches of rain has already fallen over the surrounding areas, and that is leading to a catastrophic threat of flash flooding. Here are a few of the reports that we've seen. Reports of an entire backyard covered in a few inches of water, as well as high water over some roads in Rockport and in Fulton. There are some water rescues ongoing. So if you live in Rockport, if you live in Fulton, get to the higher ground and certainly do not drive over those flooded roadways. It is never, ever worth it. We're looking at 5 inches of rain over the past 12 hours with additional 2 to 3 inches of rain still expected. We could see higher than that in areas that we see training set up. So we have repeated heavy rainfall over the same areas. And Chris, the reason why this is so bad here in Texas, it is tapping into the Gulf of Mexico and some very, very tropical moisture.
Yeah, same place Elsa just came from. Elsa had a deeper tap to some of that tropical moisture. I mean, coming all the way from the Atlantic through the Caribbean, up north through Cuba, and then to the point where it is now. And even then, what we're seeing in Texas, in some cases, a lot worse than what we're seeing in some parts of Florida right now. But this is what we're dealing with. It's a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm, and things are not going to be all rosy from here on out, even though it has come down in intensity a bit. Still, flash flooding a concern, and tornadoes as well. That's just for Florida and Georgia, and then beyond. It will continue this week for the rest of the week, really into Saturday morning before we can say completely goodbye to it and watch it move on into Canada by Saturday morning and possibly re-strengthening. Again, it's 50 miles an hour right now. By tomorrow morning, looking potential after some time over land through Georgia into South Carolina, down to just below that 38-mile-per-hour threshold there. So just below tropical storm force, and then potentially getting back up to it. That's the forecast from the National Hurricane Center, back to a tropical storm or some sort of a hybrid system later on Friday. Here's the current wind speeds in some of these locations. Gusts up to 33 in Orlando, close to 30 in Tampa right now. Here's that tornado watch, or Storm Prediction Center is identifying locations where conditions remain favorable for the development of tornadoes. That's in effect until 8 o'clock. A couple of flash flood warnings where flash flooding is either happening right now or it's imminent. It's going to be happening. Lightning associated with some of the heavier rain bands that are on the way. You can see the motion that's going on the way to Jacksonville and then eventually into Georgia. With that rain comes the likelihood that there's going to be flash flooding through tomorrow morning in some of these areas, really from Cedar Key, where we've already seen one heck of a mess, all the way up to Savannah, Molly, and even Charleston as well.
Well, Chris, here's what we know about Tropical Storm Elsa right now. The storm is sustaining 50-mile-per-hour winds, making it a powerful tropical storm. Crews are working to restore power to thousands of Floridians as Elsa moves away from the Sunshine State. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp has expanded his emergency order to 92 southern counties, and North Carolina has activated its Emergency Operations Center as the state braces for Elsa's wrath. And it could potentially be the coast of North Carolina that ends up seeing some of the stronger winds. Here's the track of Elsa, the projected track. Remember, this is the center of the storm, so we will see impacts well outside of that, but the center moves right over Augusta and Augusta National up through Raleigh and then makes its way up the eastern seaboard. This is where Elsa is right now, pretty much right across I-10 and where I-10 and I-75 intersect, pushing a plume of moisture into Jacksonville, as well as a lot of lightning. Potentially, you have to watch out for any really quick spin-ups too. Anytime that we have tropical systems make landfall, some of the friction starts to interact and you can get those really brief tornadic spin-ups. Going into the future, high-res future radar, this moves into Brunswick around 6 to 8 p.m. this evening with a deluge of heavy rain up into the Savannah area, Tybee Island, pushing into Charleston overnight, and then Wilmington for tomorrow morning. But look at this, some of that moisture trails all the way back still into Florida on the trailing end of that. So Florida, even when this moves off, you're not quite done with Elsa yet. For tomorrow, the severe weather threat ramps up for Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, some very strong winds possible along the Hatteras Cape into Morehead City. Zoning into the Raleigh area. Raleigh, it's going to be a messy morning for you tomorrow with a lot of heavy rain, potentially some lightning, some thunder, some gusty winds around 30, even 40 miles per hour. But this moves out by the time we get to Thursday evening. Stay with us as we continue to track Elsa. Well, this lightning would not quit in East Brunswick, New Jersey. Strong storms there produced a lot of lightning and strong wind gusts overnight. Crews are working to restore power to tens of thousands of people ahead of more storms expected today. And some of those storms already starting to pop in areas like Ohio as well as Michigan. We even have a brand new tornado warning in northern Illinois. This is right on the border of Illinois as well as Wisconsin. This is across the I-39 corridor where we've got a tornado warning. This is radar indicated for Rockton as well as Roscoe, the cities of Rockton and Roscoe until 2 p.m. local time. So if you live in this area, go ahead, take shelter, take those tornado precautions because this is a line. You can see that line of rain with an embedded area of rotation in that, so you will not see this coming. So extending this out, Rockton at 136, Manchester moving into your area around 154, Roscoe 144 for you. Let's move a little bit farther to the east. That's where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is in southern Michigan, right on the Great Lakes. We've got Buchanan as well as Lincoln under that severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15 local time. An additional severe thunderstorm warning in Ohio. This does include Ashland as well as Lafayette. That goes until 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, so local time. This is a dangerous thunderstorm where we could see some very gusty winds, lightning, and of course, very heavy rain embedded in that as well. This is just the beginning of what was going to be a pretty active day across many of the same areas where we've got severe thunderstorm watches in effect until 9 p.m. Eastern time for Detroit, Cleveland, Fort Wayne, up into the Saginaw area. This is going to continue to fire up over the next couple of hours, spread, become more widespread across the area, and ramp up a little bit in intensity. There's a lot of moisture in place. There's also a cold front draped across this area. It's nearly stationary right now with some embedded disturbances. All of that's going to work together to bring that severe weather threat from Detroit into Cleveland, all the way across Pennsylvania into New York. Once again, you saw storms yesterday up into Hartford and even into Boston. That's all going to be this afternoon and evening. So let's take you through future radar. Already seeing, of course, those storms across Ohio, back into Illinois and portions of Michigan, but this will continue to move into Pennsylvania. Quite a few strong storms across the Scranton area, moving into upstate New York, across the Albany area, and then eventually into Portland as we get into tomorrow morning. So a lot to watch here, Chris, but it's not only the storms for this afternoon that we're watching and this evening, but it's also Elsa, which is getting closer and closer to the northeast.
That's right. So when we look outside right now, we look live. There's some, pretty obvious shadows from the people walking down the boardwalk here in Seaside Heights, New Jersey. Enough sunshine is getting through, and your stomach, you see that ride off in the distance there? Your stomach goes up into your throat and you get blasted off or dropped from that distance here. Well, you know what? With some of the storms that we come through, the storms make the weather change about as fast as the gravity does here on some of the rides in Seaside Heights, New Jersey. And then here comes this, right? So we're going to have thunderstorms. We saw thunderstorms last night and yesterday afternoon. We'll see it again tonight for the Northeast. And then there's this. This by Friday. So Tomorrow, you should be in pretty good shape in terms of not having to deal with Elsa yet until Friday morning or, late Thursday, the overnight hours leading into daybreak on Friday. Friday morning, 40-mile-per-hour tropical or some kind of a hybrid storm here as it is moving through either New Jersey, New York, and then through New England. And it's going to bring a lot of rain. And a lot of rain with tropical systems, no matter what latitude we're at, whether we're in Florida or up here in the Northeast. These tropical systems with that DNA are going to bring an awful lot of rain and can drop an awful lot of rain. This area of low pressure that we're going to watch here, this is now by 9 o'clock in the morning. So 3 or 4 in the morning here till 9 o'clock about here. This is showing quite a bit of rain coming into New Jersey and onto Long Island, into and onto Long Island. There's into Connecticut and Rhode Island. With the Cape and the Islands also. Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket going to get hit pretty hard with some heavy rain, possibly pretty strong winds as well. So stormy times are on the way. And notice this is going to be a matter of hours as it works through, not a matter of several minutes like is typical with what we saw yesterday. Even though you get winds up to 60 miles an hour and some hail, some heavy rain with severe weather, this is going to be more of kind of a lashing, longer duration event here with the wind and the rain with things, kind of blustery at times tomorrow and tomorrow afternoon, but really picking up late tomorrow night into Friday morning, Molly, and then moving on through the rest of the day on Friday, eventually getting out of here late on Friday.
Well, Chris, we want to take you to Texas because even though this is not associated with Tropical Storm Elsa, this is a very tropical moisture moving through the Rockport and Fulton areas where you are under a flash flood emergency right now. And you can see more rain is still on the way, still currently falling in many of the same areas. This is a catastrophic threat for these cities. Again, Rockport and Fulton, where that flash flood emergency is in effect until 2:45 local time. So do not get out onto those flooded roadways. There are water rescues ongoing for many of these areas. About 5 inches of rain has already fallen for the city of Rockport, and we could see an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain over the same areas. This is all connected to some deep moisture in the Gulf of Mexico, because we could even see higher than 3 inches of rainfall additionally on top of what has already fallen.
Domino's is testing driverless delivery.
Right now, people doing their best to dry out in the Texas Panhandle. Heavy rain swamping streets here in Amarillo. Storms have dumped nearly 3 inches of rain over the last 24 hours, and some areas have seen even more. But moisture from the Gulf Coast is bringing a flood threat to the southern part of the state, and you can see that on radar right now. We actually have a flash flood emergency ongoing for the cities of Rockport as well as Fulton. And here's why. Look at this just direct stream from the Gulf of Mexico. All of that moisture is moving in over the same areas repeatedly. And so even though we have that flash flood emergency in effect, it is still raining in many of the same areas that have seen upwards of 5 inches of rain. So that flash flood emergency extends until 2:45 local time, with the threat being catastrophic. This is 5 inches of rain over the past 12 hours. Of course, it is still raining. We could see an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain. And because this is tropical moisture, it is directly from the Gulf of Mexico, we could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour in many of these areas, and areas like Victoria, Texas, where it's raining as well. This is the same area that you are already 15 inches of rain above your average that you see by this time of year. So you really don't need any more. Where we are very likely to see that flooding is going to be from Victoria all the way down through Corpus Christi, the Rockport area, into Brownsville, the southern end of Texas. And when you see days like this, the high risk flash flooding days, 35% of flood deaths occur on days like today, so you have to take this seriously. It's so important that you do not drive across flooded roadways and that you get to higher ground if you find yourself under a flash flood emergency. This is the atmospheric moisture. Basically, this is the amount of moisture that's in the atmosphere that some of these storms can tap into, and right now it is extremely high, where you see those dark reds as well as those bright pinks, and that does include the Corpus Christi area as well as into Brownsville. Future radar shows that we will see ongoing rain continuing across the same areas. The rain train setting up just in the north of Corpus Christi, where we will see repeated heavy rainfall directly from the Gulf moving into Corpus Christi as well as Victoria, eventually extending up into the Houston area. This is tropical moisture. So you're talking about rich moisture for these areas. And this doesn't have a name, Chris, and it doesn't need a name to cause a lot of problems. Unfortunately, it's going to continue raining for about the next 24 hours in these areas. And
tropical systems, even when they lose their name, can still bring some very serious issues here. And as we look at some of the big waves that were lapping up onto the roadway in Cedar Key, Florida, are crashing up over the roadway here. Tropical storm Elsa making another landfall about 2 hours north of this spot right here. Of course, the first landfall was in Cuba. And then here, as it was coming on shore, some wind gusts up to about 57 miles an hour. About 3 inches of rain has fallen here in the past 24 hours or so, with more rain to come as this system is slowly moving onshore, moving to the north at 14 miles an hour. So still going in this direction. Eventually, it's going to head this way. It's going to make a modest right turn, head up Interstate 95, essentially. And as it does, it will bring its rain. It will bring its tornado threat with it over the next several hours, next couple of days. Eventually going to see it re-strengthen as it's going to weaken again overnight tonight. Again, a 50-mile-an-hour storm now. By morning, as it's spent more time now over land, likely to weaken and come down to 35, but back up to 40 as it interacts with some of the action that's going on to the northeast. Got a little dip in the jet stream up there, and we're going to see it get back over water, and as it does that, we're going to see more rain, more wind over parts of the mid-Atlantic and the northeast. But before that, all of these red shaded counties in either Florida or here in Georgia to the north is where there is a tornado watch currently posted. Watch, of course, means conditions are favorable for the development of tornadoes, and if we get a warning, it means there's either a tornado in progress or it's about to be. But again, watch posted until 8 o'clock for these areas. Warning for flooding, flash flood warning currently in effect here for Madison County. This does include Lee and Madison until 4 o'clock Eastern time, with a lot of rain being estimated by radar. You can still see it wrapping around this area of low pressure, and things are a bit more squally right here. So you get the rain and the wind that's still bearing down on the southern side of Jacksonville right now, and continue to move into Jacksonville over the next hour or so. Here's the threat for flooding, not only where it's possible. I mean, we're looking at parts of Mississippi, Alabama, into Georgia and the Carolinas, but it's this yellow area here where not only, again, is it possible through tomorrow morning that we're going to see some flooding, it is likely. Make sure you keep it right here. Stay tuned to the Weather Channel for continuing coverage as we track Elsa with live reports and expert analysis you will only find right here on the Weather Channel.
Get more out of summer with savings on appliances for every function, style, and finish during the Home Depot's 4th of July savings. Save on appliances like this Samsung kitchen suite. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Hi, Verizon launched the first 5G network, and now we want to be the first to give everyone the joy of 5G by giving every customer a new 5G phone on us. Old customers, new customers, families. businesses, in-laws, law firms, every customer. New 5G phones when you trade in your old ones. And if you're not a customer, we'll help cover the cost to switch. Just ask Wanda. She's been with us since now. Upgrade your phone, upgrade your network.
Keeping your oyster business growing has you swamped. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
Attention. Medicare recipients are entitled to save money and
This breaking news in Texas, where there is a flash flood emergency ongoing for Rockport as well as the city of Fulton. A lot of rain moving in. It has been raining pretty much all day, and it will continue to rain in many of the same areas. That flash flood emergency ongoing until 2:45 local time, and it is catastrophic. There's water rescues ongoing. There's backyards and roads that are completely inundated with water. It's so important in these kind of situations that you listen to local emergency officials. If they tell you to evacuate and get to higher ground, go. A lot of times they'll help you with those evacuations too. And never ever drive across those flooded roadways. If you come to a road that has water completely over it, just turn around, find another route. It's not worth it for you. And also you don't want to endanger the people that will potentially have to rescue you out of those flooded roadways. 5 inches of rain in the past 12 hours. We have some isolated amounts that we've seen higher than that, and an additional, Chris, 3 to 5 inches of rain expected. Certainly a situation, very dangerous situation ongoing in southern Texas.
All right, we'll keep tabs on that, but I want to get you caught up with our other top story here. That, of course, tropical storm Elsa, with power crews in the Northeast already mobilizing ahead of the storm's late week arrival. Right now, teams are restoring electricity after yesterday's severe weather. Right now, Elsa is working its way across northern Florida after making landfall for a second time. This time in the United States, in Taylor County, more than 21,000 customers without power in the Sunshine State. And as the storm treks into the southeast, Charleston, South Carolina will open public safety operation centers tonight. Again, this storm did make landfall as a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm with pressure at 999 millibars around 11 o'clock this morning. Now the storm has come down to 50 miles an hour, still a tropical storm. It is still moving to the north. It's moving at 14 miles an hour. The pressure has come up a few millibars. Likely to see the pressure go up, the winds to come down through the overnight hours. However, even as the storm may be weakening, heading to depression status, it's still bringing a lot of rain down with it. So a lot of heavy rain still falling, with some of these bands really packing a big punch of heavy rain, some now moving into Jacksonville. The storm itself getting down to a depression for a time, and then back up to a tropical storm or an extratropical storm by the time it gets up closer to Canada, into some of these higher latitudes here. But the Northeast will be up here after this moves through the southeast and into the mid-Atlantic. More lightning now is being indicated here just to the southwest of Jacksonville as those storms are moving in that direction with a lot of heavy rain. And in that direction is an atmosphere that is going to be conducive. It's favorable for the development of tornadoes with that low that's coming up here on the right side of it as the storm is moving in. Some of these storms likely to spin. And when that happens, we can see some of these tornadoes form. And that's what we're looking at with that watch. Now for Valdosta here in Georgia, so we're seeing an extension now of the flash flood warnings. There's one, there's two. This one here on the Florida-Georgia border, and now one entirely in Georgia. I would imagine this is not the last one we're going to be seeing here. This flash flood warning in effect until 7:30, and not seeing any significant letting up in the rain. It's not weakening much in terms of the amount of rain we're seeing, and we're looking at this rain kind of has that kind of a look as it's going in this direction, as we're also seeing it go like that. So we're seeing quite a bit of heavy rain right now across parts of Florida. Tropical storm warning, so tropical storm conditions expected in these areas in red. And on top of that, some of these areas could see tornadoes. Tropical storm watch is posted all the way up to New Jersey. And we'll see if that switches over to tropical storm warnings here in the next day or so. Seeing a lot of the surge warnings come down, still tropical or a storm surge warning for parts of Florida. The latest water rises up to about a foot and a half in Cedar Key, Molly, as this storm continues to make its way inland here and continue to bring a big flooding mess.
Well, we've got some new video. This is from Tropical Storm Elsa starting to work its way into Georgia. This is new video from the Florida-Georgia border. You can see the rain already forming puddles on the ground, and power crews are staged and ready to go. That is because Elsa getting closer and closer to Georgia, already moving into portions of South Georgia, as well as areas like Brunswick with Savannah next up. So we have to talk about the severe thunderstorms possible. Jacksonville, where you've got some lightning headed in your direction right now. Brunswick up the I-95 corridor. Savannah, Tybee Island, Charleston, Folly Beach, even extending into northern portions of South Carolina as well as North Carolina for tomorrow. This is where the heavy rain is right now, pushing right into Jacksonville. I would not want to be on I-95, I-10, or I-75 today. It's just a deluge of rain moving through, and that's not going to let up for the next couple of hours. Thankfully, Elsa is going to pick up speed as it pushes to the northeast, and this is where we're tracking the center of Elsa. You have to remember this cone is the center. It is not the entire storm. We will likely feel impacts well outside of the center, and that's what we're seeing right now in Jacksonville. That's what we'll continue to see in the Georgia coast as well as up into Charleston. Let's take you a little bit into the future, into this evening. Look at that heavy rain, just wave after wave slamming into Brunswick this evening, where we could see gusty winds upwards of 30, even 35 miles per hour, as well as you have to be careful of those isolated spin-ups. We have a tornado watch in effect, and when we have these tropical systems that move on land, they get some of the friction interacting with the land as well. You've already got the spin, the motion of that tropical system, and so those isolated spin-ups can happen very quickly, and typically they're wrapped in rain, a lot of rainfall with this, so you will not see them coming, and they happen very quickly. This will continue through the Charleston area for tomorrow morning, eventually making its way into Wilmington. This is Thursday morning, making it a rough morning at areas like Wilmington, the North Carolina coast, as well as up into the Raleigh area, where it's going to be a very soggy start to your Thursday. The wind speeds picking up along the Georgia coast this evening, and then for Charleston tomorrow morning. But where I think we're going to see the strongest winds, that's going to be just off the coast of North Carolina. So Morehead City, the Hatteras Cape could see some wind gusts on the order of 40, even 50 miles per hour as this tries to tap into some of the very warm water of the Gulf Stream and intensify just a little bit as far as those wind speeds go. This is a look into Raleigh. So 11 a.m. tomorrow morning, the rain starts moving in, and it really doesn't let up until we get to tomorrow afternoon. And then tomorrow evening, that's when Elsa eventually lifts completely out of your area. So Chris, we have a long way to go. Raleigh for tomorrow. And then beyond that, we're talking about pretty much every city along the eastern seaboard is going to feel some kind of impact from Elsa. Yeah, cruising right up that 95 corridor. And this is coming right after some severe weather came through yesterday. Tens of thousands of people without power right now after some severe storms did tear through the Northeast. 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts and heavy rain helped topple some large trees like the one here in Glen Rock, New Jersey. Crews cleaning up debris and working to restore power. They have to act quickly because things could get worse as early as today, this evening. In fact, storms are firing up right now, and then by the end of the week, got to deal with Elsa. And here's the cone, so somewhere in here, just outside of it, will be the center of the storm. So it's still a chance, you know, anything on this side, and this is where the center might go, would be on shore. So that would be likely a weaker storm, but nonetheless, still coming from the tropics, bringing a decent round of heavy rain, and that heavy rain likely to add up. Some areas 3 to 5 inches expected. This is through Friday, with some of the worst weather happening in the Northeast overnight Thursday into early Friday, and then eventually we're going to watch this move out of here. And here's it moving out of here, moving offshore. According to the GFS model, which has done a pretty good job for the entirety of this system, here's 9 o'clock Friday morning, and here's through the afternoon, and now by the evening, nighttime hours, it's out of here with some back-end bonus showers, perhaps. But once it gets through
at least get a little bit of a breathing room here. Some of the strongest winds expected with the heart of the storm. Here's 4 o'clock Thursday, and we'll watch overnight Thursday. The stronger winds for Ocean City, Maryland, up to Atlantic City. Could say 40 to 50 mile an hour winds at the beaches, up to 30 miles an hour here overnight Thursday into Friday for Atlantic City. And then again by Friday afternoon for the most part. Molly, this will be out of here in the Northeast.
Thanks, Chris. Let's get back to the breaking news on the flash flood emergency for Rockport, Texas. Joining us on the phone right now is Rockport Mayor Pat Rios. Mayor Rios, thank you so much for joining us. What's going on in the city of Rockport right now? We've seen reports of some water rescues.
That's correct. We've got lots of things going on right now. We've had about half a year's rainfall in the last few hours. With rain already the last few days, it's packed up, stacked up. It's a perfect storm. We've got combination of high tide right now, and we live on a peninsula with almost no topography, so there's very, very few places for the water to drain off to. A lot of people are unnecessarily taking chances. We've got rescue crews out right now in dump trucks, in our police Bearcat. We have a backhoe out pulling people out of low water crossings. Our advice is, stay home, turn around, don't drown. People taking too many chances right now.
Do you have any evacuations going on in areas where the water has piled up to a point that maybe it's starting to move into houses or into some homes?
We do have water moving into homes right now, but we have not started an evacuation process. We really have no place to put them. Very difficult to get to them right now because, again, we have to be very careful not to endanger our rescue crews also. Where we can get to people, we're picking them up and moving them with relatives. We have not opened up a shelter yet, but we're contemplating that. I've been in contact with our county judge and our emergency management coordinator working on that this afternoon.
Well, with the rain still falling in Rockport, obviously the situation is continuing to get worse. What is your message to the people of the city as this continues to get worse in Rockport?
Well, we're encouraging people to stay home. Don't take any chances. So many of our streets are closed or impassable. It's if you don't need to be out, don't be part of the problem. Stay off the streets so we can keep our emergency crews moving. And if you run into problems, call our non-emergency number and report your situation, and we'll put you on the list to see what we can do for you.
All right. Mayor Pat Rios, thank you so much for joining us, the mayor of Rockport, Texas, where there's a flash flood emergency ongoing right now. We'll have more on that flash flood emergency coming up, but first we now want to send it over to Chris Warren, who is watching some severe chances for the Northeast once again today.
Yeah, once again, because we were certainly watching it yesterday, and here, the view of lower Manhattan from New Jersey, from Jersey City. You can see some of the storms hanging over. And this as the city, New York City, was getting slammed by some big time storms, some heavy rain, some lightning. And once again today, the potential for more severe storms. In fact, thunderstorms are firing up south of Albany here. If you head up the Hudson River Valley there, some thunderstorms. Also quite a bit of thunderstorm activity from West Virginia and Pennsylvania through Ohio and into Michigan right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings currently up for several locations. We saw a tornado warning up here a little bit earlier. Now severe weather with damaging winds. Could see some large hail as well out of some of these storms. Outside of Detroit and into Canada, some of the storms south of Port Huron. And you see even a little outflow boundary right there. Sometimes these outflow boundaries can interact with other storms to get a little extra pop out of it and possibly create new storms. Pontiac, Michigan, again, down south to 95 or 75. Severe thunderstorm warning on the way to Toledo, south of Toledo as well. A severe thunderstorm warning west of Akron, south of Akron, north of Cambridge. Severe thunderstorm warning. Watches, again, mean that conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, and the warnings tell us that it's happening, and it's happening right now. When you get a warning, take action. You get a watch. I like to think of it as watch for warnings. And we are seeing, again, a lot of warnings in these areas, and we'll be seeing more warnings in these areas right here. So millions of people, tens of millions of people, under the possibility, under the threat for some strong storms, possibly large hail, but even some winds could be stronger than what we saw with Elsa. Could see winds for some areas up to around 70 miles an hour. So can't rule that out with some of the severe weather in the Northeast today. Here's Pittsburgh and some of the storms that are firing up here at the moment, with a lot of lightning associated with these storms. And even where there's not official watches or warnings, there's still some dangerous weather. Remember, lightning's always dangerous. And oftentimes the lightning is an indication of an intense storm. And with the kind of moisture we have in the atmosphere, you go outside and it feels sticky. That is an indication there's a lot of fuel for these storms, which is going to turn into a lot of rain. So the lightning indicates likely some heavy rainfall and some high rainfall rates. So flooding a concern, or at the very least, ponding on the roadways and reduced visibility as you're trying to get around town. Here's the thunderstorm threat going through the overnight hours tonight. And you can see the motion in which it's going to be going and still firing by tomorrow morning in parts of Ohio. But today, really from Illinois, Indiana, all the way to Cape Cod, Molly, there's the threat for some of the stronger storms. Then, of course, the Northeast has to think about what's right behind you.
Here comes Elsa right after that. So any power outages that happen today, potentially we could see some more tomorrow with Elsa moving through, and that will extend into Friday. This is the latest on Elsa, the latest advisory, 50 mile per hour, as well as the pressure up a little bit. So the winds are down, the pressure is up. That's signs that this is weakening, but still causing a lot of problems for northern Florida with a lot of rain and lightning and gusty winds, as well as we're still watching for the tornado threat, those isolated spin-ups that always happen with landfalling tropical systems. A tornado watch out until 8 p.m. this evening from Jacksonville all the way up the I-95 corridor into the Savannah area. There's all the rain right now. A lot of lightning moving into Jacksonville as well. Stay with the Weather Channel for continuing coverage as we track Elsa. Live reports and expert analysis you won't get anywhere else.
Here you go. Let me help you.
Around here, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
I love to watch the waves after a storm. The storm can be long gone, but the waves just keep going.
Ask my history teacher where to go to college. He said, go where you like the weather. Best advice I've ever gotten.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
We're continuing to watch breaking news out of Texas, the city of Rockport and the city of Fulton under a flash flood emergency with catastrophic flooding happening right now. A lot of water on the roadways. We just spoke to the mayor of Rockport, Pat Rios, and he said that the emergency crews have been activated. They are actively doing some water rescues as they have seen just way too much rain in a short amount of time. We have seen some reports of those water rescues happening. You can see high water over a few roads in the city of Rockport as well as Fulton, and even some backyards covered in inches of water. They've seen 5 inches of rain in the last 12 hours, and there'll be areas that see even more than that as the rain continues to fall. We could see an additional 2 to 3 inches of rain at times as some of the really, really heavy pockets of rain come off the Gulf of Mexico. We're looking at rainfall rates 2 to 3 inches per hour. Very likely to see flash flooding through tomorrow morning in the area that you see in red. And when we have a high-risk flash flooding day like this, 35% of all flood deaths happen on days like today, these high-risk days. So you have to be so careful and take this very seriously, especially, Chris, where we have this flash flood emergency going until 2:45 local time.
And then the threat for flash flooding exists with Elsa, as we're tracking Elsa, tropical storm Elsa, with a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It's moving to the north at 14 miles an hour, and it will continue to move through Georgia, the Carolinas, and then eventually all the way up to the northeast with some strong winds at times. And also there's going to be this heavy rain, and with the flood threat also comes a tornado threat for some. Right now, lightning showing up just west of Jacksonville and some of the Jacksonville suburbs here. Flash flooding happening here between Perry and Valdosta, including Valdosta, Georgia. So right along the Florida-Georgia border, the northern part is where there is some of the heavier rain and some of the more dangerous weather, frankly, right now. And then as the storm continues to weaken, it will still be bringing some heavy rain to many of these locations, and then could be back to tropical storm strength by Friday morning as it is interacting with the northeast with wind and rain before finally, Molly, getting out of the United States and into Canada and beyond by Saturday.
The good news is it is going to pick up speed, so that's going to at least bring it through very quickly, many of these areas. Well, they're planting the red flag warning on the beach in Clearwater, Florida this morning. Elsa may have roared past the region already, but the storm has riled up the Gulf of Mexico, which is creating those dangerous rip current conditions along the beaches in Florida and elsewhere. It's not just Florida that's seeing those really strong rip currents. It's going to be pretty much all along the Atlantic coast as well. There's Elsa currently spawning some flash flood warnings right on the Georgia-Florida border. A lot of rain moving into Jacksonville as well, so a lot of strong lightning and some gusty winds. Where we are seeing some gusty winds and that onshore flow, really strong onshore flow, is in portions of Florida. The surge amount, though, is coming down. If you were joining us at the beginning, about 2 hours ago, we had about a foot of surge in areas like Fort Myers, Port Manatee, as well as Old Port Tampa, but that's coming down slowly, and also coming down in areas like Cedar Key. Just about an hour or two ago, it was 2.5 feet of storm surge, but now we're down to a foot. So that water level is slowly coming down as Elsa continues to quickly pull away from many of these areas. But behind that, I mean, look at these winds just roaring right onto shore there. That's going to cause some very dangerous rip current conditions. When you get that onshore flow, it allows the water to pile up, and then it has to have some way to go back out. And that's when you get those rip currents. So if you see those flags flying, especially the red flags, do not get in the water in Florida. It is just not worth it. Panama City, that high risk of rip currents, as well as Jacksonville. Of course, not a great beach day at Jacksonville anyways, but this continues Savannah, Charleston, all the way up through Hatteras, Norfolk, up to Atlantic City, and even into Nantucket. So, Chris, we got a long way to go with this and several not so great beach days, at least until we get to Friday, Saturday. I'd say it starts to improve on Sunday.
Yeah.
Holding on to something here.
Yeah, and at least holding on to it at some point during the weekend. So that may be a good thing. But the life of Elsa, wow, from the Atlantic through the Caribbean and making an exit out of the United States by late Friday into Saturday morning. It is going to be cruising through with winds sustained at 40 miles, even 45 miles an hour at times in the Northeast. This is the American model. Give you an idea of how it may play out with a closed low over the Delmarva and then eventually back out over sea. And in this scenario, it's going to be some pretty stormy times. The eastern end of Long Island there from the Hamptons to Montauk, and then eventually Massachusetts, including Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket should be pretty stormy as the system moves through during the day on Friday and should be out of here by Saturday. Now look at the European model. This is showing a much stronger system Friday morning. And so let's root for the GFS because the European certainly showing a much stronger system moving through the Northeast Friday into early Saturday.
Welcome back. We want to take you to Texas, where we're still watching a flash flood emergency. It's pretty rare for the National Weather Service to issue one of these, and that means we are expecting catastrophic conditions here for the city of Rockport as well as the city of Fulton, as the rain is still falling and the rain has piled up to a point where a lot of the roads, as well as there's some water moving into houses, and there are ongoing water rescues. This flash flood emergency extends until 2:45 local time. time, but there's still rain moving in from the Gulf of Mexico, and that is some very, very rich tropical moisture that is bringing a lot of rain to many areas that just cannot take any more. You can see a few of those storm reports where, of course, water is over the roadways. If you are in this flash flood emergency, you should not travel unless you are trying to escape a flooded area, and that is with the help of some of the officials, or if you've been ordered to evacuate by local officials. Just pay attention to any of the announcements from your local officials about what you should do in the city of Rockport, and do not drive across those flooded roadways. We've seen close to 5 inches of rain in the past 12 hours, and Chris, more rain is still falling.
Just came through around 7 o'clock. I just heard a big my trailer was shaking. I heard stuff flying all over the place, and it was just really bad. My shutters, everything, trees falling. I couldn't see outside. It was still dark, but I could hear the trailer rumble. The whole down like a train, just went all the way down that way.
And likely hearing trees snapping as well. And a reminder, when you see damage like that, these are some strong winds, and tornadoes are possible as well. Here's the latest with Tropical Storm Elsa, 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It's moving to the north at 14 miles an hour, and the big threats over the next couple of hours, next few hours, will be the heavy rain and the possible tornadoes that are expected across parts of Florida and Georgia. And then the storm goes all the way up into and through the northeast of the United States. Jacksonville is up with winds at 24 miles an hour. Some heavier rain and possibly some stronger winds associated with maybe some spin-ups or tornadoes for Jacksonville up to Savannah and several counties inland from the Atlantic Ocean. Here's roughly the center of the storm right here, with the worst of the weather right around the center and to the east of it. And you can see some thunderstorms bearing down on Jacksonville right now. And Jacksonville is in an area where it's possible, if not likely, that there will be some flash flooding here. And this is just through tomorrow morning. And that flood threat extends all the way up into the Carolinas and then could beyond. The possibility or the anticipation for more tropical storm conditions exists here in Florida all the way up. These are tropical storm warnings, coastal Georgia, coastal South Carolina, and tropical storm watches all the way through the mid-Atlantic, North Carolina to the Delmarva. Still seeing some water rises with some storm surge there in Cedar Key, but conditions are improving now that the storm is moving inland and weakening. But conditions are expected to get even worse than they are right now in Jacksonville, Florida, and that's where we find meteorologist Tevin Wooten. Hello, Tevin.
Chris, good afternoon to you. Here we are in Jacksonville, Florida, sort of along the first coast of Florida, not one of the first places to be hit by Tropical Storm Elsa, but we are still feeling its impacts. You mentioned some of the flash flooding we'll likely see. We've already seen some 1 to 2 inches of rainfall from Elsa, a lot of it happening earlier in the day, but now as we have some of those outer feeder bands coming through, just lashing the first coast, now we're getting into those higher rainfall rates. But I don't think it's been a single issue or a single problem that we've had from Elsa. There have been multiple issues that have led to a much larger problem here. What do I mean by that? Well, if it were the rainfall alone, yes, we'd have some localized ponding on the roadways, but overall, that wouldn't be that bad. However, it's the rainfall plus the wind that's led to several spots with trees down. I'm talking about places in Suwannee County, right along State Route 228 in Maxville. That's where we've had reports of trees down there. Some 20 to 30 live oaks down as well in Suwannee County, and then also water and cover the highway along Highway 94 between Fargo and Pontiac. That's to our north and west. So once you consider the amount of rainfall that we've had and those strong to gusty winds between 35 and 45 miles per hour, that makes the root system at the very ground or at the base of those trees a lot more susceptible to those trees coming down when you do get a strong gust of wind. By the way, the winds are coming in right now to the south and southeast. That's the general flow because we are on the eastern hand side of Tropical Storm Elsa. What do we see as we go throughout the evening hours? Well, we still have a tornado watch from here in Duval County and points along the Georgia coastal plains as well into St. Simon, into St. Mary, and also Tybee Island as well, and points towards the west near Waynesboro. That's through about 8 o'clock tonight. I think some of that will be extended, and we'll be right here on the Weather Channel tracking it all as we're tracking Tropical Storm Elsa.
Sweaty in bed for all the
We want to take you back to Rockport, Texas. The live look right now. Look at all of that water on the roadway and people doing what they probably should not be doing, and that is driving across that flooded roadways. You see a lot of cars out there. You never know how deep that water is, and there are ongoing water rescues in Rockport, Texas as well. So that flash flood emergency continues until 2:45 p.m. local time for the cities of Rockport as well as the city of Fulton. Rain's still moving in. Actually, they've extended that flash flood emergency. We figured that they would. 4:45 local time is this flash flood emergency. These are pretty rare for the National Weather Service to issue these, and they usually do when there is catastrophic flooding ongoing. So if you're in the city of Rockport, if you're in the city of Fulton, do not get out on the roadway unless you absolutely have to, if you're escaping some of the water, and don't drive across those flooded roadways. We have some local storm reports where we've seen quite a bit of water out on the road, and look at this. This is an impressive local storm report of 12 inches of rain in the city of Fulton, and this was measured in Lamar, Texas, and that's since midnight on Tuesday. That's a lot of rain in a short amount of time. That's months worth of rain in a short amount of time. We actually spoke to the mayor of Rockport just a few minutes ago, and here's what he had to say.
We've had about half a year's rainfall in the last few hours. With rain already the last few days, it's packed up, stacked up. It's a perfect storm. We've got a combination of high tide right now, and we live on a peninsula with almost no topography, so there's very, very few places for the water to drain off to.
Well, we want to take you now to New Jersey, where they saw some strong storms yesterday. This is Brunswick, New Jersey, the east part of Brunswick. Strong storms there produced a lot of lightning and strong wind gusts overnight. Crews are working to restore power to tens of thousands of people ahead of more storms today. And those storms are already starting to fire up right now. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings that we need to get to. Right now, they're firing across portions of Michigan as well as over into Pennsylvania. Look at this mess over Pittsburgh right now. We have a lot of warnings, and we want to take them one by one. Pittsburgh, Robinson, as well as the city of Scott, you were under that severe thunderstorm warning until 4 p.m. Eastern time, where we could see those gusty winds upwards of 60, even 65 miles per hour. Heavy rain and lightning. This is going to make for a mess on the roadways in Pittsburgh. Also along the I-79 corridor, I-76, where we have another severe thunderstorm warning until 3:45 local time. That includes Bethel Park, Penn Hills, as well as the south portion of Pittsburgh. Let's go all the way to the west into portions of Michigan. Just to the north of Detroit, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings in place right now. This includes Clinton, Sterling Heights, as well as Warren. 4:30 local time. Look at all of that rain pushing out of Pontiac across the I-94 corridor. You also see some gusty winds in that as well. And these are many areas that have seen relentless rain over the past couple of days. Also a severe thunderstorm warning right over the city of Jackson. So if you're in Jackson, just be prepared that the rain is coming your way. 4:30 p.m. local time is when that warning goes until. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch. This is until 9 p.m. And I want you to pay attention to this watch because this includes a large area. It includes Detroit, just to the south of Saginaw, Fort Wayne, over into Cleveland. This extends past Williamsport, all the way into New York, which got hammered by some storms last night. Hartford, and even into Boston. Albany included that as well. That goes until 11 p.m. this evening. We could see wind gusts as high as 70 miles per hour within our strongest storms. We could also see some hail up to quarter, even $50 sized hail, and all of the lightning as well. That's going to be a big threat. All of that is going to add together to cause even more damage and some more power outages, Chris. And this is the same area that is anticipating Tropical Storm Elsa just right after we get through with this.
That's right. It was severe yesterday, again today, and enjoy this right here because this likely to come to an end later on. The threat for more storms here in New Jersey. And then on Friday, here we go with Elsa. That's right. Elsa making it all the way up to the northeast. And it is going to bring the threat for some heavy rain and some pretty strong winds to millions of people here on that 95 corridor here in the northeast. And this is the cone of uncertainty. So somewhere within this or just outside of the cone is where the center of the storm is going to go. And regardless of if it takes an inside track or an outside track, it's going to bring some heavy rain. 3 to 5 inches is possible. The GFS model does show a closed low moving over the Delmarva in the southern part of New Jersey overnight Thursday into early Friday morning, and then continuing out of the U.S. by late Friday into early Saturday. Here's the wind forecast. And by late Thursday, this is Thursday afternoon, but by late Thursday into Friday, that's when the winds are going to get going. So really Friday morning, which will be the dark hours, late Thursday into early Friday. And then by Friday afternoon, some of the worst of the winds will be out of here and moving on. So that's what we're expecting here throughout the Northeast. Want to take you now and back to Texas, where there is an ongoing flood emergency here. And Rockport, Texas, 76 degrees, water everywhere you look in places where it just should not be. Flash flood emergency currently in effect.
This is what Welcome back. You're taking a live look at Rockport, Texas right now under a flash flood emergency. And there is water on every road that you can see in that camera and a lot of people driving across it. If you do not have to get out, do not in Rockport as well as the city of Fulton, because this is what you're going to encounter. And you never know just how deep that water is on the roadways because you know, you could even be washed out underneath there. You just never know, and it's not worth it. And certainly you don't want to endanger people that potentially have to rescue you if you end up getting stuck. Let's talk about what's going on in Texas right now, because we are watching this continuing, just rain just streaming in from the Gulf of Mexico. If you watch this loop, you can see a little bit of that low pressure swirl, and that counterclockwise flow is drawing all of that rain right into areas like Rockport as well as the city of Fulton. And that flash flood emergency goes until 4:45 local time, where that threat, look at that, that is catastrophic flooding ongoing for many of these areas where we have too much water and nowhere for it to go. This is some of the local storm reports, very impressive out of these areas. 12.17 inches of rain. That is in Lamar, Texas, near the city of Fulton, and that is several months worth of rain happening in about a 24 to 36 hour period. You just can't take any more water in these areas, and we do have a very likely risk for flash flooding through tomorrow morning. You saw all of the rain that still has to move in on radar. When you have high risk flooding days like this, it is so important to pay very close attention to what's going on around you and not get out and not drive through those flooded roadways, because 35% of those yearly flood deaths occur on high-risk days like today, and it makes it very important to take very seriously. Look at all of these winds just pushing right into Corpus Christi, and that is pulling all of that tropical moisture directly into the south Gulf Coast of Texas. As we go into the future, this rain just continues and continues, and it really doesn't start to let up. Even as we get into tonight and continuing into tomorrow morning, this starts to move a little bit farther to the north, but we're talking about, Chris, a lot of rain for many of these areas. And this is some of the same areas that are no stranger to the rain. Unfortunately, they've seen a lot this year.
Right, and we have more on the way in addition to what may be coming from the sea, from the Gulf. New video right now into the Weather Channel showing Horseshoe Beach in Florida with the rain and the wind combining to create some flooding. The wind does its job by pushing the salt water into areas where the salt water normally isn't. And of course, the rain falls, comes down, makes it difficult to get out to sea when you have all that water pushing inland. So there's some new video coming in as the tropical storm Elsa was moving on shore, and a lot of roads underwater and a lot of roads right now being pounded by water, by the rainfall that's falling here across parts of northeast, especially northeast Florida right now, and portions of southeast Georgia associated with the north and east side of what is still Tropical Storm Elsa, 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. And then it will continue through the Carolinas and Virginia. It will continue to weaken. And then it is going to get into the mid-Atlantic and the northeast, possibly re-strengthened to a tropical storm. So it's supposed to go down to a depression, likely overnight tonight, and back up to a tropical storm. Before that all happens, there's a threat for tornadoes, as quite often happens with landfalling tropical systems, and it's quite often on the right side of the system, which is the case here for this tornado watch until 8 o'clock this evening, going all the way up to the South Carolina border, and then here several counties in the northeast part of Florida, and from Georgia, several counties inland as well. The threat for tornadoes is with us. Also, what's ongoing right now is the flash flooding, that threat here. Flash flood warnings in effect for parts of North Florida and southern Georgia, and Jacksonville getting clobbered right now with some heavy rain. Let's check in with meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who's there live in Jacksonville. Hello, Tevin.
Yeah, Chris, we're sort of in the calm between two squalls right now. The first came through, did about 15 to 25 mile per hour wind gusts or so. We're in that lull. The second one is on its way through, and the reason I know that, I'll take you to the skies right now of downtown Jacksonville. Look at how dark those skies are getting. That's to the north. The core of Elsa is about 100 to 120 miles to our west-northwest, but overall, we're getting in this flow from the southwest, but we're also getting in flow out of the south and east here. So at that convergent point into the center of the storm, that's where we have the most rising motion, but still outside of that storm, we get rising motion into the atmosphere. We're bringing in, pumping in ample moisture in place right now, and that's what's leading to these tropical downpours that we see not only here across portions of Florida, but eventually into Georgia and eventually into New England as well. We'll be timing out the storm threat there across places like Connecticut, New York State, along Long Island, and for portions of New Jersey too. That forecast and more coming up as we continue tracking Tropical Storm Elsa.
Texas once again for some breaking news where a flash flood emergency is still in effect for areas like Rockport as well as Fulton. This has been ongoing for several hours now. Just look at all of that water across the roadways, and unfortunately there are people driving through it. You can see some of that water goes all the way almost above some of their wheels, and this is because we have seen more than enough water today. There's still rain falling. That flash flood emergency, we want to take you to where that is, and that is Rockport as well as Fulton, and we will continue to see this be a problem. Catastrophic flooding ongoing, the rain still falling. We've seen some areas like Lamar, Texas, this is near the city of Fulton, where 12.17 inches of rain that fell in about 36 hours. So we're talking about months and months worth of rain falling in a very short amount of time. That's why we are seeing flooding problems in areas of South Texas. We actually spoke to the mayor of Rockport, Mayor Pat Rios, and he had a message to people who are driving and trying to get out in these flooded roadways.
A lot of people are unnecessarily taking chances. We've got rescue crews out right now in dump trucks, in our police Bearcat. We have a backhoe out pulling people out of low water crossings. Our advice is, stay home, turn around, don't drown. People taking too many chances right now.
And now we want to get you caught up with the latest on our other top story, Tropical Storm Elsa. Power crews in the Northeast already mobilizing ahead of the storm's late week arrival. Right now, teams are restoring electricity after yesterday's storms, and right now Elsa is working its way across northern Florida after making landfall in Taylor County. More than 21,000 customers are without power in the Sunshine State, and as the storm treks into the southeast, Charleston, South Carolina will open public safety operations centers tonight. And that storm right now moving into Georgia, while it is still bringing a lot of heavy rain. right now to the northeast portion of Florida. You can see there's quite a bit of yellow and orange and red on the radar, indicating where there's some of the heavier rain right now. This is still a 50-mile-per-hour estimated winds associated with this. This is a tropical storm that will weaken to a depression, according to the official forecast, by tomorrow morning, and then back up to tropical storm by Friday morning, as it is going through the mid-Atlantic and into the northeast, and then eventually possibly an extratropical storm, but still seeing this create some very strong winds and a lot of heavy rain all the way through the northeast. Right now, some of the latest wind gusts, close to 30 in Orlando, Cross City, similar story. In Gainesville, Florida, 35-mile-per-hour gust, and in Jacksonville, a 30-mile-an-hour gust as well. The threat for lightning is with us. Again, heavy rain with the possibility for some flash flooding, and can't rule out some tornadoes. Tornado watch is posted as well. So this area of low pressure on the north and east side of it is where some of the worst weather is right now, and this includes Jacksonville. We heard a few moments ago from meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who's here in Jacksonville, right about here, and he was talking about some of the rain that came through, and he was between bands, and this is what he's talking about. There's a band right there. We saw those very dark skies behind Tevin, and then Tevin has to watch also here to the south and to the west as this next band comes in. So we'll hear from him in just a moment, but want to get you caught up on when we can expect and where we can expect more tropical storm conditions. This includes parts of North Florida and through Georgia, coastal areas as well. Some of these strong winds coming on shore in coastal Georgia, coastal South Carolina, and the water rises fortunately have come down here along the Gulf Coast after coming down as the storm is weakening and it's moving onshore. Again, as the storm continues, the center of it expected to go through somewhere through Georgia and the Carolinas, and then eventually and possibly back over water overnight Thursday into Friday. So let's go now to Jacksonville, Florida, and check in with meteorologist Tevin Wooten live. Hello, Tevin.
Hi, Chris. Good afternoon to you. We're along the St. Johns River in downtown Jacksonville, Florida. I want to immediately get right to the radar because this is where a lot of the strong storms are showing up. Just to the east of Jacksonville, that's that first feeder band that we saw, that first squall that came through about 20 to 30 or so minutes ago. Right now, that's along the beach, along portions of Jax Beach and points down towards Daytona Beach. But look towards the south and west. In comes another line of storms, and along this line of storms, that's where we have that embedded threat of some rotation or tornadoes potentially. We've already had an EF0 reported earlier today. That was in Columbia County, just to our west outside of Live Oak and Lake City. That did produce some damage, brought down a lot of trees. In fact, that wasn't the only report of trees now that we had. Several spots throughout the day, several areas in and around Duval County and points towards the west and northwest. That's where we've seen a lot of the core of the storm come through, of course. But that's also where we've seen a lot of tree damage as well. You're talking about large live oak trees, too, that have been here for decades, unfortunately brought down not just because of the gusty winds that have been beyond 40 and 50 miles per hour, but also the saturated ground. In fact, for the month of June, we saw 9.71 inches of rain in and around Jacksonville. That was about 2.5 inches above normal for this time of year. And so year to date, we picked up nearly 29 inches of rainfall. That's about 4 inches above normal. So yes, we are in the rainy season. We know how Florida can do. You get 1 or 2 downpours, and that produces a lot of ponding on the roadways at the very least. But this is a situation where the grounds are already saturated. So what do we have coming? Another squall, I say, in the next 5 to 15 minutes or so, and this could perhaps produce stronger winds. I recorded a wind gust with my anemometer closer to 16 or 20 miles per hour. I think embedded in this next line, not only do we have that plus some, so maybe 30 to 45 mile per hour gusts. That's why I have those wind advisories here, tropical storm warnings to our north, places like St. Mary's, St. Simon Island, and also places along I-10 too. So this isn't just a Jacksonville storm. It's now become a Georgia storm and a South Carolina storm. Folks, we also have a tornado watch too that extends until about 8 o'clock tonight. Some of that could certainly be extended in time and coverage depending on how the National Weather Service offices see fit. So a myriad of things to watch out for, but my eyes are to the sky. To the south and west is where I'll be watching this next line of storms come from. However, it's a bit deceiving because we get convergence into the center of our storm or into the center of Elsa. So not only does that line of storms come from the south and west, but also from the south and east at times you can see. In fact, if you look closer towards downtown and towards the Hyatt Regency right there, you can actually see the southerly flow from the south and east in the lower levels of the atmosphere. So that's how that convergence really aids to a much larger storm or a much larger threat as we go throughout the day today, despite the fact that, folks, we don't have a hurricane, we still have a tropical storm. I understand we got some breaking news right now, so we're going to get to meteorologist Molly McCullum in the Weather Channel studios. Molly.
Well, thank you, Tevin. Yeah, we want to take you to what Elsa's doing right now, and that is actually we have a tornado warning. So we typically when you get these landfalling systems, they do cause a little bit of friction, and that leads to a little bit of spin. So we're talking about until 4:30. This is just to the north of Metter, just to the north of I-16. This is radar indicated, but these do spin up very, very quickly when you have these landfalling systems, and typically they're wrapped in rain, so you will not see them coming. You can see some indications where those opposite wind flows are causing that rotation right there on the south end, just to the north of Metter. This is going to be very brief, but it will cause some damage if it does end up dropping to the ground. And that is very typical when you see these tropical systems and you start to see these spin ups. So again, tornado warning in effect until 4:30 Eastern time. As this pushes off to the north and to the northwest, we want to take this across areas just to the north of, I guess just to the north of Statesboro, and pretty much all along the Georgia coast. You have to watch out for a tornado potentially spinning up. This goes until 8 p.m. this evening. A tornado watch, Jacksonville, where you saw Tevin Wooten there, all the way through Tybee Island, Savannah, Brunswick, Georgia, and that will extend throughout this evening. So have a way to get warnings, and especially if you go to sleep early or anything, if you just have some plans, have a way to get those warnings because these do spin up quickly. What we're watching, Tropical Storm Elsa. Remember, this is the track of the center of the storm. We'll feel those impacts well outside of the center, and that includes areas like Jacksonville, Brunswick, with a lot of rain moving in this evening over into the Savannah area, over into Charleston, creeping up along the Carolina coast before pushing into Wilmington about lunchtime tomorrow. So that's 12 tomorrow Eastern time. That moves into Wilmington and a lot of the portions of North Carolina. And I think that's where we're going to see some of the stronger winds as this starts to pick up a little bit of intensity right as it moves past North Carolina. Possible thunderstorms tomorrow, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Morehead City, the Hatteras Cape, where we could see wind gusts anywhere 40, potentially 50 miles per hour. But Chris, after this, it's not done. It still has to go all the way up portions of the Atlantic coast, and we're talking about the Jersey Shore, all the way into, you name any big city along the way, and you're going to feel impacts from Elsa.
Yeah, whether it's just a rainy, cloudy day or a downright stormy day, that's all possible with potential rough conditions at the beaches. Rough conditions inland with severe weather left tens of thousands of people without power after severe storms tore through the Northeast. 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts and heavy rain helping to topple down some trees like the one we see here on the left in Glen Rock, New Jersey. Crews cleaning up debris and working to restore power now, but they have to act quickly because it's going to get even worse. We're going to have a chance for storms again tonight, and then there's Elsa. And here's what Elsa is going to be doing, the timing of it and the possible wind speeds associated with it. It's going to drop down to a depression for tomorrow and then likely pick back up to a tropical storm or some sort of an extra tropical storm, but getting back up to 40-mile-an-hour winds, again, 38 or stronger, getting stronger than 38. We're talking tropical storm again, and that's going to be the story through Friday before it finally gets out of here. And like tropical storms, whether it's around the Gulf or the Southeast, in the Northeast, expect some heavy rain. And that's what we're going to be seeing here with Elsa as it continues up the 95 corridor. Now, we can hope we don't end up with a lot, 1 to 2 inches. That's a hefty amount, but 3 to 5 inches, that can cause some problems. And that's what is at least possible with this. Here's the U.S. GFS forecast model, the American model. And this shows a closed low offshore Friday morning, kicking up some waves and some wind for Long Island, for Rhode Island, and for much of eastern Mass, including the Cape and the islands here through the day on Friday. Some stormy times. And the winds also picking up late Thursday or, Thursday going into Friday morning. You can see it here's 1 o'clock in the morning. Ocean City could see winds up to 50 miles an hour. And the strongest of the strong winds will be offshore, but still not expecting to get off scot-free. That 95 corridor to the coast. Again, the threat for flooding Friday into Saturday morning is with us from New Jersey to Maine, with just a little bit more of a possibility here as you're closer to that low as it's offshore with a little bit heavier rainfall. Closer look from Richmond to Norfolk and Virginia Beach late Thursday afternoon into the evening hours and nighttime hours, really. Not until after midnight will we see this get out of this part of the U.S. So from the mid-Atlantic, eventually, Molly, up into the Northeast, where we've already seen plenty of storms and expecting more.
Well, a look now at thunderstorms hanging over the Manhattan skyline yesterday. New York City getting slammed by a combination of heavy rain, lightning, and miserably hot temperatures. It has been really hot in New York City and many of the surrounding areas. The city is under a heat advisory today with potentially more severe storms possible this afternoon and tonight. Chris, the heat here is unreal. I mean, we're talking about it. The heat index was 98 in Central Park yesterday, and today it could reach 100. That is more than enough fuel to get some of these storms popping this afternoon and evening.
Yeah, and we are seeing those storms popping up to the west of here. And so we can really kind of see that what's happening west is likely to kind of make its way to the east. And right now, several severe thunderstorm warnings to tell you about. This one, including Cleveland. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:45, so about another half an hour or so. And you can see the storm as it was moving up from the southwest in kind of a northeasterly direction. And this storm bringing with it a lot of lightning. So a pretty nasty situation right now for downtown Cleveland. Again, severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect, and a whole mess of severe weather around Pittsburgh, including a flood threat, a flash flood warning also in effect here in Allegheny County, Washington and Westmoreland counties as well, included on that flash flood warning. But severe weather for parts of Allegheny and the flash flood warning in effect as well. These storms bringing heavy rain, lightning. Talking about the big cities here, Molly, we've been showing you the big cities that are in line for Elsa. But just today, Baltimore's. We've got Cleveland, we've got Baltimore. Still relatively early in terms of severe weather with the kind of humidity we have, the moisture in the atmosphere, and the daytime heating. Approaching 5 o'clock and beyond, I would expect to see even more storms start to fire up in the Northeast, Molly.
And then they're expecting Elsa right after that. We want to take you to the latest with Elsa, where the pressure is rising and the winds are dropping. That means Elsa is weakening, but still spinning off areas like this. A tornado warning. This is in southern Georgia for Bullock and Candler counties until 4:30 local time. This is just to the north of Metter between Statesboro as well as Swainsboro. And this is moving to the northwest at about 25 miles per hour. This is what you can see as tropical systems make landfall. They interact with the land and they can cause some spin. Of course, the whole system is already spinning, but we get these pockets of spin as well. The rotation not looking overly impressive. It's pretty broad at the moment, but we could see this tighten up at any time. There is a tornado watch in effect for many of the areas across the coastal Georgia and inland. I-95 corridor, Savannah, all the way down to Jacksonville, Florida. And we could see, again, this spin up at any time. Tornado watch goes until 8 p.m. this evening. We're continuing to track Elsa right here on the Weather Channel.
Every day.
It seemed like a normal day.
I looked up at the sky and I seen the darkness coming.
I got an alert on my phone, and then all hell broke loose.
It was complete chaos. Go, go!
There's no way you can outrun it.
If Mother Nature gives you a warning sign, get ready for something big.
I have never seen anything like that.
I had no idea what had just happened.
You just hang on for dear life and hope for the best.
Breaking right now, tornado warning to tell you about associated with Tropical Storm Elsa, and in an area where there is a tornado watch currently in effect for Emmanuel County. This tornado warning, it's radar indicated, and it's in effect until 4:45. And we can see this is just north of Interstate 16 here in Georgia. And the tornado would likely be right in here. Crossing right over 80 at the moment, and a little bit, right there. Watch when this goes back, look right here. See that hook right there? It's kind of like a little backwards hook, but nonetheless, usually a telltale sign of a rotating storm. And in this case, associated with what is now a landfallen, if you will, a storm that has made landfall, either as it's approaching or as it's coming on shore and making its way inland. On the north and right side is when we typically see these quick spin-ups, these tornadoes. Now, this storm, as it continues to spin, will head up into the northeast through Friday. It's going to weaken a bit and then expected to re-strengthen Friday morning and be a tropical storm off the northeast coast. And with that, tropical storm warnings posted here. We'll see if that gets extended up the coast, but tropical storm watches all the way up, Molly, to New Jersey.
And that's many of the same areas that we're watching for severe weather today. In fact, we have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings to talk about. The radar just lit up from Michigan all the way through northern Ohio, Pittsburgh, and down into Maryland. So we want to start you off with some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, and look at some of this lightning too. These are very dangerous storms moving through. Let's go to the Baltimore area. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for the city of Baltimore. Just look at all of that lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds, potentially some hail as well. The severe thunderstorm warning goes until 4:45 Eastern time as it moves off to the east. So we're talking about Parkville coming into your area, 4:23, as well as Edgewood, 4:51 for you. So we are watching this very dangerous storm right over the city of Baltimore right now. And this is the middle of rush hour. A lot of people out on the roadways. If you can wait until this passes, I certainly would recommend this, as this passes right over US 40 right now. Let's go a little bit to the north into the city of Pittsburgh right now, where we once again seeing a lot of lightning. These are very electric storms this afternoon, and so much rain has fallen. There's actually a flash flood flash flood warning in effect where you see that box in green, but also a severe thunderstorm warning for the cities of Hampton as well as Sharpsburg that goes until 4:30 Eastern time. Gusty winds up to 60-65 miles per hour, potentially some quarter-size hail, and the lightning always dangerous in the summertime. Let's head up into the Cleveland area. Once again, a lot of lightning. Just look at all of those lightning strikes moving across 271. We want to take off the lightning so that you can actually see what's going on. Some heavy rain in there as well. 4:45, this severe thunderstorm warning for you in the Cleveland area. That's already on top of you in Cleveland. This is going to continue to push off to the north and to the northeast across the 271 corridor. And this includes the Lakewood, the city of Lakewood as well. So a very dangerous storm once again moving through Cleveland. Probably very visually stunning as you see that coming in your direction. But as you see it coming, you know that you need to head indoors. Let's go to the Detroit area and up into Pontiac across I-75 as well as I-94. We've got some stronger storms for the Farmington Hills area as well as Southfield and Troy. A severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:15, and pushing this off to the east. Let's see the areas that it's going to head into. Lyon around 427, Farmington Hills 454 for you, into Sterling Heights around 528. A lot going on from Michigan, Ohio, all the way across Pennsylvania into the northeast. So just be really careful tonight as you head out. And we do have that severe thunderstorm watch in effect as well. So Chris, some very dangerous storms moving through after we already saw an active night last night, and after we're going to see a very active couple of days ahead with Elsa moving your direction.
That's right, especially the coastal areas, but the coastal areas in the northeast are the extremely highly populated areas where more wind and more rain is on the way because of Elsa, which could be back up to tropical storm strength. It's right now a tropical storm. It's expected to get down to a depression below 38 miles an hour and then back up to 40 or 45 during the day on Friday as it's moving through the Northeast. Here's one of the models, the American model, showing the low moving through just south of Long Island and clipping the Cape, Cape Cod and Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket before moving into Canada late Friday into early Saturday. Now, let's look at the European model. Here's another possibility, and this shows a much stronger system. So we'll know which model is more likely to happen late tomorrow night, because this shows a really much stronger system moving through the Northeast. So with that, stay tuned. Keep it tuned into the Weather Channel. Remember, you can watch the Weather Channel's live coverage right here.
At Bare Naked, soft.
Breaking news still in Texas right now. This hour, a lot of water in Rockport, Texas, as well as the city of Fulton. This is a live view of Rockport right now where you can see water in a lot of places that you really don't want it to be, and that's over the roadways. This afternoon, a flash flood emergency for the city of Rockport and the cities of Fulton, and that goes until 4:45 local time. They've already seen close to 5 inches of rain, and we are expecting even 2 to 3 more inches of rain, with the rain continuing as we go throughout the rest of the evening and potentially even through the overnight hours. A deep plume of tropical moisture moving in to the city of Rockport, and that will just continue. So there's that flash flood emergency with catastrophic flooding occurring. There's some water rescues ongoing. So if you do not have to get out in the city of Rockport, I would not recommend it because there is water over a lot of the roadways. And if you come to a flooded roadway, just do not drive over it. It's not worth it. Some of the local storm reports have been extremely impressive. This is near the city of Fulton in Lamar, Texas, where 12 inches of rain was recorded in about 36 hours. That is months worth of rain in a short amount of time. And we will continue to watch this rain from Corpus Christi up to Victoria, all the way down to Brownsville, Texas. That's where we are very likely to see flash flooding ongoing. And Chris, Rockport, Texas, no stranger to some of that really heavy rain because this is the same area that saw Hurricane Harvey in 2017 and has seen a lot of rain so far this summer. They just can't catch a break.
No, they can't. And the proximity of the Gulf of Mexico certainly does play a huge role in that, a huge moisture source for the atmosphere, which in turn is a huge moisture source for when storms come along. And that's the story also in Florida right now with Tropical Storm Elsa, which is a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now. We're waiting for the update from the National Hurricane Center coming up at the top of the hour. Likely it comes in before the top of the hour, so stay with us. May have that to share with you. Likely seeing this continue to weaken. That's what we're expecting during the overnight hours. It is still moving to the north around 14 miles an hour, and it's going to continue to move to the north until it moves to the northeast. And when it heads in that direction, it's on the way to the mid-Atlantic and the northeast via the southeast. And right now, winds continue to gust around 30 to 36 miles an hour from Cross City to Gainesville. And a tornado threat does remain in place here. These are quick spin-ups that are likely to happen here. Again, we've been watching that one in Georgia. And along with the tornado threat, the heavy rain leading to not just the possibility for some flash flooding, but the likelihood for flash flooding in these areas here in yellow. Again, the threat for more tropical storm conditions extending all the way up through coastal areas in Georgia and coastal areas in South Carolina, with watches extending all the way up to New Jersey. Again, here's the path of the storm. Somewhere within here, the center of the storm is expected to go. And right here in Jacksonville is where we're seeing more heavy rain and some more right on the west side of town. But we want to go right here to this location where we find meteorologist Tevin Wooten. Hello, Tevin.
Chris, good afternoon to you. Sort of a lull right now as we go throughout the afternoon hours here, right along the St. Johns River, downtown Jacksonville, just beyond me here. And across the way, yes, you do have the St. Johns. And just about 30 to 40 minutes or so ago, when one of those squalls was coming through, those strong bursts of wind and rain, I was actually noticing some of the river starting to white cap. That's how strong the wind action was. You were talking about wind gusts coming in 30 to 40 miles per hour, primarily from the south and east, and that's the direction a lot of this low-level flow is coming from. That's feeding in towards the north and west, so just beyond downtown by about maybe 130 miles or so. That's where the core of Tropical Storm Elsa does lie. But unfortunately, we still have strong winds to go throughout the evening hours today and even into the overnight hours. More rainfall, more thunderstorms, and the potential for more tornadoes or more spin-ups. In fact, I think we still have that tornado watch extending until about 8 p.m. tonight. And we do know that there are still strong winds coming along with Tropical Storm Elsa, so still gusts beyond 40 or 50 miles per hour. And we want to keep talking, though, because I think, let's see, do we have that image of that tree that came down along Roosevelt Road here in Jacksonville? The Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department is actually pulling this out. Excuse me, you're getting an alert. Tornado warning. This is going to be, I'm going to check this out really quickly. But we do have a tornado warning that does include Jacksonville. So you're talking about Duval County, pea-sized hail possible, of course, some rotation as well. And that's one of the things that we've got to get to coming on with tropical entities. So let's get right to meteorologist Chris Warren, who's got more on this tornado warning. Chris.
Yeah, got a couple tornado warnings. Yeah, that's the newest one, and you see it just now populating here. And this does include Jacksonville for parts of Duval and St. Johns counties. This is in effect until 5 o'clock. Again, we're tracking this, and Tevin Wooten is within this tornado warning, so stay with the Weather Channel for the very latest.
The lowest prices of the season on the Sleep Number 360 smart bed. It's the most comfortable, dually adjustable, foot warming, temperature balancing, proven quality night's sleep we've ever made. And now the new Queen Sleep Number 360 C2 smart bed is only $8.99, only for a limited time.
The Bissell Crosswave Cordless Max lets you vacuum and wash your floors at the same time. Dry messes, wet messes. It even freshens area rugs.
And when you buy Bissell, you help save homeless pets.
To learn more, go to BissellCrosswave.com.
Attention anyone on Medicare. Did you know you may now be eligible for additional Medicare-approved benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free home prescription delivery, and free rides to medical appointments?
We're both on Medicare and talked with an insurance agent, but we've been hearing a lot lately about newer plans with additional benefits and want to make sure that we're getting all the benefits that we're entitled to.
If you're not 100% sure about your Medicare benefits, it's time to call the Medicare Helpline. The call is free. You could be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan with no copays, no deductibles, and no monthly premiums. That's no as in zero.
Is it true that I don't automatically get the new additional benefits? But if I call, your agents can look up what plan I'm on and let me know if I'm getting all the benefits I'm entitled to.
That's right. Call now to instantly find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits. You don't get these automatically, so call and see if you're eligible. The call is free and there is no obligation to enroll. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify.
Our friends are all saying we should call right now to see if we can get new additional Medicare-approved benefits. But with so many people over 65 trying to call, won't the lines be busy?
The Medicare Helpline is open to help anyone on Medicare make sure you are getting the benefits you deserve. Just call 800-207-0902 now to find out if you're eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan that includes additional benefits, including free hearing aids, free eyeglasses, free home prescription delivery, and free rides to medical appointments. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free. Call 800-207-0902. That's 800-207-0902.
Carvana's had a lot of firsts. 100% online car buying, car vending machines, and now putting you in control of your financing. At Carvana, get personalized terms, browse for cars that fit your budget, then customize your down payment and monthly payment. And these aren't made-up numbers. It's what you'll really pay, right down to the penny. Whether you're shopping or just looking. It only takes a few seconds and it won't affect your credit score. Finally, a totally different way to finance your ride. Only from Carvana, the new way to buy a car.
This is what 30 minutes of boot camp tastes like. Come on, Peloton. Let it flow. Reach all the way up.
Check your vibe. It's time to grind, Peloton. Let's turn it up. Come on.
What's up, hustlers? Welcome to Peloton Outdoors. Let's get jogging.
Find your rhythm, baby. 1, 2, 1, 2. So many Peloton newbies on the leaderboard today. Welcome to the family.
The Peloton bike starting at $49 a month. All access membership separate.
I love to watch the waves after a storm. The storm can be long gone, but the waves just keep going.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
Breaking right now, a tornado warning for Duval County, which is where Jacksonville is, here in the northeast part of Florida and the First Coast. A radar indicated tornado warning associated with this right down here. And again, this tornado warning is in effect until 5 o'clock. And right in here is where we have Tevin Wooten, who we're going to get to in just a moment. So here's the airport. That's where the radar is located. And the green shows us where winds are going toward the radar. And the red right here shows us the winds going away from the radar. And from that, we can infer that there is some rotation in there. Thus, the radar indicated tornado warning right now. So this still a ways away from where Tevin is right now. It's just about to go over Interstate 295 here in Jacksonville. But as it continues its northerly trek, eventually getting to Jacksonville by about the top of the hour, roughly speaking, 5:06 or so there. But before that, got a lot of the suburbs to the south that it has to go through. Again, we're talking about, more than about 700,000 people within this tornado warning right here. And again, going all the way up, if it does hold together, it'll get up closer to the airport there. So again, a tornado warning we're tracking right now here in Florida, and we're going to get to Tevin in a moment. There's also a tornado warning in Georgia as well. In fact, a couple of tornado warnings we can see right here, and this all associated with the overall spin with Tropical Storm Elsa right now. Emmanuel County here, including Summertown, this tornado warning also in effect until the top of the hour. So now currently there are 3 tornado warnings, and then another one just to the east of this, just slightly southeast of the other one, still in Emmanuel County until 4:45. And this one also radar indicated. And when you look a little bit closer in here, try to determine where that spin might be, right in here and perhaps right in there. And so 2 back to back here near Twin City, and Garfield as well, this particular tornado warning. But again, there are 2 in Emmanuel County, and these 2 are among the 3 that we are currently tracking right now, associated again with the overall spin with Tropical Storm Elsa. And then right here, this Jacksonville and the storm right in here is what has the tornado warning associated with it. Again, this storm is moving to the north, and in Jacksonville downtown, Molly, around 5 o'clock or so is when we should be seeing the meat of that storm.
Some dangerous storms with Elsa, but also some dangerous storms in the northeast right now. We have a lot of lightning and a lot of storms across Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, all the way down into Baltimore, and including up into Massachusetts, moving into the Springfield area. Very, very electric storms this afternoon, making them incredibly dangerous to be out in them, as well as the heavy rainfall, which will hurt the visibility if you're out on the roadways. This moving into the Stockbridge area as well as Great Barrington. 4:45 is when this warning goes until local time, moving a little bit closer to Springfield. So Springfield, you're dry right now, but this is all pushing in your direction. Russell, Southwick, as well as Westfield, severe thunderstorm warning until 5. Also moving over into the Haverville area, as well as Lawrence and Peabody. That's where we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30 this evening. A lot going on in the northeast, and this will just continue for the next couple of hours. Within this warning, we could have lightning, really gusty winds along the I-95 corridor, some very heavy rain, and potentially within the strongest storms that we see this afternoon and evening, we could have some quarter-sized to even half-dollar-sized hail. Just look at this mess going around along the Pittsburgh area. We have a lot of warnings. I don't even know if we'll be able to get to all of them. But if you live near Pittsburgh or in the western half of Pennsylvania, just be prepared for some rough weather this afternoon. Even a flash flood warning ongoing just to the south of Pittsburgh, and does include portions of Pittsburgh. And timing this out, you can see all of these pushing off to the north, moving into the Newcastle area around 4:57, Youngstown 4:14 for you local time, eventually into Hubbard around 5:21 Eastern time. These are very dangerous storms again, gusty winds 60 to even 70 miles per hour. Lightning, the visibility with the rain is going to be a problem, and even up into the Cleveland area, pushing out of Cleveland across I-271. So we want to send it back to Chris. We got a lot of warnings going on and also a lot with Elsa as well.
Yeah, and associated with Elsa, a tornado warning in Jacksonville right now. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning, and you have to trust it because there's so much rain around. You're not likely to see it. And right in here is where the likely tornado is. And you can see right about here. And it's moving to the north around 30 miles an hour. And as it's moving in this direction, notice all of the rain that is out ahead of it. So right there, it looks like a little bit more of an obvious signature here for parts of Duval County. It's already crossed Interstate 295, and as we watch it, it looks like it's getting a little bit stronger in its rotation, with the winds right here going toward the radar, winds going away from the radar, likely in there. Take shelter right now here in Duval County, south of Jacksonville.
The Bissell Cross.
All right, breaking news right now. We want to get you caught up to speed with a tornado warning for portions of Duval County, Florida. I'm meteorologist Tevin Woon, live for you from Jacksonville, Florida. This brief spin up, as it's called, does come along with tropical entities. Of course, today is Tropical Storm Elsa. I do want to let you know we are in a safe place. We do have our fallout shelter for myself and our crew just steps away. So we're doing this from a safe location. But if you are in this tornado warning, you too need to be in your safe location right now. This tornado warned storm is moving towards the north and northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So between Jacksonville and downtown, which is right over here, it points towards the east and southeast near Neptune Beach, Jacksonville Beach, and also Atlantic Beach. You need to take your tornado precautions. Again, a tornado warned storm right now for portions of Duval County. This tornado warning goes until 5 o'clock Eastern time today. So no other 10 to 12 minutes or so to go as we go throughout the course of the evening here. And I don't think this is the only spin up we'll see. There are certainly more coming along with the squall, with one of multiple squalls that we see sort of on the spokes, if you will, of Tropical Storm Elsa. Look at the heavy dump of rainfall that we see right now. The St. Johns Bay is a little bit more perturbed, and you can see those waves starting to pick up. They're not the strongest as they've been all day. Earlier today, I was seeing some whitecaps, but what does this heavy rainfall do? It does reduce the visibility. It's a bit more difficult to make out the downtown skyline right now. This is one tornado warned storm earlier today, Chris. We had an EF0 that was reported out of Columbia County to our west near Lake City. Chris?
All right, Tevin, thank you so much. Want to get you caught up with the tornado warning that Tevin was just talking about here. So as we look at the storm, the Tropical Storm Elsa, which is helping to contribute to the tornado threat that we're currently watching right now, the storm is still moving to the north around 14 miles an hour, still waiting. This is the 2 o'clock advisory from the National Hurricane Center, the intermediate advisory, still waiting for the 5 o'clock advisory, which eventually will be coming in. It'll be in by 5. But this is the tornado warning right here. And this one, it's pretty much where the arrow is. It's pretty much pointing right to where Tevin is. See, he's right next to that dot along the St. Johns River in downtown Jacksonville. And the storm itself is moving up to the north around 30 miles an hour. And if the rotation, where we think the rotation is, stays on track, it should just go to the east of Tevin. So if there is a tornado, Tevin might not be able to see it because of all of the rain that's around, but if he does, he will be looking off to the left down the St. Johns River at it, going right by him. If it does stay on this trajectory, and you can see where right in here, where that rotation is, and so on the path that it's going, up in this direction. So if Tevin were to look to his left, he would be going and then seeing it go by in that direction. That's how close we're talking to where it is right now. And so again, if it does go along that, but if you're anywhere in this red outlined area, take cover right now. So we're talking about downtown Jacksonville, eastern part of town, and to the north as well. Again, so if this does hold together, we're looking at Spring Glen eventually within a matter of minutes. Arlington as well by around the top of the hour, say around 5:03, and then about 5:09 to Newcastle after that. So again, here's the storm coming up. A lot of rain. We saw when we were talking to Tevin just how heavy that rain is here at the moment. And as we look here, again, a tornado warning currently in effect here for Duval County. This tornado warning is in effect until 5 o'clock, so another 7 minutes or so. And heavy rain associated with this. You're not likely to see the actual tornado. But let's go back and see what the conditions are like, because the radar is showing some very heavy rain, and Tevin certainly is coming down right now.
Yeah, Chris, it is coming down in buckets right now. This is one of the tropical downpours in the squall lines that are embedded within Tropical Storm Elsa. This is downtown Jacksonville right here. The St. Johns River, of course, is still wavy here. There are not a lot of whitecaps right now, but one thing that I am noticing, if we were to look, I can't take you there right now, but I'll describe it to you. If we were to look about a mile off, you would quite literally be able to see the stadium that the Jaguars play at. You can't see that right now because of the heavy rainfall and because of the reduced visibility that's come through. The winds have started to subside somewhat, not by a lot, but somewhat here. So that lets me know that maybe that rotation has either lifted or sort of moved towards the north and east just a little bit more and pulled us away from that strongest rotation that we're starting to see though. But still that tornado warning till 5 o'clock today for portions of Duval County. The other thing that we've had to watch out for today, of course, the slick roadways in and around the city. There's a lot of heavy rainfall. You're talking about rainfall rates between 1 inch to maybe even 1.5 inches, or in some spots 2 inches per hour. That's a heavy dump of rain in a short amount of time that leads to ponding on the roadways at the very least, but in several spots, not just here in northeastern Florida, but all across the state. We've seen roads that are near impassable to get through because of the water that started to pile up, and as quickly as it starts, it also stops and lessens a little bit, but don't let that fool you. You can have a dry slot in a tropical entity. That doesn't necessarily mean it will maintain or be prolonged or sustained. That just happens intermittently here or there. So where do we go from later on to today? Well, we still have that tornado watch until 8 p.m., so there may be more warnings as we go throughout the day. So anytime you hear a tornado watch, what does that mean? Well, watch out for more tornadoes, watch out for more tornado warnings. But once you get that warning, you need to be in your safe place or just steps away. And I do want to let you guys know, because of that tornado warning and how close of proximity that we too are steps away from our safe shelter. But we're doing this, of course, to show you at home what it's like to sort of go through conditions like that. And Chris, I'm sure you can hear it. Yep. Here we go with a northern tornado warning. I think this might just be extending the current one that was issued. Chris?
Hey, Tevin, is that one of your own devices that we're hearing?
Yeah, so I've got one in my ear that you can probably hear, and then one that sometimes I try not to get wet, because you never know, water resistance isn't necessarily waterproof. But since you just brought that up, we do have that tornado warning that goes until 5:30 now. So they've extended it in coverage and also in time as well for portions of Yulee and Italia, Florida, until 5:30. So the other hazards that come along with tornado warned storms, Chris, is also the chance of some hail. But I think overall that hail risk is low because we have a warm core system, not a cold core system.
And Tevin, one more thing here. This isn't.
Look at that. Look at that.
It's
Can
coming
you hear
down.
this? Can we just stop and listen to this for a second? Yeah. I mean, this is just insane to go through in a matter of minutes. And then it starts, and then it stops, and then it starts again, and then it stops. So for the folks thinking that, you're going to get on the roadway today and it's going to be a cakewalk, that's not necessarily the case. Chris?
Yeah, and Tevin, one more thing real quick is that the new tornado warning, it's the same storm that had the previous tornado warning in Duval County. It's tagged as observed. Now, as you look down the St. Johns River here, what's your visibility like? How far can you see? I mean, it's like, I feel like it would have to be right on top of you to be able to see a tornado.
Yeah, these are very hard to make out in a situation like this. Oftentimes you hear us say the tornado may be rain wrapped, which means you have a high precip supercell or a high precip rotation at times. And because there's such a large amount of water vapor in the atmosphere, you do get rainfall. You aren't necessarily able to see that rotation. So I've had to watch my radar extremely closely such that I could see it at least from the observation of a radar's perspective, but not necessarily visibly with my own eyes, because as you can make out across the river, it's very hard to see the O in Wells Fargo on that tower there, or even the Hyatt Regency, which the only reason I know what that is because I saw it just about 30 to 45 minutes or so ago. So Chris, you're talking about visibility that's down to, I would say, a quarter of a mile or less in some cases.
All right, meteorologist Tevin Wooten, thank you so much. Reporting right now, we've not heard the last from Tevin. He is well within an area where there is currently a tornado warning in effect associated with the overall circulation from Tropical Storm Elsa. Weather Underground's taken over right now, tracking Elsa and the tornado threat. For that, let's go to meteorologist Mike Bettis.
All right, thank you so much, Chris. And yes, we have our round-the-clock coverage right now of Tropical Storm Elsa producing severe weather for us right now, including that tornado warning along the first coast here of Florida. Thanks for being with us. I'm Mike Bettis. Be joined by our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, as well. There's a look at where Elsa is, now crossing over into Georgia right now. Still a tropical storm, but look at those intense bands for us right now, including that really intense band producing a tornado around the capital. So right there in Jacksonville, tornado warning in effect for us right now. That warning has been extended until 5:30 Eastern time, and a storm that may be rolling right through Jacksonville. We do have some really intense rain bands right now, so you won't be able to see this one necessarily, but what we want you to keep you up to date on is find a safer spot in your home. I know a lot of us don't have basements, right? But an interior room on the ground level of your home is a very safe place to go because that will offer you the most protection from this storm. Again, away from windows, away from exterior walls. We zoom down close here, and what you'll end up noticing is in Duval and Nassau counties, we're under a tornado warning until 5:30. Observed tornado report. Again, I'm not real sure. Chris is making this point. I'm not exactly sure who observed this because it's completely soaking rain right now, so it'd be a totally rain-wrapped tornado at this point. But nonetheless, we have a tornado warning that's in effect for us right now. And looking at that radar, ton of rain coming out of this. Rainfall rates exceeding an inch an hour right now. Hard to pick out any discernible rotation at the moment. There's a lot stronger earlier, maybe a little bit of rotation there, just coming across 229 at this point and headed toward maybe the east side of Jacksonville or southeast side of Jacksonville for us this evening. So please encourage you right now to get to a safe spot as quickly as you can to protect yourself. So get down low, protect your head and your neck. So is it a closet? Is it as a bathroom? Is it a hallway? Those are all places that are safe for you if you're away from windows. Arlington, Eastport, and Dunn Creek, all locations that could be affected. Let's get some ground truth right now from meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who is in Jacksonville. Tell us what you're seeing, Tevin.
Well, Mike, good afternoon to you. I am seeing some of the strongest rain I have seen thus far from Tropical Storm Elsa. We flew into Jacksonville yesterday. We knew it would be on the east side of the storm, and we knew that there was going to be that threat of flooding here and flooding rainfall coming along with Tropical Storm Elsa because of the way of the topography of this city, but also its proximity as all this water from Elsa and the rainfall pushes into the St. Johns River, which is right here. We're in downtown. You can't quite tell because of the heavy rainfall right now. Several of the buildings in downtown Jacksonville have been encompassed and encased in not only heavy rainfall, but also in some low clouds as well. We are under a tornado warning storm for the next 30 minutes or so. I do want to let you at home, and I want to let all the folks in the control room know we are broadcasting from a safe spot. Our fallout shelter just steps away should we need it. But if you are under that tornado warning, if you are in that red polygon, you too should practice the utmost safety and get to your safe place right now. The winds are starting to pick up. I think we've seen in Metro Jacksonville close to 33-mile-per-hour gusts. But radar estimates on the couplet right now with this tornado warning storm between 40 and 50 miles per hour. That coming along with Tropical Storm Elsa. Earlier today, we had an EF0 reported tornado in Columbia County. That's to our west, just off of I-10. There were several trees down. You're talking about 20 to 30 live oaks down and portions of State Route 228. And then also, unfortunately, with trees coming down just a couple of hours ago, one person died after 2 cars were hit by a tree that came down. But that's just one of the threats that you have to watch out for. That happened along Roosevelt Road in Jacksonville. That's one of the threats you have to watch out for. And earlier today, I was concerned because the grounds had already been saturated and completely soggy from June's rainfall and from rainfall from the beginning of the year to today. And then we're getting this on top of that. So we are at a surplus right now, and certainly going to be adding to that surplus. I think we've probably already seen it. I would just estimate here, just by looking at the rainfall rates on the radar, perhaps another inch to an inch and a half so far, and there's still a long way to go. This tornado-warned storm is moving towards the north at about 30 miles per hour, but just look at this heavy rainfall. The wind is picking up, so in some spots it's carrying it off towards the north here. This is towards the south and east. So you're talking about the winds carrying everything towards the north, ultimately towards the center of this cyclone, about 120 to 130 miles to our north and northwest here. So now you're talking about central Georgia for the core, or middle Georgia for the core of Tropical Storm Elsa. But this is how far-reaching its impacts have been and how far-reaching its impacts continue to be as we go throughout portions of the day here. But it doesn't stop here. This is a storm that will continue to stretch, continue to tap into that tropical DNA, not just across the coastal plains of Georgia, into the Outer Banks of North Carolina, into the DMV, and ultimately through portions of New England as well. So we're in this for the long haul here at the Weather Channel. Our coverage doesn't stop here or doesn't end here. It continues going just as Tropical Storm Elsa has here. And this heavy dump of rainfall, now I'm seeing the St. Johns River start to see the waves pick up a little bit more, and occasionally at points it's almost like a curtain of rain just coming through. Someone's trying to close the curtain. We're certainly not closing the curtains just yet on Tropical Storm Elsa. And here we go again, a heavy gust of rainfall, or a heavy burst of wind right now. And I just saw a splash though of water from the St. Johns River right along the boardwalk. So that lets me know now we've got a rocky river situation. Now we've got more waves starting to pick up, that because of the wind. So again, we're still not done just yet from Tropical Storm Elsa. Some maybe 2 to 4 inches of rainfall to go from this heavy downpour. And that's the sitch anytime you get into a tropical situation, or that's the sort of the gist once you get into a tropical situation. And Mike, you know this all too well. You may think, oh, 1 to 3 inches of rainfall. That's just sort of a widespread forecast. Anytime you get a tropical downpour, especially for the folks in Florida, where this could happen on an average summer day, you can pick up between 3 and 5 inches of rainfall, and that's sort of coming to fruition right now. And as we get ready to send it back to you, Mike, as things start to lessen up here, I'm actually able to notice some of the boats, some of the homes. Downtown is starting to clear out here. The stadium, TIAA Bank Stadium is starting to clear on out. And the Wells Fargo Tower, you can see that now. So that is how quickly something like this can happen. It starts in a flash, and it ends seemingly in a flash as well. Mike?
Yeah, a lot going on for us for sure. And then and to your point, with the heavy rain, we'll be watching for some street flooding as well. Tevin, thank you for the update there from Jacksonville. Again, we've got a tornado warning right now in the Jacksonville area. Really distinct rotation on this, about 15 minutes or so ago. But I got to be honest with you, a lot of that rotation has, at least on the radar, not been recognizable in the last couple of minutes here. But there's the big circulation. Elsa sitting right in there, the center of it, and you can see these bands that extend off of that. And within those bands is where we're seeing the big convection happening, the big thunderstorms that are happening right now. Huge amounts of rain coming through Jacksonville at this point, as Tevin was adequately showing us there on the live shot there. But Duval and Nassau counties clearly under a tornado warning. That goes until 5:30 this evening. There was some big time rotation down in here near I-95 pushing this direction up to the east side of Jacksonville. No longer can necessarily see any rotation on the radar. At least you would be looking for kind of a bright green and a bright red right next to each other. I don't see that anywhere at this point. It would likely be, the rotation would be about right up in here at this point, but I don't really see anything right now. And it'd be a real close view from the radar as well, but don't really see that right now. Having said that, if you're in Gilmore or Eastport or in Dunn Creek, there's all places where you want to find a safe place, and that's going to be ground level of your home, not on the second floor, not on the third floor. Get down to the first floor and get inside an interior room away from windows. That'll be a hallway, a closet, a bathroom. Those will all be safe places for you. Then we're going to go a little bit farther north here. These storms no longer severe thunderstorm warned, but around Adrian and Swainsboro and Garfield, Georgia, some pretty intense storms here, and those storms not at this point producing severe weather, but tornadoes are possible at any of these exterior bands associated with Tropical Storm Elsa. But let's get the very latest on that tropical storm. We have a new advisory for the Hurricane Center. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, with that.
Yeah, Mike, the center of Elsa has now crossed into southern Georgia, and the maximum sustained winds have come down to 45 miles an hour. But as we've seen yesterday, we have gusts that are a lot stronger than that. And over land, the difference between the sustained wind and the gusts can be a bit higher. So don't think you can't have wind gusts a lot higher than the 45 miles an hour. We still have onshore flow into the Big Bend area of Florida, but the tropical storm and storm surge warnings have come down there. But it's still pretty east loaded, causing the severe weather and the flooding here from Valdosta over to Jacksonville. It's about to get really, really rainy in Savannah. And again, the impacts will extend well outside of this cone. It'll be accelerating northeastward, maybe not even as a tropical storm somewhere along the way, but in a couple of days becomes non-tropical. But it will be affecting millions of people with wind and water all the way through the New England area through the end of this week. And so now we've got tropical storm watches that extend all the way up into the Long Island and New England area. We'll get those plotted for you as soon as the Weather Service offices populate those. But the watches have been extended northeastward from what you see here. We still have the warnings that go through Savannah and Charleston. Now, the timing is such that, in a place like Charleston, you could get the winds of tropical storm force arriving in the early AM hours tomorrow. Place like Norfolk, Virginia, it could be this time tomorrow evening. So this will be a fast mover. We have the flood watches, and for good reason here in North Florida and southern Georgia, but we also have flood watches that have been posted from Raleigh up into the New York City area and a lot of big cities in between. So we've got some water problems to contend with. Let's focus on the area where the center of circulation is in here, where we've had a lot of wind gusts over 30, even 40 miles an hour near the center, but also over in Jacksonville here at the Naval Air Station, gusting over 40 miles an hour. And the gusts will be on the increase off the Atlantic here in Brunswick and Savannah, Georgia. Switching over to the radar, you can see this is where we've had the tornado warnings and the downed trees and the fatalities, unfortunately. But we've got a lot of rain, so we've got flash flood warnings here in the Valdosta, Georgia area. And flood warnings. Maybe the water isn't rising that rapidly, but we've got a lot of water problems in Jacksonville and over back to the Florida Big Bend area. And the Valdosta area near the Florida-Georgia border, that's where the heaviest rains have fallen, about a half a foot over the last 6 hours. We've still got the warning there for Valdosta till 7:30. Considerable threat of flash flooding. And there's also the warning right there on the Florida border heading down to Madison, Florida. That's till 6:45. And look at some of these reports with the water flooding San Bernardino Way in Valdosta. We got flash flooding in Clyattville, and in Lake Park, a road is closed due to flooding, and we've had a lot of wind as well. Tree reported down in Dasher, 25 to 30 trees and power lines down in Madison, Florida. So this is kind of where the circulation center has been going, and that's going to be an ongoing threat. So it's been Jacksonville, but it's also been in the Valdosta and Madison areas. Now, all this heavy rain that's training over northeastern Florida has led to the flood warning that's in effect for the Jacksonville area westward and northward till 6 p.m. Again, turn around, don't drown applies there. There's the report of the fatalities. But look at the Mayport gust of 52 miles an hour. McClenny, we have a lot of trees down and power out in the city. And in Maxville, trees knocked down both lanes of State Road 228. So we've got mainly two problems right now, Mike, and that is trees coming down and water covering roads, and it's about to get worse in a place like Savannah in just a little bit.
All right, Dr. Knabb, thanks so much for that. I want to bring you the update on this city by city so you know what to anticipate as this storm rolls in, because for a lot of you, the weather goes downhill from this point going forward, or what you're under right now may actually improve for you a little bit. All right, let's take you up into the Georgia, South Carolina area. This is the state line right here, okay? And watch as the storm then pulls northbound here. So a Statesboro or Savannah by about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. More thunderstorms for you. That will include a place like Hilton Head. Then those storms sticking with us for several hours, rolling through the low country, the Grand Strand, Charleston. You get hit overnight early in the morning by about 7 o'clock or so. The storms start to move north of you at this point, but plenty of rain will be headed through South Carolina, then eventually North Carolina. Then even notice as the storm is pulling away, trailing bands could come off of this and still hit us tomorrow evening. So tomorrow, 5 o'clock, notice more storms now, say Charleston over towards Statesboro. Be watching for a line there, and not completely gone until sometime early Friday morning. So we could be in this for a little while here. There could be some pockets, especially short term here. I'm talking the next maybe 6 to 8 hours where you've got some really heavy rain here. It could include I-16, Hinesville to Statesboro over towards Savannah, 2 to 3 inch rainfall anticipated for you. Then, of course, there's going to be some wind. Winds this evening, 25 to 30 miles per hour, so it's not going to be a fun night at all. Maybe gusting as high as 40 out here in a place like Hilton Head or Savannah where you have a little bit less friction, a little bit more exposed to the water here. And then going through the early morning hours tomorrow, even if you're close to that center now, a place like Orangeburg could be looking at wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. So the heavy rain, saturated soil, trees could be toppling over. We're going to back off on the winds midday tomorrow. They come down significantly for us. Then the storm rolls up through North Carolina. So here we go, Myrtle Beach early in the morning. Wilmington, you get the storms by mid-morning here. Then the storm's likely to exit by maybe around rush hour, just before rush hour, and clearing out later in the day. But again, with trailing thunderstorms that come back in on Friday morning. We certainly know that one threat from Elsa is going to be that water. The waves really crashing here on the pier at Horseshoe Beach, and the storm surge washing over the roadways here. Dr. Knabb coming back with us here to talk a little bit more about the water here, Dr. Knabb. Would there be more places that you'd be concerned about surge, and what about the rainfall flooding?
Well, the Big Bend area of Florida, it's winding down. We still could get 1 to 2 feet of saltwater flooding there, the Horseshoe Beach area, Keaton Beach, this area right here, because we still have an onshore flow. But the storm surge warnings come down because we're below that 3-foot threshold. But you can start to get the sense that we're having some onshore flow into the southeast coast. So, you know, a very flood-prone place like Charleston, South Carolina, could be dealing with not only a little bit of onshore push that could cause some minor coastal flooding from saltwater all on its own, but then the combination of that with rain-induced flash flooding as we get into the early morning hours tomorrow. So Charleston, one place we're concerned about. But then it goes north from there tomorrow night into Friday morning, the very flood-prone Hampton Roads area, and getting up into the big cities of the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast and New England, where as Elsa's departing on Friday, we could have some locally heavy rains and some flash flooding. Just to give you a sense of how this is going to play out, just because it's over land doesn't mean we aren't going to have potentially some strong winds and a little bit of coastal flooding along the coastlines of South Carolina and North Carolina. And then look at this onshore flow and heavy rainfall for a lot of the big cities in the Northeast on Friday. The weekend will be better, though.
Cracked windshield.
Around here, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
I love to watch the waves after a storm. The storm can be long gone, but the waves just keep going.
Ask my history teacher where to go to college. He said, go where you like the weather. Best advice I've ever gotten.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
All right, we want to get you the latest information on a tornado-warned storm for portions of Duval County. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. Welcome back into Weather Underground as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. Yes, with tropical entities, you get heavy rainfall, you get strong winds, and you can also get spin-ups as well that do lead to tornadoes. Now, the National Weather Service office, Jacksonville, already tweeting out, yes, they've seen reports of debris, but as this storm passes, as it becomes a bit more safe, they'll go out and do a damage assessment to actually decide on if there's a tornado or there's straight line winds. confirms to what extent that tornado may have occurred. But we do know, if we can pull up the radar really quickly, I'll just show you that couplet is still starting to lift, so that is certainly some good news. However, that tornado warning is still there until about 5:30 Eastern time. I think the National Weather Service will likely allow that to expire. But we did sort of see on correlation coefficient some sort of debris signature on radar showing up. That was right around 4:55, just to the south and east of downtown Jacksonville, which is right where we are along the St. Johns River here. Visibility starting to look a little bit better right now, but I don't want the folks to think at home, or especially in the Jacksonville area, to think this is it. We are under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock Eastern time this evening. Dr. Nabin, to you.
All right, thank you, Tevin, so much. It is always the case, isn't it, that the center of circulation isn't always the center of the danger. And we've had that notorious right front quadrant cause problems again in Jacksonville. The motion is this way, and here we are in that quadrant. That's where the tornado warnings have been, it's where a lot of downed trees have been, and we've had a lot of flooding. And Elsa's always been kind of right-loaded, and it certainly is today. Now, it's centered just across the Florida border into southern Georgia. Max winds at 45 miles an hour, and we've got a lot of places that are under a variety of warnings and watches. And the tropical storm watches have actually been extended all the way up to Nantucket and Cape Cod. And so a lot of coastal areas could be dealing with possibly sustained winds of tropical storm force, but we've got a lot of you who have gustiness even outside of a tropical storm condition. It's still gusting 25 to 30 miles an hour all the way down to Tampa in that onshore flow behind the storm. But the really strong winds and the heaviest rain are, near where the circulation center is, and Valdosta has been gusting, 30, 40 miles an hour, and we've got gusts to 40 miles an hour over on the coast near Jacksonville. The winds will be increasing all the way up to Savannah, already gusting to 28, and we've got new flash flood warnings that are still in effect in the Valdosta area. And if you switch over to where all the flood warnings are, we now have them extended from Jacksonville northward to near Brunswick and Waycross along I-95. It's a bad night to be driving along I-95 near the Florida-Georgia border. That's where we've had some very heavy rain in Jacksonville, but the Valdosta area near Madison, Florida, that's where the heaviest rains have fallen today. The rain is starting to exit, but we've still got a flash flood warning in Valdosta till 7:30 local time. It will take time for that water to drain. Same thing for Madison, Florida. A flash flood warning till 6:45 local time. A number of reports of water-covered roads in Valdosta and Lake Park with some roads that are actually closed, and a lot of downed trees and wind gusts over 40 miles an hour. And then, of course, all the problems that we're having in the Jacksonville area, got that flood warning west of there. But, Mike, I think next to get the heavy rain and the strong winds in a big metro area would be Savannah, and then overnight Charleston.
Yeah, a lot of different places downstream here that are going to be in harm's way for sure. How about this? The storm surge that pushed ashore this morning as Elsa drove north past Cedar Key, Florida, and then off the coast of northwest Florida. The maximum elevation here, believe it or not, of some of the islands, only about 10 feet. So it really doesn't take a lot of surge to cause some flooding. Fortunately, though, Elsa's surge only causing some minor flooding and only for a brief amount of time around midday today. So we're looking for improving conditions, and certainly heading into tomorrow, a little bit more sunshine coming your way as well. Won't that be nice? And the water's going to calm significantly. All right, let's show you what happens as we go forward in time here. Watching for some flooding now. That will include here through the Research Triangle. So Raleigh, Durham, we're going to be hit by some flooding potentially. Flash flood risk goes up through Richmond, up through Baltimore, through Delaware, the Delmarva, Philly, almost all here now of New Jersey could be at flood risk here, and then including New York City as well. Here's a look at the European model depiction of where the center is going to go over Greensboro tomorrow, and then coming up through the Hampton Roads area, skimming out here along the Jersey Shore. Could be by Friday morning right over, at least the center of circulation, right over Atlantic City, going out here through Long Island, up through Boston, could literally hit us right in Atlantic City, could come right over Hartford, could come right over Boston, then extending up toward Portland, Bar Harbor, and on your way up into Canada. System then exiting by Saturday. You take a look at the GFS model, it does something actually pretty similar. So we're pretty confident the track here. It may go just a little bit farther off to the east here, but you get the overall flare. And then ultimately here, come the weekend, just about everyone should be clearing out. Stick with us, more coverage after this.
Your mission.
biggest concern here is obviously flooding and storm surge.
Welcome back, everyone, for our continuing coverage here of Tropical Storm Elsa. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis will be joined in just a moment by hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knabb. We are tracking Elsa, which made landfall this morning and the north coast here of Florida. I want to give you the latest of what we know right now. More than 21,000 customers in Florida are without power right now. Power crews in the Northeast already working to restore power from storms that hit there last night. They're prepping now for Elsa's wind and the arrival coming late Thursday and into Friday. And Georgia Governor Brian Kemp declaring a state of emergency for 92 counties in the southeastern part of the state. Yes, by the way, if you didn't know, there are a lot of counties in Georgia, 92 just in the southeastern portion of that state. So a lot to cover for you here. Let's bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, talk a little bit more about what's going on with Elsa. Farther inland now, Dr. Knabb, the center of circulation now moving into Georgia.
Yeah, and it's really been packing a punch in terms of wind gusts that have been bringing down trees and heavy rainfall that has been causing flooded roads, some of which have been closed. So just because it makes landfall doesn't mean it just goes away and doesn't cause any trouble. The max sustained winds on latest advisory at 45 miles an hour, very few folks are going to see that, but a lot of people are going to get gusts above 40, even 50 miles an hour, both inland and along the Atlantic coastline. And you see how right-loaded it still is. Now, we're still gusty, and we still got 1 to 2 feet of storm surge ongoing here in portions of the Florida Big Bend, gusting over 30 miles an hour, even to 28 still down in Tampa. Gainesville gusting to 35. So, now we're getting into the range where, trees can be brought down, and we've had gusts in the 40 to 50 mile an hour range a lot recently. Jacksonville Naval Air Station still gusting to 40. Valdosta has gone calm for the moment as the center of circulation is nearby, and winds are on the increase to the north and east. Savannah gusting to 28. But look at all that rain. And now we've got a new flood warning that has been issued here from Jacksonville near St. Augustine all the way up to near Brunswick and Waycross, Georgia. So that whole I-95 corridor, Jacksonville to Brunswick, under a flood warning until 7:15 local time. Either way, turn around, don't drown. It is raining really hard right there near I-95. The radar is estimating 3-inch per hour rain rates, and we saw those reflectivities. Not a surprise. So when it comes down that hard, it is going to cause some flooding problems. And just to the west of there, it includes the west part of the Jacksonville Metro going north and west from there along I-10 westward. Flood warning till 6 local time. And we've had a number of reports of water-covered roads. Highway 94 in Taylor up near the border. An Ellerby water-covered road near Clet Harvey Road. That's near I-10. And that's just a sampling, and there's got to be other areas where you're going to run into water-covered roads. Turn around, don't drown. Don't get your car stalled. It's at least going to be an expensive repair bill, and then authorities would have to come rescue you. They got plenty else to do, so don't give them anything else to do, because we've had a lot of downed trees. Mayport gusted to 52 miles an hour. McClenny has a lot of power out in the city. Maxville, trees knocked down. And then, of course, as Tevin reported earlier, the trees down, the fatalities in Jacksonville. And it's still near the center of circulation. We've still got the flash flood warning and the downed trees in the Valdosta area. So it just goes to show you, Tevin, you don't have to be anywhere near the circulation center to be in the center of the danger. And a lot of it has been not far from where you're standing today.
Dr. Knabb, that's right. The National Weather Service Jacksonville office just tweeting out a couple of moments ago. There are several reports of trees down and power outages as well between University and I-95. That after a possible tornado moved through right around the 5 o'clock hour. And now we're noticing the power outages are starting to add up. In Duval County, we've got about 10,000 folks without power, 10,000 customers without power. In the entire state of Florida, that number at about 30,000. So Duval County holding a third of the power outages right now for the entire state. Some other places that do include Nassau County, which has between 1,000 and 2,000 power outages. So even after that tornado warning storm has lifted, the National Weather Service, those offices, they'll go out and sort of survey or examine some of the damage to possibly determine what they saw, not only on radar, but what they see with their eyes and what some of the residents here saw. Of course, still plenty of folks will be dealing with Tropical Storm Elsa in the hours and in the days to come. We'll time that out on the other side of this break. You're watching Weather Underground.
Kids.
Saturated ground, intense winds can mean a lot of this. Trees down, this one falling right onto a car in Brandon, Florida. Fortunately, it happened overnight. No one in the vehicle at the time, so the damage pricey, but the good thing is that nobody is injured. All right, so Tropical Storm Elsa making landfall early this morning. Right now, a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm rolling its way from Florida into Georgia now. North movement at 14 miles per hour. You can see it where all the storms are, basically north and east side of this system. And as of last advisory, 115 miles outside of Brunswick, Georgia at this point. We do have a tornado watch, and in fact, we have some tornado warnings earlier around Jacksonville. Those have since expired, but from basically I-75 north, we're going to have some issues here. So pay attention here the next several hours for the opportunity for tornadoes. They won't be frequent. They'll be infrequent, but in some of those exterior bands of the tropical storm, that's where we run that risk of tornadoes. Tropical storm warnings still remain in effect here, extending all the way through the South Carolina coastline here. Tropical storm watches then at the North Carolina coast, all the way up, by the way, into coastal Massachusetts here. So that's the track of the storm, and likely to see, especially out here closer to the water, some higher gusts in other locations, or maybe even right near the center. But there might be a bit of a lull in between. So less friction out here, more opportunities for higher winds, and then closer to the core, more opportunity for high winds. But going through tomorrow evening, maybe tomorrow around this time, we could be just around or just under tropical storm strength rolling through, I say, the research triangle, maybe even re-strengthening or potentially becoming more of an extratropical system or post-tropical system, as the winds could potentially increase. If you get any more water in the area, out over open water, you maybe have an opportunity here for the winds to pick up a little bit, or maybe some opportunity here for it to mix with high pressure and create a tighter pressure gradient and higher winds. There's a look at how much rain we're likely to see here. Cedar Key up toward Charleston, heavier rain and more likelihood to see flooding there through tomorrow morning than other locations, again, with that east side loaded tropical storm. We know that Charleston, South Carolina, truly no stranger to flooding at all. Heavy rain does it, storm surge does it, high tide does it, then a combination of all those can do it. City officials telling the Weather Channel the city's emergency responders and utility crews are ready.
Right now, we've got our kind of our usual suspects standing by. Our fire, police, public service folks, our stormwater department is standing by. We've got portable dewatering pumps that we have placed already around the city, with another one on the way if we need it. And we're just sort of kind of in a wait and see. We expect we're going to activate our Public Safety Operations Center this evening.
All right, so let's bring in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, talk a little bit more about the water threats that are still to come here, Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, if you are in South Carolina, just take a look down the coast and see what's happening in Georgia and North Florida with all of these flood warnings and downed trees to get a sense of what is coming your way. We've got flood warnings over a large area, Jacksonville, northward into Waycross and Brunswick and into Valdosta. And we're already getting some of the coastal problems to manifest themselves. Look at this report here from Tybee Island. Multiple rip currents occurred between noon and 4 p.m. Thankfully, for the most part, people staying out of the water, so they didn't have to do any rescues. But the ocean is angry, even if the weather isn't all that bad yet. But in Savannah, it will be getting a lot worse later tonight. Look at the future radar, the model depiction by 10 o'clock tonight. It will really be coming down hard. And you remember with Tropical Storm Danny, the flooding and the lightning that we had. This one's probably going to be even a little bit more potent. And then Charleston, then it gets real there. After midnight, but before breakfast is when the heaviest rain will probably fall. We'll have a little bit of onshore push as well. And this might be pretty close to the time of high tide, too. So when you get up in the morning, don't just start driving without taking a look to see what routes might be closed, what flooding might have occurred, and it might take a while into the day for things to drain. Then Wilmington, North Carolina will get in on it as we go through the evening. And then there's the trailing band that could be going through Charleston tomorrow night. So we got flood problems for the Carolinas and for Hampton Roads tomorrow, and then even up into New England on Friday night. Mike?
for that. We also know that heavy rain causing some serious problems in South Texas. The streets here filling with water, drivers plowing right through that. Really tough situation here. The Texas Division of Emergency Management has put state resources on standby to help in these flooded areas, including urban search and rescue teams and boat teams. Some really significant rain has come down for us here, and we have flash flood emergencies right now. Aransas and Refugio counties right now, including Ostwell, Fulton, Rockport. Those are all places where at this point you kind of want to shelter in place unless the water is rising. You want to escape from the water up, okay? Considerable threat for us right now. The rain is backing off a little bit in Rockport, but it's not done. But at this point, you're going to have residual flooding, and it may take a while for these floodwaters to recede for you. Look at the storms that have lined up out here into the Gulf of Mexico, and you can see kind of broad spin that's happening in the atmosphere right now. So right in here, you can generally see how everything is rotating in this direction, right? So you're not getting a lot of movement out of this. So stagnant storms truly can be the worst, and they can be deadly, unfortunately. Very likely to still see some flooding here in coastal Texas from Brownsville up past Victoria for us here through Friday morning. So tomorrow through Friday, likely to shift that a little bit farther north now, Corpus Christi up through Victoria and then Freeport. Make sure you're monitoring water levels near creeks and streams and be careful on those roads. Thanks for staying with us as we track Tropical Storm Elsa for you tonight and the associated tornadoes that are now coming with it, including a tornado warning in southeast Georgia right now. This will be just north of Jacksonville. Tornado warning right here, and it is just to the east of I-95, 5-6 miles east of I-95 at this point. You can see right north of Fernandina Beach, Camden County, under a tornado warning. St. Mary's, if you're in the town of St. Mary's, get to shelter quickly. Radar indicated tornado and a warning that goes until 6:15 tonight. There is the rotation right there, just coming past St. Mary's. I-95 right here. Again, this is not that far away. It's only about 5 or 6 miles away. This on the radar shows you where there's debris in the air. So it's an algorithm within the radar that can show you debris that's been lofted into the air that's not a hydrometer, or meaning a raindrop, a piece of hail, snowflake, something like that. It can tell the difference. So that right there is a very clear signature that we've got debris that has now been lofted into the air. So a good indication we have a tornado that is spinning on the ground currently. Elliott's Bluff, 551. So now is when you need to be in your safe spot. In Cabin Bluff, 555, 605 in Dover Bluff. So in all these spots, please get to your safe spot quickly. Lowest level of your home, inside an interior room and away from exterior walls and windows to protect yourself. Get down low, protect your head and your neck. Well, let's get down to Jacksonville. Our Tevin Wooten is there. Tevin, the tornado warning earlier there, pouring like mad. Update us on how the conditions have changed here over maybe the last half hour, 45 minutes.
Well, Mike, a marked improvement since that tornado warning storm blew through. But man, oh man, what a time it was. I mean, it was coming down in bucketfuls in terms of the rainfall and the wind coming through with so much force. And unfortunately, we do know that this tornado has produced significant damage, or a lot of damage rather, at the very least near University Boulevard. So we can show some of this video. This is only about 4 miles, folks, from where we're standing right now to the south and east of downtown Jacksonville. You can see a lot of debris here strewn about through the median of the roadway. Some trees have been snapped, almost like twigs or toothpicks at several different points here Police cars are out. Not only are they letting people know what roads are safe to pass through and not pass through because of trees that are down, but this storm also produced about 10,000 power outages in and around Duval County as well. So substantial damage we've seen thus far, at least from some of the social media video and from some of the first reports that have come out. Where do we go from here? Well, in terms of the forecast, we still have another 3 to 4 hours to go for the tornado watch until 8 o'clock Eastern time today for portions of Duval County. For southeastern Georgia, there are still several different squall lines that can come through that we have to monitor, Dr. Knapp, because those tornadoes, unfortunately for tornadoes, the conditions for tornadoes rather are still prime or ripe to see such as we go throughout the evening hours. Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, absolutely. That right front quadrant of the tropical storm, unfortunately, delivering on what we have historically seen with landfalling tropical storms. Now, the center came ashore about 11 o'clock this morning as a 65-mile-an-hour storm, but the landfall is not the end of the event for many of you. It's just the beginning right now in a place like Savannah where it started to rain. The max winds are at 45 miles an hour. That's because, obviously, of the weakening over land, but the gusts are still really strong. Trees are coming down, heavy rainfall, vicious lightning, flooded roads, and this will be spreading into South Carolina tonight. And then a lot of states now under tropical storm watches that extend along the coast all the way up to Cape Cod and Nantucket. And that's for the possibility of tropical storm force winds sustained near the coast in those areas. The winds will be the issue tonight into tomorrow morning, along with the rain from Savannah to Charleston. Not long after midnight when the strongest winds will arrive. If you're in Norfolk, Virginia, it will be like tomorrow night this time when the winds will be arriving. But the water has already arrived. We've already had flash flooding here in southern Georgia and northern Florida, Savannah, Charleston, Columbia, in the crosshairs for potential for flash flooding overnight tonight, and that will spread northeastward as the system is now centered over southern Georgia. But look at the gustiness. It's gusted to 28 in Savannah. It's still gusting near 40 in Jacksonville, still gusting near 30 in Tampa. And the really heavy rains are in two batches. The lead band that's causing the severe weather, all that lightning, and then the rain near the center of circulation that's been causing the flash flooding near Valdosta. And the lead flood warning is in effect here from Jacksonville all the way up through Brunswick and Waycross. That warning goes till 7:30, and it's right along I-95 where we're getting 2.5 inch per hour rain rates. My goodness, it is coming down in buckets. The warning to the west of there, Mike. It's a really rainy night for Savannah and Charleston. We'll be back.
Next on a special extended edition of Weather Underground, tracking Elsa. The storm making landfall earlier today in Florida, now pushing inland with strong winds, flooding rain, and a risk for tornadoes. We have live coverage plus in-depth analysis from hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knapp on what to expect as the impacts spread into the mid-Atlantic and eventually the Northeast this week. And we're continuing our special live around-the-clock coverage. Glad you're with us here on the Weather Channel. I'm Mike Pettis, joined by our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp. So, Dr. Knapp with us tonight to give us kind of the latest on what this is going to do, where it's headed to, and of course the southeast coast, the mid-Atlantic coast, and the northeast coast could all be threatened by this over the next 48 hours or so. Well, we're going to keep you up to date on what's happening currently. With the latest advisory came in at 5 o'clock Eastern time. The winds have gone down to 45 miles per hour. North movement at 14 miles per hour. It's now crossing over to Georgia right now. Right in there is the center of circulation. All the storms are mostly east side loaded as they've been for a while now. This is how it was when it was over the Gulf of Mexico, and also a severe weather risk that comes along with a lot of those thunderstorms on the east side. Tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. Jacksonville up through Savannah and Statesboro, Brunswick included in that. I-95 is included in that. And then severe weather could also be an issue as we go through the day tomorrow. We're going to talk more about that coming up, but also tropical storm warnings now through the South Carolina coastlines, then tropical storm watches from the North Carolina coast all the way up into coastal New England. So as this thing zips along here, and there's the forecast track, it still could contain winds that produce tropical storm gusts here, and maybe even intensifying those winds by the time it gets into the weekend. Look at this, back up to 45 miles per hour by Saturday and Sunday, but exiting at that point. But it truly would not be out of the question that a lot of states here along the East Coast, all the way up through Maine, could be touched by Elsa. There's a look at our flood risk for us through the evening and through the tomorrow morning. Likely to see some flooding in the areas that are highlighted in yellow, so say from around Cedar Key through Jacksonville, Brunswick, Savannah, Charleston, all locations where some really heavy rain and rainfall rates that could exceed an inch an hour may cause you some issues on the roadways. Some flooding could occur for you here, so be careful if you have to drive this evening or early tomorrow morning. You might have some roadways that are impassable. As far as surge potential, that's coming down a little bit for us now. Still some surge potential here through the Big Bend, and I would call this minor storm surge here along the southeast coast, 1 to 2 feet. You might see some areas that take on additional water here in the extreme low-lying areas, but ultimately that threat for storm surge is coming down. I want to get you into the meat of this, take you down to Jacksonville, Florida, where the Weather Channel's Tevin Wooten has been watching Elsa throughout the day. It got really rough there for a period. Even tornado warnings here, Tevin. How about the conditions now? What do we anticipate the next several hours?
Well, Mike, at the top of the 5 o'clock hour, when we started Weather Underground, we had a tornado-warned storm, a radar-confirmed tornado that did produce damage for portions of I-95 and University Boulevard. And now what we're seeing here, actually some drier skies. I take a look at downtown Jacksonville, Florida here. Here's the St. Johns River. You can clearly see some of the buildings of the skyline now. That was not the case an hour or so ago. It was hard to make out downtown. It was hard to make out places near the TIAA Bank Field where the Jaguars play. But what a difference that drier air can do as it starts to feed into the southern side and the southeastern side of Tropical Storm Elsa. So as that happens, yes, we'll still be in periods of heavy rainfall, maybe even one or two more tornado-warned storms as we go throughout the evening. But I want to take you back to that tornado-warned storm and show you some of the damage that we were seeing here. Again, around University Boulevard, the National Weather Service tweeting out several portions or several roadways are closed because of debris down. You can clearly see that first responders and police officers, they're out as well, making sure people don't drive unnecessarily through it. You may see like a tree and think, oh yes, I can drive around that tree. But the other thing you have to watch out for that trees bring down, power lines. We know about 10,000 folks are without power, or 10,000 customers are without power in Duval County alone. Some of the other counties do include Nassau County with between 1,000 and 2,000 customers across the state. But much of the outages are confined to northern portions of Florida, as Elsa's core now is in central and southern portions of Georgia. As we go throughout the afternoon today, yes, we'll still see that potential for tornado-warned storms. We do have a tornado watch until 8 p.m. today. So that's just sort of what we've seen overall. Could it have been a lot worse? Absolutely, but it also could have been a lot better. Dr. Knapp, we've picked up between 2 and 3 inches of rainfall in spots over the past 2 to 3 hours because of some of the heavy rainfall rates. So that's another thing we have to watch out for going into the evening hours as the St. Johns River rises, some of the other tributaries off of that. We've got ponding on the roadways that we have to watch out for.
Yeah, and that combination of issues will be spreading northward toward Savannah, toward Charleston, where we've got 2.5 to 3 inch per hour rain rates now in southeastern Georgia along I-95. It is a horrible time on the roads in the business end of this storm right now to the northeast of the circulation center. Now to the south of the center, which is now located over southern Georgia, things are improving along the Gulf Coast, the Big Bend of Florida. We're still gusting near 30 miles an hour, could still have a couple feet of storm surge flooding going on there. But the biggest water problems right now and the strongest winds are not only near the center of circulation, Tifton, Waycross, Live Oak, but also Jacksonville up into Brunswick, increasingly up into Savannah, where we're gusting 30, near 40 miles an hour at times. And that has been bringing down some trees, causing some power outages, and this really heavy rain has been causing some flood problems. Now, we still have flash flood warnings back here in the Valdosta area, and we have very heavy rains here along the I-95 corridor, and there's a flood warning that's in effect from Jacksonville and St. Augustine northward to near Brunswick and near Waycross until 7:15 local time. Please stay off the roads. Turn around, don't drown. It all applies. And this is where the winds are strong too. So the roads are slick. Driving, blinding rain, just a terrible time to be on the roads there. And that is headed north. Savannah will be getting heavy rain before too much longer. We're getting 1 to 2 to 2.5 inch per hour rain rates right there along I-95. And then here's the flash flood warning that's still in effect for Valdosta until 7:30 local time. We've had a number of reports in that area, along with Madison, Florida, of water-covered roads and downed trees, Mike.
All right, Dr. Nab, thanks so much for that. Let's bring you some specifics on what's going to happen with Elsa for maybe your town as we go over the next 24-plus hours here. And I'll show you some locations where we're worried about some possibilities, some heavy storms rolling through. That could include along I-95, Georgia, South Carolina, and then eventually up into North Carolina as well. So some storms rolling in around, say, Hinesville, coming up through, say, Savannah and Statesboro. These are locations along I-16, north and south of I-16, where heavy storms could roll through, and even a possibility that we could see some tornadoes as well. So just be mindful of that. Be ready to go to shelter if you need to. And this could happen after dark tonight as well. And then notice around 2 o'clock in the morning, storms really lining up between I-16 and I-26. So a ton of storms right in here and riding up I-95. Some of those storms also could be severe. Then the center of circulation about right in there come tomorrow morning near Orangeburg. And that storm pushing off to the north and east and pushing a lot of that big heavy rain shield along with it. But we could still see storm lines that come in behind it by Thursday evening. I wouldn't completely rule out storms until, say, sometime late morning, early afternoon on Friday. And there could be a lot of rain that comes down with these storms as well, especially around that center of circulation or just east of it. You can see 2 to 3 inches progged here by the models. This goes through Thursday, so through the day tomorrow, and that would be mostly south, I'd say, of I-16. Then, of course, there's going to be wind that comes along with it. Now, having said that, the storm has weakened. The winds have come down some, so we're not expecting extreme winds, but you're going to notice it stays very windy for us through the night tonight. Wind gusts could be 30, 35 miles per hour, and near the center of circulation, that could be around Orangeburg. We showed you that dot earlier. We could see winds 40 to 50 miles per hour. So now if you've got a saturated ground, the soil might be loosened a little bit here, trees that have full leaves on them, over they come when the big winds come through. So be ready for that, especially, I'd say, along I-95, headed from maybe Orangeburg up toward North Carolina. By Thursday midday, now winds are starting to back off for us here. We take you into North Carolina, and you can see the storms coming for us overnight tonight. The really heavy stuff, probably not until mid-morning tomorrow, including Fayetteville and Wilmington, rolling past Myrtle Beach. And then the storms with us most of the day tomorrow across eastern North Carolina, including Raleigh, Elizabeth City, out through the Outer Banks. Well, we know that a lot of waves, a lot of surge coming in certain locations. How about Clearwater Beach? The jetty here, look at the wind and the waves crashing over here. All that water just shoved up against the jetty here from Tropical Storm Elsa. Now, as far as our threats go from water here, Dr. Nab, we kind of showed that map that showed that, the numbers have come way down for storm surge. Any particular locations you'd be worried about?
I'm worried about the beaches on the Atlantic side now, like Tybee Island, Georgia, near Savannah, and Charleston, South Carolina, where tomorrow morning we could have an onshore push that, at the very least, makes it harder for the rain-induced floodwaters to drain. So with a center of circulation over southeastern Georgia, we still have onshore flow in 2 major places. One, we still have it into the Florida Big Bend, and now increasingly we have it into the coastal areas of Georgia and South Carolina. Now, the floodwaters from storm surge are down to a foot or 2 now below the storm surge warning threshold. So that is improving, but things are getting more and more dangerous on the Atlantic side. And even today here in Tybee Island near Savannah, multiple rip currents reported. Looks like they were able to pretty much keep people out of the water, didn't have to do any water rescues, but that is an indication of the energy in the ocean that is being pushed toward the coastline. So rip currents and some minor coastal flooding all on its own. But when you add in the rainfall problem, we're going to have water problems in a place like Charleston tomorrow morning. Look at how much rain has fallen in 2 pockets, near the center and then in the lead band. So that means inland locations and coastal locations are on the docket for some heavy rainfall. So let's time it out a little bit here. Now, Savannah, remember how much flooding you got for that little bit of time with Danny? This is going to be a little worse, I think, and you see the flood warnings that are to your south. That will be on the increase. But Charleston, the timing, this is not good because 3:30 tomorrow morning or so is when high tide is. So, Mike, when it rains hard in Charleston, the water tries to drain out. The ocean's going to be pushing it back in the other direction. So when people will go to breakfast tomorrow morning, they might want to stay off the roads and delay their travels a little bit till the middle of the day.
Yeah, maybe breakfast in tomorrow. And maybe we can do lunch out. How about this? Heavy rain, strong winds, only the two things you need to get damage like this. This is in Glen Rock, New Jersey, after a line of strong storms passed through that area. Now, the falling trees knocking out power to tens of thousands of people yesterday in the Northeast. We could see more power outages as Elsa then traces a path across the Southeast, eventually then into the Northeast and the Northeast coast. Whoa, that's a big tree too, right on the home. Doesn't look like it did. It doesn't look like it crushed the home. You know, sometimes you see these trees, they just like slice a home in half. It's a pretty sturdy tree and a pretty sturdy house, I'd say. All right, so we've got some wind and we've got tornadoes that'll be an issue with some of the outlying storms that we have with Tropical Storm Elsa. So these storms that are on these outer bands going to be issues for us here. You know, some of the threats that we might see here, Dr. Nab, could be potent.
And they tend to work together, don't they? The more rain we get, the more saturated the ground gets, the more these fully leafed trees in the southeast, mid-Atlantic, and northeast can come down. So you've got the two hazards, the flooding and the winds, happening at the same time. So we do have the flood potential for the mid-Atlantic and northeast through Friday night. And with the path of this system headed northeastward, you know, the rainfall totals are really going to add up. The Euro model, look at how much rain it's got, not just near the coast, but inland as well. So this is going to saturate the soils and make it easier for winds to bring down the trees. Now, don't just look at the cone in terms of where the winds could occur, because this will be a sprawling system that could bring tropical storm conditions to the coastal areas as well as along its immediate path. And that 40 miles an hour increasing as it goes farther northeast means it's going to be injected with a little bit of non-tropical energy. So it might not even be a tropical storm as it goes over New England a couple of days from now, but still could be packing a bit of a punch. Now, the tropical storm force winds, if they affect your area, would be Charleston, South Carolina, like tomorrow morning early, the Hampton Roads area around this time on Thursday, and then Friday morning in a place like Long Island or Nantucket. And when you look at the winds right now, it's all confined, you know, to Georgia and Florida. But this is going to be a fast mover over the next few days, and you'll see the winds coming up as we go through tomorrow night. Now, watch how fast the wind shield moves up the coast. So this time tomorrow, it's already over in Charleston in terms of the strongest winds. But then you got to think about, you know, that onshore flow, the high tide that's occurring at the, you know, around sunset and around sunrise. So that's when the winds will combine to cause some of the flood problems. But then watch the winds that are weak now in a place like North Carolina. Watch how much they will be on the increase as we go through Wednesday night and Thursday. And look at the Hampton Roads and eastern North Carolina area. Could be gusting as much as 30, 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. So that's going to be blowing pretty hard. So that's why the tropical storm conditions are possible. Those tropical storm watches go all the way up to Nantucket. It's calm now, Mike, but things will be blowing really hard up in the Northeast on Friday.
100%. Dr. Nab, thanks so much for that. I want to get back to the severe weather we've got going across Georgia right now, including a tornado warning. So, again, the center of Elsa about right in here, but everything on the east side is producing some really heavy rain and even some severe weather. So there's a look at our tornado warning tonight, extending farther north now. Tornado warning for us now in Camden, Glenn, and Wayne counties in Georgia, potentially coming near Brunswick, Georgia. That's a radar observed tornado. The warning goes until 6:45 this evening. On the Doppler velocities, there could be a little bit of rotation right down into here, but it is headed off to the north here. Could come across Highway 82, could come very near Brunswick, and we want you to take shelter quickly. There's a look, by the way, at the correlation coefficient. What that's looking at is for debris that's been lofted into the air. That's coming right across 82 right now, and just now to the west of I-95, very close to I-95 near Brunswick. Again, get to the lowest level of your home inside an interior room.
Evacuate immediately.
Oh no! Go, go! Oh. Come on!
Thanks for being with us as we track Tropical Storm Elsa producing tornadoes tonight in Georgia. Tornado warning for us right now along I-95. It's been east of I-95, now shifting just west of I-95. Here's the highway right here, and currently Glenn and Wayne counties under a tornado warning until 6:45 if you're in Dock Junction or in Georgetown, Talman. These are all places where you want to get to shelter as quickly as you can. We don't have as vivid a rotation as we once did. But right about in here is where we were seeing some debris as indicated by the radar. There it is right there, the bright red colors. Again, that's going to be just now to the west of I-95, shifting now just outside of Talman right here, maybe even between Talman and Darien, locations where you want to get it to shelter as quickly as you can. Highway 25 outside of Brunswick, also a roadway you want to be off this evening as we have the possibility here of that tornado. Again, a few areas that could be at risk here, including a place like Fancy Bluff or Anguilla here. That's going to be until 6:24, 6:32. So you've got a little bit of time, not much, just minutes in Fancy Bluff, but get to your safe place as quickly as you can. All part of the same kind of complex that hits down through North Florida as well. Our Tevin Wooten is in Jacksonville, where we also had a tornado warning earlier this evening. Things a lot calmer for us now, Tevin, but rock and roll, that's for sure. For the rest of the evening, I'm sure that folks in Jacksonville are expecting more storms. So what should they specifically be looking for? Flooding, rain, tornadoes? What do you think?
Mike, I would say watch out for all of it. Of course, coming along with tropical entities, these tropical downpours can dump down a heavy amount of rainfall in a short amount of time. However, the other thing that I would look for is what are some trees that are perhaps swaying a little bit more left or right or back and forth than they typically would because of the heavy rainfall that we've seen. We've picked up between 2 and 3 inches of rainfall from this storm alone, and the grounds are soggy and they are saturated. So now anytime you get a strong gust of winds at maybe 35 or 45 miles per hour, you've already loosened up the root system or down towards the base of the tree. So if you get a strong gust, that could come through and perhaps bring these trees down even more. Unfortunately, we know several locations where trees are down, trees are covering roadways. Dr. Nab to University Boulevard, where that tornado moved through right around 5 o'clock today. Several other counties, even Suwannee County, by the way, Live Oaks, about 20 to 30 of those were brought down, covered some of the roadways. And unfortunately, Dr. Knapp, we do know that a person has died after a tree fell on 2 cars. That was on Roosevelt Boulevard earlier today, not from that tornado-warned storm.
Yeah,
Dr.
and that's
Knapp.
happened multiple times this year and last year. Trees involved so many times, even in tropical storms, in causing damage and fatalities, along with the water issues causing the slick roads and the car accidents we saw in Claudette and flooding as well. Now, we've got wind and water issues right now with the center of circulation east of Valdosta. The gusts have been on the increase in Waycross and Brunswick and Savannah, still gusting pretty strong in the Jacksonville area, all over 30, sometimes 40-mile-an-hour gusts. So you don't have to have the sustained wind of tropical storm force to get the gust of that magnitude. And the rain shield is really focused in southeast Georgia right now, so the flood warnings are extending north and eastward. It has started to rain in Savannah, just not really heavily yet, but it's coming your way. But Brunswick and Jessup under a flood warning till 9:30 local time. Extremely heavy rainfall, vicious lightning, got the severe weather threat. On top of that, so many reasons to be staying off the roads. That's in addition to the flood warning that's in effect from Waycross down through Jacksonville almost to St. Augustine until 7:15. So that whole I-95 corridor from St. Augustine through Jacksonville on the way to Savannah is getting really heavy rains, 2 to 2.5 inch per hour rain rates, and we still have a flash flood warning in Valdosta, even though the rain is ending there, Mike.
All right, Doc, thanks so much for that update. And of course, as we go through time, there are going to be more places at risk, right? So now we're talking about the Carolinas rolling into the mid-Atlantic states, and then eventually the Northeast. Flash flood watch in effect here from around Fayetteville, North Carolina, all the way into Connecticut, by the way, and does include the entire states of Delaware and New Jersey. So we're anticipating some heavy-duty rain out of this and the possibility that you could see flooding or high water on the streets in your neighborhood. tomorrow, so let's fast forward about 24 hours from now, Greensboro, center of circulation likely very close to us or on top of us, then rolling through the Hampton Roads area, coming right out through the Delmarva along Long Island, and then maybe right over Hartford or Boston, and even Portland, Maine, before exiting up into Canada. That's according to the European model. The American GFS model is actually very similar, maybe slightly farther east, but you get the feel here that both of them are doing something very, very similar here, and so the effects will be very similar as well until the storm completely ends and we're finally in the clear. Strong winds out of the south for the remainder of the evening here in the Carolinas, picking up in intensity through the day tomorrow. You're going to see those winds that could gust in some spots 40-plus miles per hour, maybe even around 15 in a place like Greenville, eventually getting out to the northeast. Again, across the northeast, our winds also picking up over the next 2 days. We're back after this.
Our biggest concern here is obviously flooding and storm surge.
And thank you for being with us here for Weather Underground, our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Elsa. A lot to cover for you here throughout the evening. The storm made landfall earlier this morning. I want to bring you the very latest. We know that unfortunately one person was killed in Jacksonville when a tree fell on the car. This is the first death in the U.S. from Elsa. More than 33,000 customers in Florida without power right now. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp declaring a state of emergency for 92 counties in the southeastern portion of that state. Now, the Weather Channel's Tevin Wooten has been watching Elsa as it has surged up through Florida, on its way through Georgia, then the Carolinas, joining us now live from Jacksonville. A really rough afternoon and evening for us here in Jacksonville, and we're not completely out of the woods just yet either.
No, Mike, we're not. In fact, I think a lot of folks over the past 15 or 30 minutes or so ago have been trying to breathe a sigh of relief after that tornado-warned storm cleared through. And I was able to notice the blue sky and even bouts of sunshine. However, starting to darken up now are the clouds as they approach the north and northwest, and as they approach downtown Jacksonville, more rain is also pushing through. So we're not done just yet. The threats level does still remain, I would say, moderate to high, depending on what the threats are. Damaging winds, we could still see those, especially once you consider with more rainfall, with the soggy ground we already have, the trees are already loosened to some extent because of the tornado warning storm that we had come through earlier today, and stronger gusts that we've seen earlier today as well. I think we picked up gusts between 33 and 45 miles per hour, certainly more likely to come as we go throughout the evening hours. Some of the tornado warning storms that we've seen, not only for Duval County, but even in portions of Columbia County. That was earlier in the morning before the midday hour. That brought about an EF0 tornado that did bring down trees as well. So that's been the biggest concern. I would just say multiple small problems that compound to make one larger problem. So where do we go throughout the day today? Well, more of this does still continue into the evening hours today. That tornado watch, that goes until about 8 o'clock today. And for those that are thinking, oh, maybe it's safe for me to return back home, maybe it's safe for me to try to get back out on the roadway, I would tell you the visibility to some extent will be reduced if you do that because of the rainfall that is still coming in like this. Folks, it won't take a lot to cause big problems as we go throughout the evening hours today. So do exercise caution if you do happen to get out. First responders are still urging folks to stay sort of stay put right now because there are still several roadways, especially around the university area and I-95, Dr. Nab, that have trees on top of them in several different spots, and you can't quite get the responders out and the tree cutters out to take that down until after the main threat of this storm does clear on out. So I think we're starting to see things lessen a little bit, but Dr. Nab, we're still not at all clear at a zero level in terms of the threat being over just yet.
No, and Tevin, when you consider the lives that were lost in Claudette from the slick roads associated with the tropical storm, that's just reason number one to be off the roads tonight. But in this area, east of the center of storm, we got driving tropical storm kind of conditions. The visibilities are going to be horrible. The roads are at the very least slick. could be flooded in some spots, and we could have some debris, some downed tree branches at the very least on the roads, and also the threat of severe weather. So just not a good night to be out on the roads in southeastern Georgia, and this will become the case in South Carolina before too much longer. Center circulation has now moved through the Valdosta area, moving east of there. Waycross still getting a southeasterly wind, gusty near 30 miles an hour. It's gusting over 30 in Savannah, still gusting near 40 in Jacksonville. So this storm has its tentacles far and wide, and it has dumped a lot of rain just in the last 12 hours in the Valdosta-Madison area on the Florida-Georgia border. Nearly 9 inches of rain estimated by the radar, and you can see how the rainfall footprint is marching northeastward. And because of the rain that has already fallen, even though the rain is stopping, we have a flood warning now for Valdosta that has been extended till 12:15 in the morning. That means we still could have some water-covered roads, high creeks and streams, and that's because of all of this water that we've had, a number of closed roads, flooded roads. So that's not just magically evaporating instantly once the rain stops. Also, flood warning now for much of the Florida Big Bend area between Tallahassee and Lake City and Dixie, Lafayette, and Taylor counties until 10:15 local time. And then our lead flash flood warning is up here in Jessup and Brunswick. It is coming down in buckets, Mike, where it's raining at 2 to 3 inches per hour down to Jacksonville.
So intense. Dr. Nab, thanks for that. Still to come on Weather Underground. We're going in depth on where the threat from water will continue to increase as Elsa tracks inland, plus more live coverage as Weather Underground returns.
Well,
we're tracking Tropical Storm Elsa for you, and how about these live pictures out of St. Mary's, Georgia, where we may have recently had a tornado that went nearby, at least some very high winds. How about some really large trees that were snapped off here? These are live pictures from our own Charles Peak that's out there right now, and likely going to see some power lines that come down as well. The power outages have been going up as we've been seeing an increased amount of severe weather here on the east side of Tropical Storm Elsa. Thanks for being with us. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettish, joined by meteorologist Tevin Wooten. He's in Jacksonville tonight, and our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. He'll be along in just a second for the very latest on Elsa and where it's headed. You take a look at the storm now over into Georgia, 45-mile-per-hour winds. All the storms are on the east side of the system at this point as it moves north at about 14 miles per hour and just outside of Brunswick. Tornado watch in effect for us, again, all east side of the system here between I-16 and I-75. It's going to be the greatest threat right along I-95, Jacksonville to Savannah. I think the risk is going farther north now. Jacksonville, a little bit of improving weather. I wouldn't say you're totally out of the woods just yet, but at least better than what you had earlier. Tropical storm warnings remain in effect from the Florida and Georgia state line all the way up through South Carolina, and then that's where tropical storm watches begin. North Carolina all the way up through Long Island, New York, coastal Rhode Island, coastal Massachusetts. So we've got a long way to go before we're done with this, because you take a look at that track and it goes right across our mid-Atlantic states, right into the northeast. Wouldn't completely roll out. That could even touch a place like Maine. Wind still staying strong right through Saturday evening before it exits up into Canada. Now, a place like Charleston, South Carolina, you'll be at risk, and we're certainly no stranger to flooding here. Heavy rain, you get storm surge, you get high tides, you get all kinds of combinations of those. And the emergency manager there telling the Weather Channel they're ready.
Right now, we've got our kind of our usual suspects standing by. Our fire, police, public service folks, our stormwater department is standing by. We've got portable dewatering pumps that we have placed already around the city, with another one on the way if we need it. And we're just sort of kind of in a wait and see. We expect we're going to activate our Public Safety Operations Center this evening.
You know, what's interesting here, Dr. Knabb, is that yesterday we were really concerned about the West Coast, the Gulf Coast side of Florida. Now we're maybe switching over to the Atlantic side of the Southeast coast.
Yeah, while the center of the storm is over Southeast Georgia, you can see the effects of onshore push kind of on the decline in the Florida Big Bend, and the things are starting to increase on the Atlantic side. And you see where the center of circulation is in here. So we've got this sort of flow around the storm. So increasing onshore flow. That has a lot of ramifications. Certainly, one thing it's going to do is tap into the moisture of the Gulf Stream to fire up these bands on the northeast side and cause the heavy rainfall and the gusty winds. But we've already today, with that onshore flow, had a lot of rip currents on Tybee Island near Savannah, Georgia. Fortunately, no rescues had to be done. People were staying out of the water. That's a good thing. But you get the idea, and that could cause some minor coastal flooding, but that is going to be at the same time we're having really, really heavy rainfall in Savannah later tonight. And then Charleston tomorrow morning, say 2, 3 in the morning, it starts raining really hard, rains all the way till sunrise. The problem is that that is getting really close to high tide. So after all this rain has been falling, it's going to try to drain out into the Atlantic, and the ocean is going to be pushing things the other way. So that could cause some flood problems in Charleston with the combination of fresh water and salt water. Then the rain gets into Wilmington tomorrow morning and midday, and then we have another round perhaps in Charleston as the trailing bands go through there tomorrow night. So it'll be a long 24 hours plus in Charleston. That's why flash flooding is likely somewhere in this area that includes Charleston and Savannah, maybe up to Columbia. And that problem will head northward through North Carolina, the Hampton Roads area, even some flood problems up in New England as this departs on Friday, Mike.
All right, Doc, thanks so much for that. And of course, Elsa, our top story, but there are other big weather stories taking place, including this flood threat in Texas. This is South Texas. Streets are filling up with water. Drivers going right through it, but the Texas Division of Emergency Management has put state resources on standby for flooding, including urban search and rescue teams and boat teams. And we've got a pretty significant threat here. We've got a very slow-moving pattern with storms just pulling in from the Gulf of Mexico. Aransas, Porfirio County right now under a flash flood warning with considerable flooding anticipated through at least 7:30. Let's widen the picture out a little bit for you here. This is going to be between Victoria and Corpus Christi. And look at this line. The thing about it is, boy, that thing is really steady, aiming here at the Gulf Coast of Texas. And even severe thunderstorms on the backside of this. You can see kind of a rotation, but there's kind of a broad rotation ultimately going counterclockwise here in a very, very slow-moving system. So very likely to see some flooding in the areas highlighted in red. Coastal Texas from Brownsville past Victoria, but we could still see some flooding around, I'll say, Galveston, near Houston, all the way inland then, getting closer to the hill country. Tomorrow through Friday, the area greatest risk now, Corpus Christi, up around Freeport here. Likely flooding for us in this location. Again, you look at that future radar, boy, he's just hammering us here with that wide rotation coming through Texas. I want you to stick around. Much more in Elsa when we return as it continues to push through the southeast tonight.
And
All right, we're back here on Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Tevin Woon. As we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa, we are live for you from downtown Jacksonville, Florida. The St. Johns River behind me starting to calm down just a little bit. Yesterday when we got here, things were a little bit more smooth. And then once we reached the height of the storm, you're talking about strong winds, 40+ miles per hour, with gusts at times stronger than that. We had that tornado warning storm that came through. The St. Johns started to look almost like the Gulf of Mexico, or a miniature Gulf of Mexico, with rapids starting to, the white caps starting to pile up just a little bit. And now what are we seeing? sort of a lull, if you will, in between some of the outer feeder bands and also those squalls that come through. We had one squall earlier today, right around 3:30. That produced a lot of damage here, brought down some trees, and unfortunately, that tree fell on someone's home. And then that tree also fell on someone else's car, and that's where someone died, that off of Roosevelt Road. And then we had the other squall that came through closer to 5 o'clock today, and that's the one that was with that tornado-warned storm. And now, again, a lull before another squall. What's really interesting to watch, though, is how the atmosphere continues to be at play. The core of Elsa is about 120 miles per hour north and northwest here. You've got flow out of the south and west. You can see that, indicative of those darkening clouds here from the south and west. But then, also clouds starting to pour in from the south and east here. So that convergent flow is what you really get in the lower levels of the atmosphere that causes some of that rising motion. And then what does the storm put down? Well, so far it's put down between 2 and 3 inches of rainfall. Of course, we've also seen damage throughout portions of Duval County. Jacksonville Fire and Rescue urging folks not to get out just yet because there is still plenty of debris on several roadways in and around the city. So they do urge you to exercise the utmost caution. But again, we still have folks without power. Some 7,500 folks in Duval County alone, or customers rather, in Duval County alone without power. So the number has gone down since the top of the hour. Earlier, we were talking about 13,000 customers rather without power. So we've cut that down in half. They are making strides, making progress. I just got a report that some nearby restaurants here in downtown were without power. Water continues to be a problem. That flowing from the bottom up, that starts to build up when you do get heavy amounts of rainfall in a short amount of time. And Dr. Nab, we're not out of the woods just yet. Yes, we're starting to see a lull. Yes, we'll start to see a clearing as we get into the overnight hours. But still, I think that top of mind for a lot of folks should be flash flooding, rising water, and also the threat of trees coming down too because of gusty winds.
Yeah, and as things will improve in Jacksonville, they're going to be going downhill in Savannah, Charleston, and then a lot of you in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. So here is our tropical storm centered over southern Georgia, and there's that low that's caused all that flooding in South Texas today. And zooming in on the storm, Elsa's center is over southeast Georgia, but its tentacles extend way out to the Atlantic coastline, where we'll be gusting 30 to 40 miles an hour in Jacksonville. It's gusting over 30 in Savannah, in addition to the gusty winds and the trees coming down in places over North Georgia and southern Georgia and northern Florida. Now, at 5 p.m. Eastern, the tropical storm watches got extended all the way up to Nantucket and Cape Cod. So with this fast mover, we're going to have a couple of days where millions of you will be dealing with the threat of some wind and water concerns as the center of circulation moves into South Carolina after midnight tonight and then goes through North Carolina tomorrow and passing over New England on Friday afternoon. Finally, by Saturday morning early, it's out of here. But winds of tropical storm force are possible because of that tropical storm watch, and they could be arriving in Savannah if you get them very early tomorrow morning. Place like Hampton Roads would be Thursday evening, around this time, early Friday in New York, getting into New England and on breakfast time. So it'll be happening quickly, and it won't be just about the wind. We got flash flood watches now in effect from Raleigh and Fayetteville, North Carolina, all the way up into the New York City area. In urban areas could get some heavy downpours and cause some flash flooding. But the more immediate concern tonight into tomorrow morning is going into Savannah and into Charleston. Now in North Florida, southern Georgia, we've had, especially near Valdosta, last 12 hours, nearly 9 inches of rainfall. And now the lead edge of the really heavy rain is in the Jessup and Brunswick areas of Georgia, where a flood warning is in effect. Savannah, your rain has started, but all of this flood-producing rain on the northeastern side of Elsa will be coming your way. That's why the flood risk is pretty significant there, as well as Charleston by tomorrow morning. Still have a flood warning down into the Jacksonville and St. Augustine areas, and the onshore flow here is starting. And we've had rip currents in Savannah, and the combination of the rainfall and the onshore push will make for a fairly significant flood concern tomorrow morning in Charleston, Mike.
All right, Dr. Knapp, thank you for that. And coming up here on Weather Underground, tracking Elsa for you this evening. Now pushing inland from Florida into Georgia. We're going to break down every aspect of the storm overnight and through the next few days.
Hi, Verizon.
Next on a special extended edition of Weather Underground, we are tracking Elsa, the storm making landfall earlier today in Florida. We have everything you need to know about this storm as it pushes inland with strong winds, flooding, rain, and a risk for tornadoes. We have live coverage for you, including locations that have been hard hit throughout the day today. In-depth analysis from our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, on what to expect as this impact spread across the mid-Atlantic and eventually the Northeast this week. Well, we are continuing our special live around-the-clock coverage here on the Weather Channel. Thanks for joining us for Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettish, joined by our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb. A tropical storm, Elsa, a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm rolling its way through Georgia right now, still extending some rain back down into Florida, but the really heavy stuff is now rolling through Georgia, eventually getting into the Carolinas. For some of you, a really rough night ahead of you as you're going to anticipate some really heavy rain, rainfall rates that could exceed an inch an hour. And for some of you, even a tornado threat. There's a tornado watch, Jacksonville up through Statesboro and Savannah, so along portions of I-95, I-16, even up eventually to, say, I-26. We could have some issues overnight tonight. We've got tropical storm warnings in effect for us right now. That'll include the Georgia and Florida state line up through Savannah, Charleston, all of coastal South Carolina, by the way, from the low country up through the Grand Strand here in Myrtle Beach. Then tropical storm watches from all of coastal North Carolina and eastern North Carolina right up into New England, by the way. You can see that we do have, at least in coastal Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, tropical storm watches there as well. Well, the Weather Channel's Tevin Wooten has been tracking Elsa in Jacksonville, Florida for us this evening. We've got a little ways to go here. Maybe the worst of it, I'm hoping here, is over for us in Jacksonville, Tevin.
Yeah, Mike, that is a bit of good news. I think the worst of this is over. However, we could still see dangerous conditions as we go throughout the evening hours. So I'll take you through, give you a lay of the land here. This is the St. Johns River. We're facing north to downtown. You can see some of those darker skies that paint the back of the skyline, the darker clouds that paint the back of the skyline here in downtown Jacksonville. TIAA Bank Field is to my right, and earlier today, as some of those squalls were coming through, it was very hard to make out the field. It was very hard to make out even downtown and portions of the bridge here. That's how strong the rainfall came. In fact, some of the rainfall rates, or how quickly the rainfall fell within an hour's time, between 1.5 inches and approaching 2 inches in some spots of northeastern Florida. Of course, we saw heavy rainfall. We've seen strong winds between 40 and 50 miles per hour. And unfortunately, we've seen a couple of tornadoes that's led to a loss of life as well, at least for some of the strongest winds that brought down trees. Earlier this morning, Columbia County and EF0, and then around the 5 o'clock hour, that's when that tornado confirmed, or the radar confirmed tornado came through. Of course, the National Weather Service will have to survey that, give that the appropriate rating. But let's pull up some of the video and show you what the aftermath looks like in terms of debris everywhere. This is near University Boulevard and also I-95. That's where debris is. That's also where trees are down. You can see roofing and shingling and siding of neighboring businesses and homes now strewn about the median and roadways as well. So Jacksonville Fire and Rescue, they are still urging people to sort of shelter in place right now if you can, or don't necessarily get out and become a looky-loo, because then you start to crowd the roadways and then stop up traffic, and then of course they can't necessarily do their job. And speaking of folks doing the job, the power crews, they've done what they can. We've got power outages down to about 7,500. At the top of the 5 o'clock hour, Dr. Knabb, that number was up closer to about 13,000. So we've broken that down in half, and hopefully that gets better as we go throughout the evening hours. But as things get better here, conditions start to get worse in other places, like in the coastal plains of Georgia, into South Carolina, and the Outer Banks of North Carolina.
Yeah, and some of the same hazards that you've seen in northeastern Florida, the flooding, the winds causing the downed trees, some power outages, that could be spreading into not only southeastern Georgia, but into South Carolina, North Carolina, and some wind and water impacts will be expected into the mid-Atlantic and northeast and New England. But right now, the center of Elsa is over southeastern Georgia, and that has been putting places like Jacksonville and Brunswick, Georgia in that right front quadrant where we tend to get tornadoes. And with this lopsided storm, that's where most of the wind and the weather has been. So this is no longer just a Gulf Coast wind and water event. Now we got the Atlantic coast squarely in play. It's still gusting near 40 miles an hour in Jacksonville. 36 in Brunswick, Georgia, gusting over 30 recently in Savannah, and it's still pretty gusty on land here, both northeast and southeast of the center that has gone east and north of Valdosta. Over the last 12 hours, very, very heavy rainfall from Valdosta down to Madison, Florida, down near the Florida Big Bend area. But you can see the rainfall footprint in the 3 to 5 inch rainfall zone, and maybe pushing 6 inches locally, is spreading up the I-95 corridor. And because of the rain has already fallen, even though the rain is over in Valdosta, you still got a flood warning until after midnight. We've had a lot of reports of water-covered roads. That could remain the case well after dark. That's also all the way down to the Florida Big Bend, where a flood warning goes across I-10 down to near Cedar Key because of all the rain that has fallen. And you've got the onshore push that has been going on too. Now, the farthest northeast that we've got a flood warning here is in Brunswick and Jessup. And now for Brunswick, they've issued a flash flood warning. So things could be happening a little more quickly. Just so much training going on there. Right in Brunswick, just terribly heavy rainfall. That flash flood warning has been issued, goes till 9 p.m. Eastern time. And Savannah, it started to rain. I would expect you're going to get flood advisories and flood warnings before too much longer. And also down into Jacksonville and St. Augustine, there's a flood warning that remains in effect as well. And look at this. We're getting 2.5 to nearly 3 inch per hour rain rates right there in the Brunswick area. It is coming down literally in buckets, and it's been windy. St. Simon's recently gusted to 45 miles an hour. Mayport earlier, northeast of Jacksonville, gusted over 50. So these are conditions you do not want to be driving in. And so Savannah, heads up. It's time to get off the roads because the rainfall rates will be increasing. Vicious lightning is on your way, and flooded roads at night in a driving tropical storm, Mike, that is a recipe for big time danger.
All right, Dr. Knabb, thank you for that. Now, when you think of a tropical storm moving ashore, you know, a lot of you probably think a lot about the winds whipping everything around and the rain really coming down. That certainly was the case in Cedar Key, Florida. Check this out. Yep, rough stuff for sure. Look at that sign there, that do not enter sign, just whipping around there. All right, let's bring you some specifics on what you're going to see as the storm continues to move its way inland here. So for some of you, you could see something similar to that, and that would include now next Georgia and the Carolinas. So let's show you the future radar. Savannah, hard hit this evening. We're going to get heavy rounds of storms that roll through, but right up I-95, it's truly southeast portions of I-95, just a highway to avoid if you can this evening. But I-16 as well, I-26 coming up through South Carolina here. These are not highways you want to be on tonight, where you're going to have blinding rain, potentially hydroplaning, rainfall rates that could exceed 2 inches an hour. Center of circulation could be very close to Orangeburg through tomorrow morning. Then the heavier rain rolling right up I-95 again for us. Don't really clear out till sometime late on Thursday. Still even some extending bands off of that going into tomorrow evening. By Friday, I think you're in much better shape. A lot more sunshine coming your way. Winds back off as well. But there's the heavy rain forecast for many of you. I'd say Hinesville, Savannah, over towards Statesboro. Those places could be looking at 2 to 3 inches of rain, then lesser amounts as we go northbound here. With the system staying over land all that time, you're not pulling in as much moisture as you would if it was maybe hugging the coast or maybe just off the coast here. But very windy for us this evening, and those winds only picking up as the center of circulation basically drives in this direction here. And Orangeburg, watch your numbers overnight and early tomorrow. Could be gusting 40 miles an hour. It's very possible here. Then the system pushing up through North Carolina and the winds then extending up through there. As far as our forecast around Myrtle Beach or Wilmington, Fayetteville, New Bern, Greenville, here comes your rain in the morning, raining throughout the morning, and then afternoon, eastern North Carolina, a washout of a day for us here, and even watching the possibility of severe weather or even brief tornado spin-ups that can happen for us. Clearing out by Friday, again, a much better day for you there as the winds back off, the rain is gone as well. 1 to 2 inches of rain for us here, the Grand Strand out through, say, the Outer Banks of North Carolina. And as far as those winds go, out of the south tonight, gusting in places as high as 25 miles per hour. Tomorrow, though, when that center of Elsa starts rolling through eastern North Carolina, look at your winds now pick up. And hello, Fayetteville and Goldsboro, 40, 50 mile per hour wind gusts possible middle of the day tomorrow. Wilmington to Greenville here, 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. even through tomorrow night, staying very, very windy with the rain. So it's a wind-driven rainforest in many spots out there along the Outer Banks and maybe from the Hatteras southbound, especially if you're exposed to the water here. You could get a pretty good onshore flow there and winds that could be 40 to 50 miles per hour. But as far as that wind, you got kind of, what's interesting with that wind, Dr. Nab, is the direction makes all the difference in the world here. We're talking about an onshore flow there into Florida. But now if we could get a southerly or southeasterly component of that wind into the Carolinas, we could be watching for high water there.
We could, and I fear that some people are looking at the track of Elsa, say, well, this is going to go over land, over the southeast and the mid-Atlantic, so not really worried at the coast. But look at what is happening right now with the center of circulation in here, inland, and the action is right on the coast. That's where the heaviest rain is. That's where we've had the severe weather. That's where we've got the vicious lightning. We've got the flash flood warning. So again, wanted to reiterate, things are escalating in the Brunswick, Georgia area. Flash flood warning until 9 p.m. local time. And that's not where the center of circulation is. The center is off inland to the west. So you don't have to have the center over water to cause problems. And the center will be crossing in this fashion. But this is going to be the wetter side that's tapping into the warm waters of the Gulf Stream. And that's why, relative to the track, the water problems are mostly right-loaded, as has always been the case, it seems, with Elsa ever since it got to the Gulf of Mexico. So if you are in eastern North Carolina, don't be thinking out of the cone, out of danger. This is where you could get tropical storm conditions, could get some flooding rains. And then same sort of argument goes for the mid-Atlantic and Northeast. Yes, it'll be hugging the coastline, and you might be thinking, well, 40-mile-an-hour tropical storm, not that worried about it, and it's moving fast, so this is not going to have time to produce any flooding rains. Au contraire, look at the flash flood potential in North Carolina, Hampton Roads area, going all the way up through the big cities of the Northeast and into New England. And look at these rainfall totals. Yes, it's a fast mover, but it's water loaded, 3 to 5 inches in a lot of spots, including maybe some of those big cities, not just a coastal issue, but up into the mountains of Vermont and New Hampshire. And that is in addition to, Mike, the wind issues that we've got in the Northeast with tropical storm watches all the way up the coast.
Yeah, we're a long way from done with this. People might be surprised by that, right? Well, how about the tree limbs that have come down? Possible tornado this evening in Jacksonville, part of Elsa. This is it here as it crossed Florida. Now, as that storm continues its path up and through the Carolinas, even the farther up the East Coast, winds, soaking rain could mean some trees down and power outages as well. So we've talked about that rain threat. We're going to talk a little bit more about the wind now, because when you take a look at what the winds could do here, Dr. Nab, especially in places where you might have a saturated ground already, or you might have some exposure to places that might be closer to the water, how bad could the winds get? Could we see places where more power outages or trees down could be an issue?
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Now, this is not in terms of the overall strength and scope of Isaias last year for the East Coast, but that does remind us that in tropical storm conditions with fully leafed trees, and some places got some saturated soils, will be raining on top of those, that tropical storm watches and warnings should not be taken lightly, especially when you think about trees coming down onto homes, cars, and people. So the fact that we've got tropical storm watch all the way up to Cape Cod and Nantucket is significant. A lot of you are at risk for some strong winds. Now, even if you don't get sustained tropical storm force winds, this timing graphic is a good gauge for when your strongest winds will be arriving and when you want to plan to be off the roads, have those loose items in from the balcony or from the backyard or the patio. Could be tomorrow morning very early in places like Charleston. In Hampton Roads might be tomorrow night around this time. New York City might be very late Thursday or early Friday. So tomorrow's going to be a prep day for the Northeast and the New England area. Now, watch how the winds in this model increase tomorrow morning in Charleston early, gusting to 30 miles an hour at least into Myrtle Beach. Wilmington could gust 30 to 40 miles an hour. And then late tomorrow, look at the Outer Banks, gusting to 40 up in Norfolk, even up to 50 in Hatteras. So once again, North Carolina is going to get a very noticeable tropical storm come through. Let's go farther north a little bit. Let's look at Norfolk also, but let's look at New York City. As we go through Thursday, not too bad early in the day and even into the evening, but overnight, Thursday night into Friday morning, that's when you could have your gustiest time in some of the big cities there of the Northeast, and it will be improving late on Friday night. And then finally, when we go up into New England, watch the Cape and the islands here. That's always seeming to be a spot, sticks out and is very, very exposed to some strong winds. And it could be very, very windy there as we go through Friday evening, 30, 35, 40 mile an hour gusts. So Mike, those kinds of winds affecting all those areas, I can't imagine we're not going to see some downed trees and some power outages, and hopefully people are sheltering during the height of the storm.
Dr. Knapp, even though you notice those winds might be a little bit lower than you would see maybe in a nor'easter, would you be more concerned because all the trees have leaves on them right now?
Exactly. Compared to a wintertime nor'easter, the winds here have those trees that are fully leafed. They're going to act like sails, and some of those areas have some fairly wet soils. We're going to add to that with the rainfall. So, gosh, you've got to be off those roads and sheltering, Mike.
Yeah, very good point. Dr. Knapp, thank you for that, and we hope you can stick around. We've got a lot more to cover for you tonight here on Weather Underground. We are breaking down the conditions you can expect as Elsa tracks through Georgia and the Carolinas before heading up then through the Northeast coast. And as a reminder, you can watch the Weather Channel's live coverage of Elsa streaming on Roku and on Amazon Fire. We'll be back right after this.
Kids.
Around here, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
I love to watch the waves after a storm. The storm can be long gone, but the waves just keep going.
Ask my history teacher where to go to college. He said, go where you like the weather. Best advice I've ever gotten.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
Well, all eyes are still on Tropical Storm Elsa. Conditions may have been downgraded in some places, but upgraded in others. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We're in northeastern Florida in Duval County, where we have seen a tornado-warned storm move through, and several squalls with damaging winds, with winds between 40 and 50 miles per hour. Welcome back into Jacksonville, Florida, and Weather Underground as we continue to track Tropical Storm Elsa. Take a look at the St. Johns River. It is starting to wane out in terms of activity. Downtown, we can also clearly see that as some of the clouds start to pull out and continue their trek towards the north. What do we see as we go throughout the evening hours today? I still think we have that threat of heavy rainfall. Perhaps not as heavier as what we saw a couple of hours ago, but still quite heavy enough to do some damage, especially once you consider the grounds are already soggy, they are saturated, and gusts of wind, by the way, as the grounds are soggy and saturated, gusts of winds may be enough to bring down trees and ultimately power lines as well, where we've already seen plenty of debris along roadways all throughout the county. Dr. Knapp.
Tevin, things are starting to improve in Jacksonville. The flood warning has been taken down there, but things are escalating and proceeding northeastward into southeastern Georgia. Here's our low, and you can see I've got the isobars on there, and where you see them closer together, that's where we've got the tight gradient. So it's mainly in the eastern half of it. So let's zoom in and see what kind of winds that pressure gradient is producing, along with the energy of the thunderstorms bringing some of that wind down a little farther. Savannah's been gusting over 30 miles an hour recently. Brunswick has gusted up to 36. It's still gusting near 40 in Jacksonville. So the Atlantic side increasingly getting windier and windier as this low proceeds over land through southeastern Georgia, headed to South Carolina, dropping a ton of rain just in the past 12 hours. We've had nearly a foot of rain in some spots, a half a foot locally in a lot of areas from Gainesville up through Brunswick, Georgia. Now, because of all the rain we've had in Valdosta, even though the rain is ending, you're still under a flood warning till after midnight. So stay off the roads, especially at night. Hard to tell what roads are still covered in water. Now, the business end of the storm right now is on the northeast side. Really, really heavy rain from Jessup down through Brunswick, and it is still coming down really hard. Vicious lightning. That overall flood warning goes till 9:30, but in Brunswick, we've had 2.5 inch per hour rain rates for a while now. So we zoom in there, you see you've got a flash flood warning right there in Brunswick. Beautiful little town. I love this place, but it is a dangerous time to be out on the roads. Till 9 p.m. is when that flash flood warning goes, and that rain better stop soon before this becomes an even bigger problem. And as we get into dark, it's really hard to tell what roads are covered in water, especially with the driving rain. Now, the flood warning not for Jacksonville anymore, but it's still up I-95 headed into Brunswick, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for that. Elsa is going to trek its way up the coast into New England, already dealing with big down trees there as these storms push through. This in Massachusetts, several big trees coming down. Yeesh. I mean, it's sunny afterwards, but sometimes those thunderstorms can do a serious number on your yard. And we're urging you, if you have a wooded lot, you're ready for this rain to come in, you're going to watch for that wind too, and anticipate some tree branches to come down, or maybe even some trees to be uprooted as a result of Elsa. And I know you're thinking, how's that possible? A landfall in Florida and we're going to get nailed in New England? Yes, it is possible, but watch for that because of the track here. That's the flash flood watch that's in effect for us here. So anticipate some pretty heavy rain in these spots where we have green on the map. So Raleigh, Richmond, Baltimore, Philly, Newark, New York. These are all spots where the heavy rain could come down, and then it might be accompanied by the big-time wind as well. Center of circulation is forecast by the European model somewhere near Greensboro tomorrow evening, and then heading north and east, hugging the coastline the whole way here. Could come right across Long Island, could come across Boston for us, and then eventually up through Maine. So that's got a little bit more of a westerly track. The GFS model, the American model, has a little bit more of an easterly track, but not by that much. Starting out in a similar spot, coming up through the Delmarva, Atlantic City, Long Island, and then maybe right along, Cape Cod, and then out, not necessarily hitting the center of circulation, not hitting Maine necessarily, going up into, say, Nova Scotia. But ultimately, they're pretty close, all right? They're not that far off necessarily. The ultimate takeaway is some heavy rain and some high winds. There's the real core of wind for us as we go through tonight, coming across South Carolina, edging its way up into North Carolina. Winds here could gust then somewhere between 30 and 50 miles per hour. Then that core moves off to the northeast. So let's take you up here. Look at this, especially in the coastal locations, say Norfolk up through maybe in Ocean City. Winds could be very gusty for us here. Atlantic City overnight tomorrow into Friday, still very windy, and not really wrapping up until sometime later in the day on Friday. Why don't you stick around? We've got a lot more to talk about here as we track Elsa pushing inland through Florida and Georgia right now. More live coverage and expert analysis you can only find right here on the Weather Channel. Sights and sounds of Tropical Storm Elsa. Welcome back in, everyone. For our continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel, I'm Mike Bettis. We'll be joined by our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, in just a second. Let's bring you the very latest on Tropical Storm Elsa. Unfortunately, one person has died in Jacksonville when a tree fell on their car. This is the first U.S. death from Elsa. More than 21,000 customers in Florida without power tonight as a result of the tropical storm. And Georgia Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency for 92 counties in the southeastern portion of that state. Well, the Weather Channel's Tevin Wooten with us tonight in Jacksonville, Florida, where we've been in and out of the storms here, Tevin. Hopefully kind of the last hurrah this evening with improving weather overnight and tomorrow.
Yeah, Mike, hopefully the last hurrah, but let me tell you, this is still a big hurrah nonetheless. I mean, we're talking about a place where rainfall rates today have already been between 1 and 2 inches per hour. That means you're essentially getting, in some cases, a week's worth of rainfall, in other cases, a month's worth of rainfall in just about an hour's time. So as that happens, of course, you get not only reduced visibility, as you can tell, the downtown Jacksonville area, sort of reduced a little bit. It's not the worst that we've seen all day, but it's certainly not the best that we've seen all day. That happens, the water becomes a bit more disturbed along the St. Johns River as the wind flows over that. And then inland as well, throughout downtown, throughout the city of Jacksonville and points towards the west, you have several different residential neighborhoods and businesses that start to take on water too because of the rainfall that we're seeing right now, the rainfall that we've seen in the past couple of hours, and the rainfall that we're likely to see in the next few hours or so. But yes, the last hurrah nonetheless. One thing that I really want to point out that Mike just talked about a couple of seconds ago is how Jacksonville had the first death in the lower 48 from Tropical Storm Elsa. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter that it was a hurricane or it wasn't a hurricane at this point. It didn't matter that we didn't have hurricane watches. We still, unfortunately, had a loss of life. And this is why it is so crucial. It is so important. It is so important to have safety at the top of mind and know the different varying conditions that are ongoing anytime you have a tropical entity, specifically a tropical storm or hurricane. It doesn't matter the nomenclature, but anytime a tropical system is coming through. Because Dr. Knapp, we talk about this all the time. One thing the Saffir-Simpson scale does not convey, it doesn't convey the rainfall amount, like we've seen in portions of the Texas Gulf Coast and the Texas-Mexico border. You get heavy rainfall, it doesn't matter what the winds are like, you get that heavy rainfall, that's enough to loosen at the very least some of the tree limbs and some of the root systems, and then you get a gust or two, and then that brings down some of the trees.
Yeah, Tevin, and that's why we have to focus on the individual hazards, both wind and water, coastal and inland. Where are the watches? Where are the warnings? And I'm really getting more and more concerned about what could happen in places like Savannah and Charleston overnight tonight. Right of the track, outside of the cone. I mean, it's made a little progress since 5 p.m. and it'll be crossing into South Carolina in the wee hours tomorrow morning. And it's going to be a right-loaded system. It's going to be to the right of the cone and mostly outside of it, where we are going to have the greatest threat of what could be life-threatening flash flooding. That's why we've got to stay off the roads. And it will proceed northeastward from there as we go through Thursday and Friday. And it's because Elsa ever since it got to the Gulf of Mexico, it's been right loaded because of the wind shear, and this is the stronger side of the storm, and now it's tapping into the warm moisture off the Gulf Stream, and we've got very, very heavy rain on the right side. So it doesn't matter that the center circulation is going to be over land for a while. It's going to bring in a lot of water off the Atlantic and dropping it on land areas. Yes, it's going to be windy. It's increasingly windy in Savannah. We've gusted over 30 at times. Brunswick has gusted near 40. With the help of the air being brought down from above by those strong thunderstorms and the heavy rainfall. But it is continuing to come down. Extremely heavy rainfall in Brunswick. And now we've got a new flood advisory to the north of Brunswick till 9:30. That could be a pre-flash flood warning. This is just the beginning of the problems there. Look at this. In Brunswick, last hour, radar estimates that it has rained in 3 inches in just 1 hour. So we still got a flash flood warning in Brunswick till 9 local time. And when you look at the big picture, Mike, Savannah is next. And this is going to be a big, big rain event for Savannah. And then Charleston, you are after that. So what all these flash flood warnings are telling us is that we've got a significant risk in the very flood vulnerable areas of Savannah and Charleston. Go to bed tonight, stay off the roads, and wait till after breakfast tomorrow to get back out on the roads.
Why is it your grocery order arrives the second you remember everything you forgot to order? Like, without.
Welcome back. New video to show you Kings Bay Navy Base here in Georgia. This after a possible tornado went through. You can see some trees that are down, a little bit of damage right there. Not exactly sure what's knocked over there, but right there is looks like a truck or an RV that's been flipped over, trees that have been snapped here. There was a tornado warning in this area, and just from a quick glance here, well, it would take something pretty significant to do some of that damage right there, but this all associated with the eastern thunderstorm bands of Tropical Storm Elsa. So take this threat really, really serious tonight, folks, with a tornado watch that's still in effect here across Georgia and extends up into South Carolina. 45-mile-per-hour winds with the center of circulation up into Georgia now with Elsa. North movement at 14 miles per hour. You can see where all the action is. It's on the east side of the storm at this point. And there are her tornado watch that goes up into Charleston, South Carolina, right along I-95. So Jacksonville to Savannah, up to I-26. Just be ready for the possibility of severe weather tonight and the possibility that you may need to get to shelter quickly. So it's the lowest level of your home. If you've got a basement, that's great. Tornado shelter, great. If you don't, an interior room of your home on the first floor, the ground level, can really protect you. That could be a closet, could be under a stairwell, in a hallway, in a bathroom, someplace away from windows to offer you some extra protection. Our watch, by the way, extending until 5 o'clock in the morning, so there could be an overnight threat as Elsa moves through. Tropical storm warnings here from the Georgia and Florida state line up through the coast of South Carolina. Tropical storm watches from North Carolina up into New England here, including coastal Connecticut, through Long Island, coastal Rhode Island, and then out there in the Cape as well. So a lot of different areas could be affected in the days ahead. Charleston, South Carolina, within that warning area. We know we fled very easily here from heavy rain, from storm surge, just from high tide, or any combination of those, right? And the emergency manager there telling us that their crews are ready.
Right now, we've got our kind of our usual suspects standing by. Our fire, police, public service folks, our stormwater department is standing by. We've got portable dewatering pumps that we have placed already around the city, with another one on the way if we need it. And we're just sort of kind of in a wait and see. We expect we're going to activate our Public Safety Operations Center this evening.
With us again, Dr. Knapp, how concerned are you about the water risks here, say, into the southeast?
Pretty concerned, especially because it's going to be happening at night, where it's harder for you to be able to tell what roads are impassable, and because we're going to have an onshore flow component to make it harder for these coastal cities like Savannah and Charleston to drain that water that falls from the sky. This is the area in southeast Georgia that's taking the brunt of the flooding concerns right now, but it's marching northward. Savannah and Charleston almost certainly to get very heavy rainfall overnight, and that's the area that the Weather Prediction Center has highlighted through breakfast time tomorrow, that somewhere in that yellow area, maybe lots of somewheres, could get flash flooding, and it's going to be right of the track. And you can see all this moisture is going to be right loaded. So a lot of you through the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast are going to be at risk for flash flooding as this moves northeastward over the next couple of days. But I wanted to point out the timing for Charleston. Could rain most of the time between midnight and breakfast time. And then around that time when it's ending, that is not far from the time of high tide. So it's really going to be hard for that water to drain with that onshore flow. So those combination of factors could make tomorrow morning very difficult to get around Charleston. And then it moves through Wilmington, and then you get another trailing band through Charleston late tomorrow night. Then it moves northeastward, North Carolina, Hampton Roads tomorrow night into Friday morning, as well as a lot of the big cities on Thursday should get some flash flooding. And it even continues into Friday in New England, Mike. Some places could get 3, 4, 5 inches of rainfall if the Euro model is right, both at the coast and inland in the mountains.
Yeah, not pleasant at all. Dr. Knapp, thank you for that. We know that heavy rain is a big problem in South Texas. Streets are filling up with water, and people are just plowing right through that. The Texas Division of Emergency Management has urban rescue and search teams on standby, boat teams on standby, ready to respond. We get a very slow-moving system that's producing a ton of rain. Some places have already picked up double digits rainfall, but a couple of flash flood warnings to update you on, including Aransas and Refugio counties. Heavy rain still coming down for us between, say, Rockport and Ostwell here. A considerable flooding is taking place for us right now, and these are places where we had flash flood emergencies earlier. Look at that line. It is just coming for us here in coastal Texas. There'll be some spots where I think easily you're going to pick up 3, 4 inches of rain out of this, and you can see a general spin in the atmosphere here, the big counterclockwise flow here. So this is not a system that's moving anytime soon. In the red area, that's most likely to have the flooding through tonight and tomorrow morning. Shift that a little bit farther north from tomorrow through Friday. Likely flooding from Corpus Christi over toward Freeport here. You take a look at the future radar. Boy, that squall line right there is the troublemaker for sure. I think Victoria, especially between, say, Victoria and Galveston, that's where the heavy rain falls for you overnight tonight. Another big rain shield comes in for you mid-morning tomorrow through the early afternoon. Some places could get 5 to 8 inches of rain. Once you stick around, we come back more on our top story. Tropical storm Elsa hitting us in Florida, moving through the southeast tonight.
There you go.
We are along the St. Johns River in Duval County, and right here in the heart of downtown Jacksonville, I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten, and we're sort of in the heart of perhaps one of the last few squalls to wrap up with Tropical Storm Elsa. In fact, I think over the next 3 to 5 minutes or so, we should start to see things really clear out. Market improvement again as we go throughout the evening hours here. So sunset and beyond should look a lot different than things did closer to 3 o'clock today when that first squall came through. And then that 5 o'clock time frame as well. 5 o'clock time frame as well came through, and that's when that second line came through with storms. Of course, we had that tornado warning storm around 5 o'clock today, and that's when we saw significant damage between portions of University Boulevard and I-95. Trees down, about 20 to 30 live oaks also down near in Sewanee County. That was from earlier today. And then as we've gone throughout the day, I think we've seen a trend, and overall the biggest pieces of damage, or the most damage, has been done by trees. In terms of power outages here in Duval County, it sort of leads the pack in the state of Florida. We're at about 6,000 right now. It's anywhere between 6,000 and 7,000. Earlier today, that number was closer to 13,000. So again, in market strides there in terms of getting the lights back on. The thing that I want folks to be concerned about as we go throughout the evening hours and the overnight hours is the flash flooding that we may see later on today with any additional rainfall, and also any sort of potential for trees to come down because the ground system and the root system is already sort of weakened with stronger winds earlier today. So let's get right into Dr. Knapp right now. He's got the latest with the new advisory on Tropical Storm Elsa. Dr. Knapp, what's the latest?
Well, the latest is that Elsa has moved farther north and east. Otherwise, not a whole lot has changed in terms of the status of the storm itself. Max winds are still set at 45 miles per hour, and it is still moving at 14 miles an hour. It has made a little bit more of a right-hand turn. It's more north-northeast now than it is north. No changes to the coastal watches and warnings. They're all up on the Atlantic coast all the way up to New England. And the pressure is at 1,006. So at this point, an intermediate public advisory without changes to the watches and warnings doesn't tell us anything drastically new, but it does represent the beginning of the 3-hour forecast process leading to the next full track and intensity forecast update at 11 p.m. Eastern time. But what has definitely been changing is who's getting the heavy rainfall, who's got the flooding of this right-loaded storm. So you can see the overshooting tops there on the visible between Valdosta and Waycross. We got the gusts, 39-mile-an-hour gust at Brunswick recently, still gusting near 30 to 40 miles an hour in Jacksonville. So the fact that this is centered over land does not mean we aren't already having coastal issues with wind and water, and we are going to have more of them. So that track that goes kind of like this is, it's right loaded. That's the stronger side of the storm. That's the wetter side of the storm. So this track and intensity forecast has the advisory position here at 8 p.m. updated to it, and it might be a little bit right of track, but in any case, it'll be following pretty close to this track and intensity forecast, crossing into South Carolina after midnight tonight. And then going over the mid-Atlantic and Northeast as we go from Thursday into Friday. It's out of here by Saturday. But the winds will be arriving before the center does. So if you are in, say, the Hampton Roads area, it could be tomorrow night around this time that your strongest winds are arriving. And of course, a lot earlier, not long after midnight tonight in place like Charleston, South Carolina. And flood watches are up all the way into the Northeast, and that hasn't changed either. The biggest concern I've got right now, the forefront of my mind, is not only the flooding that we've got going on with the flash flood warning in Brunswick, Georgia, but what could happen in places like Savannah and Charleston. Here is the flash flood warning in Brunswick that goes till 9 Eastern time, but Savannah, it's raining a little heavier and a little heavier with each passing hour. And Charleston, you're just getting little spritz of rain here and there, but the heavy rain that's coming your way along with the onshore flow, early morning tomorrow, after midnight until breakfast time, it could be a pretty big rain event. So it's going to get worse before it gets better in Savannah and Charleston, Mike, and then North Carolina northward from there tomorrow and Friday.
The point being, we're a long way from through with this, that's for sure, Dr. Nab. And as you mentioned, if you remember Isaias from last year, it's not necessarily going to be that, but it's going to hit a lot of similar places.
Right. The trees are in play here just like they were with Isaias last year. And unlike, like you mentioned last hour, unlike the wintertime when you don't have the leaves on the trees, now you've got those big sails to catch all the wind. So gusting to 30, 40, 50 miles an hour could bring those down.
We're going to watch those trees for sure. Very treed areas here. Dr. Nab, thank you for that. And still to come here on Weather Underground, we're going to continue to track Elsa, now pushing through Georgia. Dr. Nab coming back with everything you need to know in the hours and days ahead. Next on this special extended edition of Weather Underground, we are tracking Tropical Storm Elsa. It made landfall earlier today in Florida, now pushing inland with strong winds, flooding, rain, and a risk for tornadoes. We have live coverage for you, plus in-depth analysis from hurricane expert Dr. Rick Nab on what to expect as the impact spread into the mid-Atlantic and eventually the Northeast this week. Thank you for being with us for our continuing special live round-the-clock coverage here on the Weather Channel. This is Weather Underground, and I'm Mike Bettis. Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Nab, here with the latest on the new advisory that just came in right before the top of the hour.
Yeah, Mike, so this is the intermediate public advisory that is always issued whenever there are coastal watches and warnings up, and there sure are all the way up and down the East Coast. So this is an intermediate advisory. It doesn't have the full track and intensity forecast update, but it is the beginning of that 3-hour forecast process leading up to that 11 p.m. advisory. Now, since 5 p.m., the heading has changed a little bit. It's in the process of making that turn to the right. At 5 p.m., it was just east of due north. Now it's squarely moving north-northeast at 14 miles an hour. It is still a right-loaded storm. Pressure is 1,006. Max sustained winds still set at 45. But the big story has been the gusts and the heavy rainfall and the downed trees and the flooding that go along with those, especially to the north and east of the circulation center, and the heavy rain that is headed northeastward along with the wind threat. So no changes to the watches and warnings here at 8 p.m. all the way up to the New England area where we have the watches. At 11 p.m., they might have to extend the warnings northward into the watch areas as we get closer to the event, because we're talking 2 nights from now, around this time is when the winds of tropical storm force could arrive in the Hampton Roads area or getting into the Chesapeake region. And it's not just going to be a wind event, it's going to be a rain event as well. Got that flash flood watch up for the Northeast. So we've got the right-loaded flood problem here tonight and into tomorrow morning, but that problem is going to go northeastward. And Mike, I want everybody to be thinking, just because it's centered over land doesn't mean we don't have problems on the coast. This is still going to be a potent tropical storm. It doesn't have to be over water to do that.
100%, Dr. Nab, and you're outside that cone, you could still be at risk. Well, Tevin Wooten is in Jacksonville for us this evening, where a possible tornado spun up as Tropical Storm Elsa moved through the city just a few hours ago.
Well, as Elsa pulls out, we've been left with a slew of damage across the county. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten in Duval County, Florida. Downtown Jacksonville right behind me, and so is the St. Johns River, which is much calmer than it was earlier today. We picked up close to 2.5 inches of rainfall, still a little bit more to go as we go throughout the evening hours today. And speaking of earlier today, what did we see from Tropical Storm Elsa? Anytime you get a hurricane or a tropical storm even, you always get strong feeder bands or outer rainfall bands that not only produce heavy rainfall, but produce strong squalls of winds as well. We've seen winds between 40 and 50 miles per hour, and look at what it did in terms of damage. Right around 3 o'clock, when the first squall came through, we actually saw trees come down in one neighborhood near Roosevelt Boulevard. Unfortunately, that tree fell on 2 cars, and 1 person died as a result of that tree falling down. And then around the 5 o'clock hour came the second squall line. This was much stronger, contained winds between 40 and 55 miles per hour for some of the strongest gusts, and also a tornado warned storm at that continued from Fruit Cove and points towards the north and northeast into southeastern Georgia. Out of that tornado warned storm, yes, we saw damaging winds, we saw heavy rainfall, and we also saw this, trees that came down near University Boulevard and portions of I-95. The trees came down, siding strewn about as well throughout several apartment complexes, and even some roofing too. That's just several different sites that we saw throughout portions of northeastern Florida and Jacksonville. First responders and the Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department still urging residents to stay where they are. Don't necessarily try to get out right now because they've got to clear the debris off the roadway such that things will be easier to pass into tonight and tomorrow. That's the latest here from Jacksonville. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten, the Weather Channel.
Well, thank you so very much, Tevin. Jacksonville, things are improving. Savannah, things are going downhill. Charleston, not far behind. It is the right side of Tropical Storm Elsa that brought the trees down and had the tornado warnings in the Jacksonville area, as Tevin was reporting. And that was on the right-hand side. And this track over land is going to bring some really nasty conditions to these coastal areas. So let's focus on that part of the storm. Now, on the Atlantic side, we're starting to get some really strong gusts. It's not a Gulf wind event anymore, really. It's an Atlantic side, and it's tapping into the warm waters of the Gulf Stream. Look at Brunswick has gusted over 30 miles an hour multiple times in recent hours. Savannah has occasionally gusted over 30, still gusting pretty good down into Jacksonville. So we've got some strong winds at the coast, and that's where you've got the heavy rain, and that extends inland a ways as well. So it's from the beach inland to where the track of the center is. That is the corridor of really nasty weather, strong winds, heavy rainfall, and vicious lightning. So got a lot of flood warnings in effect here for southeastern Georgia. So let's zoom in a little bit. Now, the lead area that's under an advisory now where the really heavy rain has started and moved in is in Liberty, Long, and McIntosh counties. That includes the Hinesville area. This is all on I-95 between Jacksonville and Savannah. Bad time to be on the roads there. Coming down really, really hard. 2 to 3 inch per hour rain rates have been commonplace. I think that yellow dot there would be a 3 inch per hour rain rate, not far from I-95 north of Brunswick. Now, we've got a couple flash flood warnings in that general area. The newest one that's been issued for Glenn County is just northwest of Brunswick and includes a good stretch of I-95 through Glenn County until 10 p.m. and then Brunswick downtown and then eastward to the beaches there under a flash flood warning until 9 p.m. local time. And it is still raining hard, and there's still more coming from the southeast. That's what you call training. And when it's raining 2 or 3 inches per hour and it rains for multiple hours, you're going to have flood problems. And Waycross down to the Florida-Georgia border on I-95 under a flood warning until 9:15. Now, when we back out a little bit, you see that Savannah is really, really close to having the really strong storms knock on your door. And I would expect at least a flood advisory, if not eventually a flash flood warning, to be issued for Savannah. And then Charleston, it's not raining real hard yet, but it will be. So those are the areas that we're very concerned about flash flooding overnight tonight. And I'm always really concerned, Mike, about what happens when we have driving rainstorms at night that cause flooding. It's just all the bad combinations that can cause people to get into trouble on the roads. You've got to keep people off of those roads.
So scary at night in particular. You're very right about that, Dr. Nab. All right, well, let's bring you some specifics now of what you can anticipate as we go through the night, through the day tomorrow. So a place like Hinesville, Georgia, or Statesboro, or Savannah, we're going to be in the thick of it here this evening. Storms rolling up I-95, and really this core area between I-26 and I-16 is going to have some really heavy rain and storms. Savannah, Hilton Head, eventually Charleston overnight tonight. Really rough stuff for you here. Then those storms sliding now north of I-26 through the day tomorrow. By noontime tomorrow, things backing off quite a bit for us here, although wouldn't be surprised to see some trailing lines of storms that come in by tomorrow evening. Finally, I think by Friday, you're in much better shape. You're completely done with the storms. You're completely done with the wind, and some sunshine's coming back out. There will be a corridor here of 2 to 3 inches of rain in that same spot we were talking about, Statesboro to Savannah to Hinesville here. So watch for some flooding there, not to mention the wind that comes along with it. So a really saturated ground, wind that's, really hitting the trees now. There could be some trees that get uprooted or tree branches that snap. That area in purple, watch that area. That's the core of the wind. That's basically where the center of circulation will be. Winds could gust 40 miles an hour, maybe more. You're going to get an onshore flow here in a place like Hilton Head. A little bit of water there on the beaches, I think, but winds 35 to 40 because you've got a lot of exposure there. And then the storm core rolling past Orangeburg. Heavy winds for you tomorrow morning. Could be about 40 miles per hour exiting up into North Carolina after that as the winds now turn out of the southwest. All right, so for Myrtle Beach, for Wilmington, for eastern North Carolina, here come your storms by tomorrow morning. Mid-morning getting hammered through the day. Heavy showers and thunderstorms. A lot of these different lines could be producing severe weather, including tornadoes. It's something to watch for. By the evening, the real heavy shield of rain has now moved on. Clusters of storm off the coast here, but we could see a return of a few storms by Friday morning. I think by the afternoon, again, you're in much better shape. Not a ton of rain now to come in North Carolina, at least. A lot of places could pick up about an inch. Isolated spots will get a little bit more than that, but not an overwhelming flood threat for us in North Carolina. All right, so when you see a tropical storm moving in, you see the wind and you see the rain, this is probably what you think of, right? Of course you do. This is Cedar Key, Florida. The signs kind of whipping there, wind-driven rain, horizontal rain, the sheets of it just rolling across the parking lot and the streets here. Dr. Nab coming back with us to talk a little bit more about the rain. As we showed on the maps there, Dr. Nab, it looks like incrementally the rain is less as you go farther north here. What areas are you most concerned about for flooding?
Yeah, and I think people will be unpleasantly surprised about how much rain can still fall in the Northeast and in New England. When we get a system moving ahead of a trough, you get some non-tropical energy thrown into the mix, and that can help the storm to stay relatively strong. Look at this, max sustained winds 40 to 45 miles an hour, maybe not even as a tropical storm anymore. So I'm concerned about people along this entire path. It's not like it's bad down here and then it gets less bad here and less bad here in terms of the water impacts. Flooding could occur just about anywhere along that path, and especially right of track, and so could down trees. Now, I wanted to point out timing with regard to the water problems we're going to have in a place like Charleston, South Carolina. So after midnight, it really starts raining, and it could rain all the way until past breakfast time. Problem is, once we get to 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, then we're in the time frame of high tide. And so after all that rain has fallen and it's trying to drain out, you're going to have an onshore push. It's going to make it harder for things to drain, and even on its own could cause some minor coastal flooding. So a lot of water-covered roads could be facing you tomorrow morning in Charleston because of a combination of what falls from the sky and what's getting pushed toward the coastline. Then we get to Wilmington, and then we're going northeast from there, but still a trailing rain band tomorrow night into early Friday for Savannah and Charleston. So you're not going to like seeing that after you think it's over. Then we go to tomorrow night into Friday morning. We start to bring in eastern North Carolina, the Hampton Roads area, and some of the big cities. Because of the fast motion, the accelerating storm, it'll be tomorrow and tomorrow night with a combination of that mid-latitude system bringing some flood potential to most of the I-95 corridor and interior New England as well. And then Friday morning isn't the end of it, because the departing system during the day Friday could bring some flood concerns to the Northeast. So back to your original question, Mike, look at these rainfall totals from the Euro up in upstate New York and up in Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, in addition to the big cities. So a lot of folks at risk for some flooding rains.
Dr. Neb, what do you think it feels like we get a little bit of lull there in the mid-Atlantic, then we pick up the intensities in the Northeast. Anything you can point at that's cause for that?
I think it's that mid-latitude energy coming in. It's that mid-latitude trough. And so it's a combination of tropical factors and non-tropical factors that cause these global models, in addition to interaction with terrain, with the mountains up there in interior New England.
Very good. Maybe a little orographic enhancement. We'll see how it all plays out, but you got to be ready. Good stuff there, Dr. Nab. We also have seen some tree limbs come down. Possible tornado this evening around Jacksonville. Elsa hit hard here. Look at all the debris that's down. You got some cleanup to do, that's for sure. The winds that come with the soaking rain can be so dangerous, especially when it comes to trees and power outages. We have more than 20,000 customers in Florida right now that are without power as a result of the lines being taken down. So now, Dr. Nab, you talked about the rain and how much rain we could get in the flooding there. And then the other concern becomes the wind. And there could be very gusty winds still to come with Elsa.
Yeah, Mike, it's not every day that you see tropical storm warnings and watches for essentially every state from Georgia up through New England. The watches right now stop only when you get to Nantucket and Cape Cod. They don't yet go farther north than that, but that could be considered. So this is a long stretch. Now, it doesn't mean that everybody in these red and yellow areas will get sustained winds of tropical storm force. A lot of you will get gusts, but these are the areas at risk. There's still uncertainty in the track and intensity, even when you got these well-defined steering currents. But even if you don't get sustained tropical storm force winds, this graphic gives you a pretty good idea of the timing of when your strongest, gustiest winds that could bring down trees or take out the power will start arriving. So say Thursday, 8 a.m., that's tomorrow morning, you could be talking about getting into the Myrtle Beach area, for example. Tomorrow night around this time, getting into the Hampton Roads area, and then late Thursday, early Friday into New York City, and then getting into Cape Cod and the islands late morning on Friday. Let's pick out a few cities here. Watch Charleston's winds really pick up by tomorrow morning with that onshore flow, and then watch North Carolina. Watch Hatteras and watch Norfolk, Virginia. Later we get into Thursday, the stronger those winds will be blowing. Just can't seem to miss North Carolina with tropical storms and hurricanes much of the time. But gusting to 40 or 50 miles an hour there in Hampton Roads and the Outer Banks. And then things get better on Friday there. But let's go up the road a piece. Let's go to the big cities in the Northeast. Let's take a look at New York City. Not too bad Thursday night, but Friday morning early, it'll start to really ramp up. Could be gusting 25, 30, maybe 40 miles an hour, like you will see out on eastern Long Island until we get to Friday. And then even for a place like Providence or Cape Cod and the islands, it'll be later in the game. Thursday night it's ramping up, but look at Friday morning and getting into daytime Friday. Could be gusting 30, 40 miles an hour out on Nantucket and in Chatham.
This thing's got some staying power, doesn't it, Dr. Nab? Thank you. Still to come, breaking down the conditions that you can expect as Elsa tracks through Georgia and the Carolinas before heading up the Northeast coast.
What happens when you make
It seemed like a normal day.
I looked up at the sky and I seen the darkness coming.
I got an alert on my phone, and then all hell broke loose.
It was complete chaos.
There's no way you can outrun it.
If Mother Nature gives you a warning sign, get ready for something big.
I have never seen anything like that.
I had no idea what had just happened.
You just hang on for dear life and hope for the best.
Tracking Elsa for you this evening. Live look this evening at some of the wet roads, St. Mary's, Georgia. Potential tornado came very near here earlier this evening. That could be one of the threats that we're going to watch for you throughout the night tonight, is the ongoing risk, especially on the east side of Tropical Storm Elsa, for tornadoes. Tornado watches do remain in effect, but a lot of heavy rain out there. And of course, you're going to have wet roads. Be careful tonight, folks, on the roads, especially when it gets dark. You know, sometimes those slick roads and the water's a little bit deeper than you know, and next thing you know, your tires are losing contact with the pavement and you're hydroplaning. So just be extra careful for us tonight. Well, Storm Tracker Charles Peak been out there showing us the sights across the southeast state. Joining us now live on the phone. Charles, good to be with you this evening. Tell us about the conditions that you've seen throughout the day today.
Mike, I started down with some big waves and stuff as things were coming on shore down in Tampa, and it worked my way up. Just some torrential rains at time. Had a EF0 tornado hit down in Florida, and then I worked my way up into Georgia. And then this tornado here, or at least radar confirmed tornado, and damage seems to coincide with it here in St. Mary's, Georgia, and just along with the tornado, just torrential rains and flooding in the area as well.
What kind of damage have you seen, Charles?
What I saw, the most severe damage I saw in talking to the chief of police for St. Mary's, you had one structure that had a second-story apartment. The roof was lifted off, and it sort of collapsed down on the first floor. But most of it was power lines down, some trees down, some relatively minor damage to numerous structures. It started probably over the water and then picked up going through downtown St. Mary's and then out and then went on to the naval base. Don't know the conditions on the naval base, not being able to have access there, but I have seen some reports that possible injuries on the base.
How heavy has the rain been there today, and what are the roads like right now?
Right now, it's finally lit up, but at times you couldn't see less than a quarter of a mile visibility. Just the rain was that heavy. I'm right now about to move about 45 minutes north to Brunswick, where there's supposed to be some heavy flooding right now, and I think the National Weather Service has put out a catastrophic flood aspect there that I'm heading to.
Charles, we know you've been on the road all day long today. Do you have plans to chase this thing tomorrow too, or are you calling it quits?
We're going to see if how far it gets from me overnight. I need to get a little rest here at some point in time and wake up in the morning and see if it's still close enough that there's something I can get to.
All right, that is dedication, my friend. Get some good sleep tonight. Get a good dinner, too, if you can, and rest up, my friend. So thanks for the reports. Appreciate that, Charles. Let's bring back in our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, for a little bit more on the forecast with this, Dr. Knapp. He was mentioning, too, nighttime with the water on the roads could be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And where St. Mary's, Georgia is, that's on the southern end of what is an area still under a flood warning. So even though the rain is getting better in his area, it's not completely safe to be out on the roads in that general vicinity. So here's St. Mary's is there, and here's I-95 going from Jacksonville to Brunswick up to Savannah, all the way over to Waycross. That area is under a flood warning until 9:15 local time. Now, the heaviest rains, while it's still raining in the Fernandina Beach and St. Mary's area, the heaviest rains are still from Brunswick and then northward from there along the coast and up to I-95. And Savannah, the heaviest rains are knocking on your door. It's raining, but it's not anything like what you're going to get in a little bit. Charleston, not raining at the moment, but it will be overnight tonight. Look at some of these recent reports. In the Brunswick area, last couple hours, St. Simon's gusted to 45, Jekyll Island to 58, miles per hour. And then north of there, in Eulonia, a tree is down, and in Ludowici, a tree down on a house. So we're still having those two main issues: winds bringing trees down and rains causing flooding that are making treacherous road conditions. And we've got a flood advisory in that general area. And again, we're still getting the 2 to 3 inch per hour rain rates. And it has rained in this area 3 to 5 inches, Mike, in just the last 3 hours. So Brunswick still under flash flood warning.
Really serious rain in pockets for sure, Dr. Nab. And then it's going to head up eventually into the northeast. And how about this? Strong storms push through there. We had some strong storms yesterday. We've had some strong storms today. Thunderstorms knocking down trees here. And if we got a really wet ground, and we've got more rain coming, more wind coming, we're going to have some issues. Please be careful. I know a lot of us have treed lots. We have a very wooded property. Be ready to take shelter when the brunt of Elsa rolls in. And I would treat, the passage of Elsa like I would a tornado warning, getting to an inside room in your home or even in the basement to protect yourself from falling trees. That's going to be a real risk. Unfortunately, one person died today when a tree fell on their car. Flash flood watch in effect here. Fayetteville all the way up to New York City. There's a look at the track as depicted by the European model through the Carolinas, Virginia, the Delmarva, up through the Northeast. Hugging the coastline there, could go right over Boston, by the way, even up through Maine. That's a little bit westerly track. The GFS American model's got a little bit more easterly track here, but both doing something very, very similar. Not exiting the U.S. until late on Friday, eventually heading in to Canada. So everyone from Georgia to Maine, be ready. We're back after this.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and now with 2 new flavors.
This is where legends are made. That's
Welcome back, everyone. You're watching Weather Underground. We are watching Tropical Storm Elsa. Those are the sights and sound of Elsa making landfall earlier today in Florida. And unfortunately, one person has died in the U.S., this in Jacksonville, when a tree fell on their car. This is the first U.S. fatality as a result of Tropical Storm Elsa. Right now, about 23,000 customers in Florida are without power because of Elsa. A state of emergency has been declared in 92 counties across the state. Georgia. Well, we've got some new video of a tornado in Jacksonville tonight. And you've got to check this out. Look right there, dead center of your screen. Giant cone tornado right there. That thing is a beast. I mean, just absolutely incredible. Now, what was really insane about this, it was a really definitive signature on the radar. And then, as typical with some of these tropical systems, didn't last very long and died a very quick death. I mean, this thing was dissipating very quickly, but it went from 0 to 60 like that and then came down in strength very, very quickly as well. There's another look for you right there, a bit closer view of that same tornado. Scary stuff for sure, and you can see all the people on the road here probably have no idea, especially the ones that are driving away. They probably have no idea that tornado is just on the other side of those trees. Then how about some of the damage caused by the tornado? Trees down, big trees down too. This is all around Jacksonville, especially was the south and east side of town, taking down some power lines here. This near some baseball grounds. And then elsewhere, more trees just filling the streets here. Look at this. Holy cow, it really looks like something serious came through there. Of course, it was a big tornado. We saw it there clearly. Some roof damage. Looks like some pieces of metal sheeting have been ripped off, some wrapped around some light poles there. Lofted debris up into the air. And then, look at this stuff up into the towers here. Really kind of Armageddon if you're looking down the street. And then how about this? A water spout just off of Jacksonville earlier today. A different event than the tornado that we showed you, but still showing you how much spin there can be in some of these thunderstorm clusters in these outer bands of tropical systems. Dr. Nab, Maybe you can give us a little lesson here, the folks at home, why we don't typically see a lot of tornadoes right near the core, but a lot of the outer bands typically have tornadoes in them.
Yeah, the outer bands have a lot of that wind shear in the atmosphere that you don't have as much of when you're near the center of circulation. And when a landfalling system is occurring, you get some additional spin-ups because of the frictional effects of land, and to the right front of the direction of the cyclone's motion, that's where you get the maximized wind shear effects. And when that right front quadrant is over land, that's when you can add those frictional effects and get the tornadoes to spin up. So when the storm came ashore from here, this was the right front quadrant, right in there. And it seems to deliver almost every time when we have a Gulf Coast landfall, that somewhere north and east of there, we get some tornadoes. And the other video Mike showed you of just the winds of a tropical storm. Tropical storm warnings can mean some business. We can get trees to come down. We can get power outages. Some of those trees can fall onto homes and cars and people, and that's been happening today. So take this tropical storm watch seriously, because this will be bringing wind and water problems to a lot of people all the way up the East Coast. The biggest concern in the short term is the flood risk overnight tonight. Not only what's already going on in Brunswick, Georgia, but what could happen in Savannah and Charleston as this circulation center tracks over land, and the right-hand side is the wetter, windier side. And we've got gusty winds that have been 30, 40, 50 miles an hour, and that's in this business end of the storm. Look at that vicious lightning right on the coast between Brunswick and Savannah. And we've had trees down north of Brunswick. We've had gusts 40, 50, nearly 60 miles an hour at Jekyll Island. And we've got a flood advisory on the lead end of all of this. The next up to get a flood advisory or warning would be Savannah, and you're getting 2 to 3 inch per hour rain rates. That has led to nearly half a foot of rain down near Brunswick, where we are still under a flash flood warning until 9 p.m. So, Mike, this is the kind of problem that's headed towards Savannah and Charleston tonight.
Yeah, unfortunately. Dr. Knapp, thank you for that. Coming back, we're going to go in depth on some of the water that will continue to increase as Elsa tracks inland. More live coverage when we return.
Get more out of summer with savings on appliances for every function, style, and finish during the Home Depot's 4th of July savings. Save on appliances like this LG kitchen suite. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Summer is a state of mind you can visit anytime. Savor your summer with Lincoln.
That's a joke.
Do not repeat that to anyone,
Your fist,
right?
you're gonna fight.
Do not repeat that to anyone.
The video calling device designed to bring people closer. Share something real. Portal from Facebook.
No one likes to choose between safe or sporty, modern or reliable. We want both. We want a hybrid. So do banks. That's why they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach helps them personalize experiences with Watson AI.
Well, we got new information about a suspected tornado that touched down at the Naval Submarine Base in Kings Bay, Georgia. There are reports of multiple injuries, many taken to medical facilities for treatment, several RVs in the RV park in the base damaged as well. Also reports of damage to buildings on the installation. Tornado, part of Tropical Storm Elsa, as it moved through this area. You can see the vehicles there that are flipped upside down. A lot of trees that have been snapped here, trees that are down, debris thrown about here. Really, really tough situation, and tough to know that people have been injured, unfortunately. Elsa, even though it is weaker, it is still causing some serious issues for us, just like we saw there at the base. 45-mile-per-hour winds right now, northeast movement at 14 miles per hour, so it's begun a little bit of a turn with the last advisory, 75 miles outside of Brunswick, and you can see where some of these heavier bands of storms are right now. Brunswick, Georgia, up towards Savannah, really rough for us tonight. Tornado watch until 5 o'clock extends up farther north. Actually, I'm going to go back to that for just a second so you get a really good idea. I'm going to pull that down. There we go. There's a full look at it there. That goes until 5 o'clock. It includes portions of I-16, I-95, and then I-26 for you here. So Brunswick, Savannah, Orangeburg, Charleston, all locations that could be affected by tornadoes through the overnight. Tropical storm warning in red all the way up through coastal South Carolina and then North Carolina up through coastal Massachusetts. Tropical storm watch is in effect, and here's the track taking it through the Carolinas, eventually through the mid-Atlantic, and up into the Northeast as well. And even coastal Maine is, at least on the western side of the forecast track here, and you can see the winds could stay very gusty for us for the remainder of the lifetime of this. The forecast through Saturday evening still has this at 45 miles per hour. All right, a lot of places could be hit, a lot of places that are vulnerable. That'll include Charleston, no stranger here in South Carolina to the heavy rain, to storm surge, to high tides, and sometimes we get combinations of all those that produce flooding, and the emergency managers there tell us they're ready.
Right now, we've got our kind of our usual suspects standing by. Our fire, police, public service folks, our stormwater department is standing by. We've got portable dewatering pumps that we have placed already around the city. With another one on the way if we need it. And we're just sort of kind of in a wait and see. We expect we're going to activate our Public Safety Operations Center this evening.
All right, so Dr. Knabb back with us. There are a lot of places here on the East Coast, Dr. Knabb, that are pretty vulnerable, and it doesn't take much to cause flooding.
No, and Charleston has a combination of factors that we can see starting to come together that could cause some pretty noticeable, maybe even dangerous flooding tomorrow morning. Number one is the approach of this very heavy rain. It's headed up the coast between the center of Elsa and the beach. And Charleston will be getting the very heavy rain. And also, because of where the center is going to be tracking, you're going to have this onshore flow as it approaches and as the center passes by. So when we look at the future radar and you see Savannah getting heavy rain shortly, and that lasts past midnight, in Charleston it starts to rain heavily, maybe around 2, 3 in the morning, and then by breakfast time, maybe the rain is starting to let up, but that is around the time of high tide, and with the center of circulation here, you've still got this onshore push, so all the water that falls from the sky and is now on the ground covering roads is trying to drain, and you have the onshore push keeping that from happening, and that onshore push could cause minor coastal flooding all by itself. So the combination of factors could mean some water-covered roads tomorrow morning, and then you even get a little bit more rain in a trailing band tomorrow night around this time. So it's going to be a rough 24 hours in Charleston, and we're going to have a lot of rain right of track down here and a lot of rain along and left of track up in New England because of an approaching mid-latitude system and the effects of the mountains. So here's tomorrow night into Friday morning, North Carolina, Hampton Roads, up through the big cities and into the mountains of New Hampshire, Vermont, upstate New York. That goes through Friday morning, and then you could still have some lingering flooding on Friday in New England. Place like Boston could have some urban issues, and it's notable how much water the European model is kicking out, not just in some of the big cities, but interior New England, 3 to 5 inches, locally ½ a foot, Mike.
Yeah, that's a lot of rain, especially when you're taking into effect the topography there. You could get some serious flash flooding. We've had some serious flash flood issues in South Texas. Streets here in even a place like Amarillo filling up with some water. But there are a lot of different places in South Texas and coastal Texas that we're worried about. The Texas Division of Emergency Management has urban search and rescue teams ready to go, boat teams that are ready to go. How about in Rockport here, high water as well. All right, so we've got this renewed threat for flooding across Texas, and for some of you, be very, very careful because the storm bands that are lining up from the Gulf of Mexico aren't moving all that much. You could get round after round after round of storms. It may seem like it is never going to stop. Calhoun, Refugio, and Victoria counties all under flash flood warnings right now. And here's a bigger picture, and that kind of shows you what's coming down the pike here, right? And you can see big line here, and it's not moving east or west all that much. So similar spots will get hit over and over and over again, where several inches of rain will come down. And notice there's a good amount of lightning in there too. So what that tells us is the thunderstorms are really tall, and those ones can really unleash the tremendous amounts of rain, and a weather pattern, just a slow moving spiral here, unfortunately. Very heavy rain is in our forecast, so very likely flooding, especially highlighted in red on this map, and then likely flooding maybe all the way up towards, say, Galveston almost in Houston. So tomorrow through Friday, Corpus Christi, Victoria, Freeport, you're in that target zone where as much in pockets, 5 to 8 inches of rain could come over the next 36 to 48 hours. Still to come here on Weather Underground, we've got more on Tropical Storm Elsa pushing through the southeast and eventually through the northeast. Everything you need to know is next.
Tropical Storm Elsa is centered over southeastern Georgia, but it is doing a number on the coastal areas of Georgia and headed towards Savannah. Even though the track is going to be inland as it heads into South Carolina, the right-hand side between the coast and the track of the center is going to be the center of the action as this moves generally northeastward and then takes a tour of the entire East Coast over the next couple of days. A lot of folks are going to be dealing with this for the next couple of days. Tropical storm watches extend all the way up into Cape Cod and Nantucket. A lot of big cities involved here. Not everybody in here will get sustained winds of tropical storm force, but gusty winds will be arriving not long after midnight tonight in Charleston, South Carolina. Around this time tomorrow night in, say, Norfolk, Virginia and Hampton Roads area. And New York City might be very late Thursday or early Friday. So get ready for some gusty winds and some heavy rains. Look at all the big cities under flash flood watches over the next couple of days. By Saturday, this is out of here, but between now and then, we got a lot to deal with. So let's just jump ahead every half a day here to get a sense of what's going to be happening. Tomorrow will be centered inland over South Carolina, but heavy rain for Charleston and for Columbia. And then going northeastward from there about this time tomorrow night, we start to really blow pretty hard there in eastern North Carolina, maybe even a little bit of sound side flooding on the Outer Banks. Norfolk, Virginia, going over to Raleigh and Greensboro, getting some very heavy rain and gusty winds. Again, same problems that we've seen today could be happening in those areas with winds bringing trees down and causing power outages, rainfall causing some flooding on the roads. Look at New York City and Philadelphia getting in on the wind and the rain when we get to early Friday morning. And then Boston will be going downhill as Friday goes on. And by Friday night, things are starting to improve, except for a place like Maine. You got to wait till Saturday for this to get all the way out of here. So the next couple of days are going to be pretty active, and the next several hours, very high concern for flooding in places like Savannah and Charleston. We've already got flash flood warnings in Brunswick, Georgia, here on the right-hand side of where the center of Elsa is tracking. Let's switch over to the radar and take a look at all of that lightning off to the east of the center of circulation, going right up the coastline. And that is kind of a proxy for where the really high rain rates are. And we've had a number of flood warnings and flash flood warnings issued, and they just keep marching northward. So it won't be long, I don't think, before Savannah's under at least a flood advisory or a flash flood warning. Might as well get off the roads now, because it'll be really dangerous to be out on the roads during driving rains and wind of a tropical storm at night with slick roads that could be covered in water in pretty significant ways after the rain falls really, really hard. Trees coming down. This happened in North Florida, down near Valdosta. Now it's happening north of Brunswick. We've had gusts 40 to 50, nearly 60 miles an hour on the Georgia coast. And now we've got our farthest north and east flood advisory for Hinesville. Savannah, you really are next. The rain is just knocking on your door. It's been raining, just hasn't been raining really hard yet. We're getting 2 to 3 inch per hour rain rates between the beach and I-95. That's been plaguing Brunswick for hours. And over the last 3 hours, they've gotten locally nearly half a foot of rainfall. So we still have flash flood warnings in that vicinity, and it is still raining pretty hard. The really heavy stuff has moved off to the northeast, but this is still pretty heavy, going right up I-95. So I-95 between Jacksonville, Florida, Savannah, Georgia, no fun at all tonight. And with more rain on the way, this flash flood warning for Brunswick will probably have to be extended beyond 9 p.m. Eastern time. And then, Mike, here we go. Savannah, pretty soon, Charleston, overnight into breakfast time tomorrow. Look out, stay off the roads.
Yeah. Just not liking the look of that going right up the coast of South Carolina in particular. That's a nasty looking squall line there, Dr. Knapp. Thank you. There are going to be a lot of places that will be affected by the rain. You're taking a look at Raleigh, North Carolina. It's a muggy 85 degrees for us right now. It's the calm before the storm, literally, as the storm's going to roll in for you here tomorrow, and it's going to be a real soaker of a day for us in eastern North Carolina. So let's break down the timing for you here. Let's start in South Carolina. Dr. Knapp was talking about how Savannah is going to get hit hard, and indeed it will. Give it another half hour, maybe, if that even, and the heavy rain begins, then it lasts for hours. You're going to be like, is it ever going to stop raining? It will, but it may not really start to back off until early tomorrow morning, then shifting north of I-26, heading up into North Carolina. But still maybe some lingering thunderstorms later in the evening tomorrow until you're completely done with everything by Friday. How much rain do we pick up here? There'll be spots where 2 to 3 inches of rain will be very common. There's a large swath of that, and I think certainly pockets where you might even isolated spots of 3 to 5 is possible. Then there's the wind that comes along with it as well, right? So not only are you going to get the heavy wind, you're going to get the heavy rain, and so that pocket of heavy wind right there is going to hit us along I-95 and then riding up past Orangeburg. 40-mile-an-hour gusts for you in the morning, backing off by tomorrow afternoon, thank goodness. But a place like Myrtle Beach or Wilmington, we're in for the rain tomorrow morning, raining almost all day long for us tomorrow, and embedded thunderstorms within that. Well, our special live coverage picks up at the top of the hour. Hope you can stay tuned. Tracking Elsa pushing inland across Florida, Georgia, the southeast and the northeast with storm specialists Carl Parker and Mark Elliott. Have a safe night.
Ladies, check it out. So strong, so not ripped.
What are we talking about?
That's the Hefty Ultra Strong bag.
Hefty, hefty, hefty.
Give me the bag.
Get Hefty Ultra Strong at a low price.
Return to rugged. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Good morning.
More treatment.
We're gonna try something different today.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Dogs bring out the good in us. Pedigree brings...
Whipping in the wind. Winds were right about 65 miles per hour. A little bit shy of hurricane status as expected. A strong tropical storm, though, can still have significant impacts, and this storm is far from over. Right now, Elsa continues to pound parts of the southeast with strong winds and heavy rain. A few tornadoes are possible tonight from North Florida all the way through the Carolinas. From there, Elsa expected to march up the east coast, bringing tropical storm conditions to the northeast, including just outside of Washington, D.C., to New York City, into New England, Boston, to the Cape, and Nantucket Island. It is going to be quite the show as this storm rolls on by. Want to show you what's happening right now. This is the latest information from the National Hurricane Center, the 8 o'clock advisory. 45-mile-per-hour top wind speed. Pressures are holding steady there near 1,006 millibars. And that movement also holding steady. It's turned to the north-northeast throughout the day, and that movement continues about 75 miles west of Brunswick, Georgia. But remember, all of the action is on the east side. So the Georgia coast and the South Carolina coast getting absolutely slammed right now. We'll take you there. We'll show you what the radar looks like in just a bit. So thanks for staying with us for our live continuing coverage tracking Elsa. I'm meteorologist Mark Elliott along with storm specialist Carl Parker. And Carl, the storm's still sticking around. We've got another day, maybe day and a half to watch this thing. But in the short term, my goodness, the thunderstorm action off Savannah is mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, the lightning is intense. There's incredibly heavy rain that's coming up. I would not be at all surprised to see a lot of flash flood warnings developing out ahead of that area as it's coming up towards Tybee Island right now in Savannah. We'll show you that in a second. There is the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center, looking for either a depression or a low-end tropical storm to move out into the northeast. And there is the current radar picture and position of the storm, basically west now of Jekyll Island, St. Simon's Island. Seeing some lingering showers around Jacksonville, but there's been very heavy rain along the Georgia coast today. Ongoing flash flood warning for Glynn County near Brunswick. And you see this, look at that arm of rain that is now coming up and is just south of Savannah. I mean, this is really, really coming down towards Hinesville. And again, not very far away from Tybee Island. We're talking about rainfall rates of probably 1 to 2 inches per hour in that as that moves through. And a lot of lightning as well. Huge cluster of lightning now just off to the south. So it is going to get really stormy and likely very windy. Tybee Island and eventually Hilton Head Island coming up here in the next hour or so. In addition to the threat for heavy rain, you've got a tornado threat. There is a tornado watch that is going until 5 o'clock in the morning. That for eastern Georgia and southern parts of South Carolina. And here's a look at the timing of this. There's the center of the low right there. Still seeing this big mass of rain coming up into Savannah and into Charleston, there into Beaufort and Hunting Island, as well as Fripp Island and then Edisto. You are going to get just pounded by heavy rain and some wind overnight tonight. And again, there could be tornadoes along with the system. Then we go into tomorrow morning, and it will be moving past Charleston by that time, bringing the heavy rain into Myrtle Beach, just starting to get into Wilmington as well. Then it will be coming up into Fayetteville in the late morning and eventually moving up into Raleigh through the middle of the day tomorrow, and some lingering showers behind that. So there you see the flash flood threat. Flash flooding likely in parts of southeast Georgia and southern parts of South Carolina through tomorrow. Talking about widespread amounts of 2 to 3 inches of rain in those areas, and then 1 to 2 inches outside of that. So a lot of wet weather on the way with our system here. And then beyond that, the storm continues up and into the northeast and will still bring a rain and wind threat and a tornado threat to the mid-Atlantic region as well as to the northeast coast. And it's going to begin to really race out of here by the time we get into Friday afternoon. So we're not done with this thing yet. It's not out of our hair yet. And certainly going to be a very tough night tonight, Mark, across parts of South Carolina.
Yeah, got to start there because we do have a severe weather threat across the southeast. And gosh, that heavy, heavy rain. We're going to revisit some of those flood warnings as well because this is a real pressing issue. First, though, check this out. One of the dangers that we often see with hurricanes and tropical storms are tornadoes. And look at that wedge moving its way through Jacksonville, at least the south side of Jacksonville, earlier today. Lots of reports of damage from that storm. We can give you another view of that same feature. Look at that. Off in the distance, classic view. That's a little bit larger in size, kind of in scope, than you typically see with tropical systems, but you certainly can. And today was one of those examples. Tornado is blamed for the first Elsa-related death in the United States. Strong winds knocked it down a tree in Jacksonville this afternoon that fell on 2 cars and killed 1 person. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten is in Jacksonville with more on the damage there.
Well, as Elsa pulls out, we've been left with a slew of damage across the county. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten in Duval County, Florida.
Downtown Jacksonville right behind me, and so is the St. Johns River, which is much calmer than it was earlier today. We picked up close to 2.5 inches of rainfall, still a little bit more to go as we go throughout the evening hours today. And speaking of earlier today, what did we see from Tropical Storm Elsa? Anytime you get a hurricane or a tropical storm even, you always get strong feeder bands or outer rainfall bands that not only produce heavy rainfall, but produce strong squalls of winds as well. We've seen winds between 40 and 50 miles per hour, and look at what it did in terms of damage. Right around 3 o'clock, when the first squall came through, we actually saw trees come down in one neighborhood near Roosevelt Boulevard. Unfortunately, that tree fell on 2 cars, and one person died as a result of that tree falling down. And then around the 5 o'clock hour came the second squall line. This was much stronger, contained winds between 40 and 55 miles per hour for some of the strongest gusts, and also a tornado warned storm at that continued from Fruit Cove and points towards the north and northeast into southeastern Georgia. Out of that tornado warned storm, yes, we saw damaging winds, we saw heavy rainfall, and we also saw this, trees that came down near University Boulevard and portions of I-95. The trees came down, siding strewn about as well throughout several apartment complexes, and even some roofing too. That's just several different sites that we saw throughout portions of northeastern Florida and Jacksonville. First responders and the Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department still urging residents to stay where they are. Don't necessarily try to get out right now because they've got to clear the debris off the roadway such that things will be easier to pass into tonight and tomorrow. That's the latest here from Jacksonville. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten, the Weather Channel.
Thank you, Tevin. And again, some new information coming in about that suspected tornado that touched down at the Naval Submarine Base, Kings Bay in Georgia. Multiple reports of injuries, many people taken to medical facilities for treatment. Several RVs in the RV park on the base were damaged, and there are also reports of damage to buildings on the installation itself. The tornado, part of Tropical Storm Elsa, as it moved through the area. Again, these tropical systems often spawn tornadoes, and we're going to talk more about that as the show goes on because that threat's not done. Tornado watch continues through the whole rest of the night to tomorrow morning. This tornado watch goes until 5 a.m. Okay, so a long duration tornado watch. Within this area, here's why we have that potential for tornadoes. The low-level wind flow right now is coming in off the coast. We're seeing that flow spiraling around our counterclockwise motion. Our area of low pressure centered just north of Valdosta. But let's go up in elevation about 5,000 feet up, about 1 mile or so. And suddenly our wind direction is coming almost south to north in those same areas. Look at how pronounced that cross is in that area where we have the tornado watch. And that's where all those bands are moving through. Embedded tornadoes are still possible tonight. It's why we've got that red zone on the map, a possibility of severe weather, including tornadoes. It's a 3 out of 10 on the Torcon in that corridor, Savannah to Charleston in particular. Now, look at the banding features that we've got going on. Our area of low pressure, remember, is centered back here, okay, a long ways away, relatively, from all the meat of the storm, from all the action. That is all to the east. It's been an east-loaded storm for the duration, and that continues tonight. So, if this storm is headed towards, say, Augusta, which it is, do not put your guard down in Charleston. This same weather is going to be dragged up the southeast coast, come right towards Savannah with some of this very heavy rain, and then move towards the Charleston area. Here are some of the reports from earlier today. In Columbia, we had trees down, possible tornado there. Near Jacksonville, we told you all about the tornado threat there, and also near that the submarine base. Okay, so those are the main reports of tornadoes thus far. But we're not done with this threat. Not only tornadoes, but also flooding. Here's the Brunswick area, Glynn County, including near Dock Junction, just outside of Brunswick. Flash flood warning now until 10 o'clock. And this banding feature, really impressive. So we're seeing heavy rain underneath that warning, but we may need more with regards to what's happening north of town near Savannah. Look at this. Look at how much heavy rain we still have in our forecast through the Savannah area, say till 4 a.m. or so. Charleston, it'll be a little bit longer. It arrives within the next couple of hours, then could last until, say, 6 a.m. for you. And then Wilmington's turn by about 10 a.m. tomorrow, lasting through a little bit afternoon. Very, very heavy rain. I expect to see more flash flooding across this area, Carl.
Well, emergency officials in the Carolinas are preparing for Elsa. You're looking at live pictures from Charleston, South Carolina. Some very heavy rain coming in later tonight with a lot of wind. There is also going to be a tornado threat, and that will extend up into North Carolina, into tomorrow, then into Virginia, and up through a lot of those heavily populated areas in the Northeast. The storm is expected to be a low-grade tropical storm or a tropical depression somewhere in that vicinity, but certainly enough to continue to produce very heavy rain along with wind threat. That's going to go up and along that northeast coast and then rapidly pick up speed come Friday afternoon. So here's a model forecast showing you how this may play out. There's our storm coming through Charleston tonight into North Carolina into tomorrow. So we expect to see some pretty heavy rain. I'm going to come back just a little bit in time here. We expect to see some very heavy rain coming into central parts of North Carolina by tomorrow evening. And so that's really going to be picking up in the afternoon, getting into Greensboro as well as into Raleigh, North Carolina. Then we go into late tomorrow, heavy rain coming up into Tidewater, Virginia, and towards the Delmarva as well, going past the Delmarva overnight, and then by Friday morning, the center of the low is going to be up towards New York City, coming into Long Island, some gusty wind and heavy rain there. Then moving into the Boston area by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then rapidly moving away as we get into Friday evening. So there's a look at the threat for tornadoes tomorrow. That will extend along the 95 corridor and points farther east. In the Carolinas, a flood threat extending from central North Carolina right up into southeast Virginia, much of Maryland, including parts of the D.C. metro area, the Philly metro area, the New York metro area. Obviously, you know, you've got a lot of rain with the system, but then when you're talking about urban areas on top of that, that certainly amplifies that rainfall threat, or at least the flooding threat. So we're going to be looking at that potential in a lot of the cities. And also some tropical storm force wind, and you see the corridor of that, again, kind of following the 95 corridor in the Carolinas, coming up into the Delmarva, and then basically along the coast in the Northeast, but a little bit more of that into southeastern New England in particular, where that kind of juts out a little bit there. Mark?
And so let's continue to talk about New England, because the Northeast should be a little bit concerned about Elsa's path. Densely populated cities along I-95, D.C., Philly, New York. A lot of people could be affected by flooding or power outages, partially because of some precursor rains that are loading the deck with heavy rain, and we'll talk about that coming up, but also just focusing on Elsa itself and the tropical rain shield that's on the way in. This storm by Friday morning will be, exiting the coast, the land again, and entering the coastal waters somewhere off the Jersey shore, and then continuing north from there. Looks like it should be either right along the coast or just off the coast as we go through the day on Friday. That will very successfully pull in that tropical moisture that we've been following for the past couple of days, including what's happening right now across the Georgia coast and the South Carolina coast. We'll see that towards New York City, towards Providence, towards Bridgeport, towards Boston. The speed picks up. The acceleration is going to be on, so you won't have the rain as long, but you're getting heavy rain tonight in some cases, and so there's not as much bandwidth to soak up this rain, and there's a lot of pavement once you get towards I-95, so impervious surfaces help that flooding happen even that much easier. We'll see a couple of rounds of that rain for Atlantic City, for South Jersey, but the real kind of crux of this storm starts in Thursday overnight. Here's Friday morning in the wee hours of the morning. Very heavy rain comes through, and then it moves on fairly early in the day, but you'll still have some coastal impacts, maybe some rip current threats. Here's the New York City metro area. Again, some of those showers and storms nearby today and tomorrow, and then you get into Elsa's rain. Starts approaching from the south overnight on Friday, really comes down in earnest by your commute time Friday. That's not going to be any fun for you if you have to drive into the city Friday morning. It is going to be pouring. Should be much better for your drive home time Friday late in the day. We can also look at Boston. Boston, it's going to take a little bit longer to get to, but again, there's a couple of different rounds of storms here with an old frontal boundary draped across New England. So you could have some big storms through your Wednesday evening. Then again for your Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon, we reset. Thursday night, we could see some storms arriving once again. And then we get to the mess from Elsa arriving from the south. That may wait until Friday mid-morning until lunchtime or so, a couple of rounds of rain from that. So we've got a lot of different components to follow here with the chance for steady rains, not for everybody, before Elsa comes, and then a big burst of rain from Elsa itself. And so we got to at least monitor that chance for flooding. And we want you to stay with the Weather Channel for continuing coverage as we track Elsa, live reports and expert analysis that you can't get anywhere else, including all the way up the eastern seaboard, because that is where this storm is headed, from Georgia now to New England by the end of the week.
Ask him.
Around here, they say if you don't like the weather, just wait a minute.
I love to watch the waves after a storm. The storm can be long gone, but the waves just keep going.
Ask my history teacher where to go to college. He said, go where you like the weather. Best advice I've ever gotten.
Get into the out there. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back. Tropical Storm Elsa made landfall around 11 a.m. in Taylor County, Florida today. This was the scene just south of there in Cedar Key. Clearly, you can see some elevated water there, very agitated ocean or Gulf of Mexico, and reports of some minor flooding this afternoon, but no reports of heavy damage. Winds gusting up to about 65 miles per hour as the storm came ashore. And this is the scene from the Atlantic coast tonight. Live pictures from Savannah, Georgia, and Elsa has weakened through the day, but officials are very concerned about the risk of heavy rain and flooding. We've got a lot of rain coming up the coast now. It is not terribly far away from Charleston. It's going to be coming in overnight tonight. So here's the latest on the storm. 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now, moving north-northeast at 14 miles per hour. It is expected to be a low-grade tropical storm or a tropical depression as it is coming up through the Carolinas over the next couple of days here. There you see the current position in South Georgia, and there's this mass of rain out ahead of the system, and the heaviest band of rain is now poised to move into Savannah. So it's just moments away from coming into Savannah and also Tybee Island. As that moves in, we're going to see some really heavy rain, maybe some rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour, a lot of lightning as well, and some gusty wind, though there's not a terrific amount of wind still left with this system. But there will be some along the coast in particular. Then that coming up towards Hilton Head later tonight into Beaufort and Edisto, and then eventually into Charleston overnight around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Notice here when we look at the low-level winds that you've got winds that are coming out of the southeast at the surface, and then winds that are coming out of the southeast at about 5,000 feet up. So that turning of the winds lends itself to a tornado threat. There is a tornado watch in effect until 5 a.m., basically all night long in eastern Georgia, along the 95 corridor, and in southern parts of South Carolina. And here is the model forecast. There's that heavy rain and that severe threat coming into Savannah. It's going to be moving in now, but continuing till about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Heaviest of rain over Beaufort, Hunting Island, and Fripp there, coming up into Edisto. It's just beginning to get into Charleston, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, but really getting walloped, we think, about 4 to 5 o'clock in the morning. Also seeing that in Columbia. Then farther up the coast, the heavy rain into Myrtle Beach By 9 o'clock in the morning, some gusty wind coming off the water, starting to come into Wilmington, and then that will move into the Triangle and Raleigh and start to get into the Sounds there in the Outer Banks going through the afternoon. So, as we've said for a long time, Mark, these storms don't just quit. They've got a lot of inertial stability. They keep going for a long time, and that's exactly what's happening here.
Yeah, and as soon as that gets near those warm waters of the Gulf Stream, it may actually get a little bit more organization and throw that precip back at New England's coastline as well. Let's talk about another coast. Let's talk about another coast, because we're also following a story out of Texas, the other side of the Gulf, where they have been absolutely slammed tonight. Soaking storms causing major flooding in parts of the Lone Star State. Want to show you some of this. Look at that heavy rain. That's from the Amarillo area of Texas. Water-covered roads, cars having a tough time getting through, and in fact, some drivers are stranded. And earlier today, Texas Governor Abbott put state resources on standby, including search and rescue teams. Some of the big problems remain near the Rockport, Texas area. More than 9.5 inches of rain in just 24 hours. So many roads were closed here. Slow traffic on all the rest of them because it was pouring. And you know what? It still is. This is associated with the upper level low. That feature that we were kind of hinting that could be just in the Goldilocks zone to help give some upper level outflow to Elsa and help that get a little stronger. Well, look at this counterclockwise spin right in here. That's our upper level feature. Lots of dry air now over interior portions of Texas. But gosh, the coastline has this tropical moisture feed just absolutely pouring on in. Look at this conveyor belt of rain pointing right at the same areas where it's been all day long. Flash flood warning first in Aransas and Refugio. It's a little better than it was here, but it's still considerable flooding. It takes a long time for the water that's already on the ground and causing flooding to recede. So that flood warning continues for now. It is raining to beat the band still in Port O'Connor and the areas surrounding that. We may very well need a flood warning east of there because the guidance for more flooding here is very, very low. And it has been raining. I mean, there are estimates here over a foot in Fulton, multiple roads closed in Rockport, streets underwater in Port Lavaca. And then here's a look at what would be needed to cause flooding. This is a 6-hour time frame, and anywhere in red here, roughly 100 miles across, would need less than a ½ inch in 6 hours to start seeing flooding. That is a guarantee wherever it is going to be raining, especially this area right in here. As the rain moves out of Port O'Connor a bit and starts moving to the east side of the water there, that is where we could easily see some flooding. In fact, in the forecast through Saturday, 3 to 5, if not 5 to 8 inches of rain still incoming. We'll go back to Elsa in just a second.
The Capitol.
We've been tracking Elsa throughout the past couple of days, and we continue to do so tonight. Still a tropical storm for you with 45-mile-per-hour top winds moving north-northeast at 14. Important to remember that the disorganization, if that's the right word for it, continues. Don't necessarily focus on the center, because the center sure is going to have some rain, but that east side, especially near the coast where those tropical waters are helping to influence the storm, that's where the big-time impacts are going to be featured tonight. Coastal Georgia, coastal South Carolina, talking about extremely heavy rain and an ongoing flood threat, maybe an isolated tornado threat as well. Here's what else we're following. Some of the latest coming in from Tropical Storm Elsa. The first Elsa U.S. fatality has been reported in the Jacksonville area. One person was killed when a tree fell on their car. The Kings Bay Naval Submarine Base in far southeast Georgia says a suspected tornado touched down there today around just before 6 o'clock, right near 5:50 p.m. Multiple reports of injuries as well as structural damage. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp declared a state of emergency in 92 southeast Georgia counties. Carl, we're still following this storm as it makes its way up the coast, but gosh, it is really coming down for the coastline right now.
Yeah, and this is what we are seeing live from Brunswick, Georgia, from Storm Tracker Charles Peak. Elsa has been weakening through the day, but it still does have a lot of power. It's going to be producing very heavy rain. We just got a report of 3 inches of rain in an hour on Sapelo Island. So that is south of Savannah, just east of 95, and about 1.5 inches in 15 minutes. So really profound rainfall rates in parts of eastern Georgia as well as South Carolina. There is the latest radar picture, and you notice this one really prolific band right in there. That is the one that we're most concerned about right now. That coming right up into Savannah. And so those heavier rainfall rates of 1 to 2 to maybe 3 inches per hour are going to be coming into Savannah in very short order. Certainly could be some flash flooding along with those. And then farther to the south, some really well-developed thunderstorms here and interesting little structures showing up in these thunderstorms. And you look, you see a little curlicues showing up, and there is some rotation in those thunderstorms, which is not a surprise. There's a lot of wind shear in the atmosphere right now, so there is an ongoing tornado threat and a tornado watch going until 5 o'clock in the morning. There you see a big cluster of lightning. That is now coming up into Tybee Island along with that very heavy rain. That'll be moving into Hilton Head probably within 30 minutes or so. And we're going to see some gusty wind outside of those thunderstorms as well. Right now, gusting to 29 miles per hour in Savannah, 28 in Jacksonville. That's the kind of thing that we'll see through the night tonight. Taking the model forecast forward, gusting 30 to 35 in Savannah at 2 o'clock in the morning, really starting to pick up in Charleston. That'll continue through the overnight, and then things beginning to settle down tomorrow morning. Up into the Carolinas we go, and there's that strong wind coming into Charleston. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., winds 35 to 40 miles per hour in Myrtle Beach. And then that strong wind moving into Raleigh, into Wilmington through the afternoon and into the Sounds and the Tidewater area by tomorrow evening. Mark, over to you.
And I want to focus in a little bit more about that on that rainfall across the southeast in particular, because we know that right now that is the most pressing impact from the storm. A deep feed of tropical moisture continues for the Georgia and South Carolina coastline to the east side of our circulation. So our center of our low is back here, but we've got this feed coming off the Gulf across Florida, tapping to Atlantic Ocean moisture and kind of dumping down onto coastal Georgia and coastal South Carolina. The complex of thunderstorms is very impressive here. If it certainly could clip Savannah itself. If not, the communities and the coastline right along the river, anyone along the beachfront there, gosh, it is really, really coming down. So a little bit of a closer view for you, and I might even zoom in just a little bit more because I think this is going to get to Hilton Head. Even if it doesn't come to downtown Savannah and right along the river here, if you're down 80, it certainly is going to. And then Hilton Head is next in line. There's Hilton Head Island. We're going to have a hard time avoiding Hilton Head with all this lightning. These are cloud-to-ground strikes. There could certainly be lightning strike issues. Be prepared now. If you're charging up laptops, maybe unplug them so just in case you don't have anything extra plugged in. That is a highly electrified storm coming in right now. And so then we go up the coastline. Here's a look at the forecast track over the next couple of days.
Riders, wanderers on the road of life. The journey is why
We are following the very heavy rain moving along the Georgia coast to the South Carolina coast. That corridor from Savannah to Hilton Head is going to be absolutely slammed. Maybe more so Hilton Head soon than Savannah now. Savannah, you might be, which is weird to say, maybe just far enough inland to avoid some of the worst of the lightning. You're just far enough west to avoid some of the worst of the lightning up the river here. But if you're along the coastline, constant lightning on the way, not to mention the heavy rain. You're certainly seeing the heavy rain right now live in Savannah. Here's a look at what Tropical Storm Elsa is still providing. 45-mile-per-hour winds, movement north-northeast at 14, and a tropical conveyor belt of very heavy rain in that corridor of the northern Georgia coast, right near Savannah, and about to cross over into South Carolina. Gosh, that rain is really coming down. I think that's going to be the biggest impact tonight. The rain, the lightning, some wind could take trees down largely because of how saturated the grounds are getting. And that could actually happen as the storm passes and the winds shift around. So keep that in mind. There could still be trees coming down as well as power problems because of that. And you know, it's not just coastal cities that have been endangered by Elsa. We've got some images from Lake City, Florida, the central part of the state, north of Gainesville, well west of Jacksonville. Trees down here, damage to power lines, and residents say that there were some really scary moments.
Just came through around 7 o'clock. I just heard a big my trailer was shaking. I heard stuff flying all over the place, and it was just really bad. My shutters, everything, trees falling. I couldn't see outside. It was still dark, but I could hear the trailer rumble. The whole down like a train, just went all the way down that way.
Yeah, that classic sound when the winds get too loud. It's often described as a train. In Jacksonville, reports of the first U.S. fatality as a result of Elsa. Fire and rescue officials say one person was killed when a tree fell onto 2 vehicles. A possible tornado knocked down a lot of trees and left debris in the roads. The power company is reporting scattered outages right now. And, you know, we continue to follow a severe weather setup, and we haven't had any warnings recently. I hope I'm not jinxing everybody, because we know that this is still possible. Tornado watch continues all the way until 5 a.m., so this is through the night. Here's a look at the wind profile. The surface winds rotating around that counterclockwise fashion, going back towards the inland areas near the center of our low. But you go up a mile or so, 5,000 feet up, very different wind directions, especially right in here. That is the zone that has the best chance of severe weather. That's why that area is highlighted in red for that potential for severe storms, including tornadoes. It's a 3 out of 10 on the Torcon, meaning we're not expecting a lot of them, but these tropical-induced tornadoes are often kind of quick spin-ups, there for a couple of moments, then gone. Hard to even see on the radar because the couplet is usually not very strong. But you can get strong tornadoes from the tropics, especially from a tropical storm. You can make that argument that you see more of it with these kind of stretched out storms where there's land interaction with a band coming off the water. And that's exactly what we have right in here, where we have some very, very heavy rains. It's the same band that pushed up from Jacksonville. And again, we had that report of a tornado in Columbia, report of a tornado near Jacksonville, and some damage there to property, and unfortunately that loss of life with trees coming down. And the Dungeness area also, that is being analyzed again by the National Weather Service, but confirmed tornado there near the RV park. And so the survey teams will be out there to get the exact strength. The surveys are not done by any stretch. Look at all this rain coming up towards Savannah and Hilton Head. Those are indeed thunderstorms, big time rains there. So Carl, this is not the end of the story. We watched this go from Jacksonville to Savannah to Hilton Head tonight. Next couple of days, this goes all the way through New England.
Yeah, that's right. And it's going to continue to bring rain and wind to a lot of areas of the Mid-Atlantic region and the Northeast. There you see a live look at the nation's capital on the left and New York City on the right. In both of these areas, we're going to be in for wet weather and some gusty wind as the storm is accelerating and moving out to the Northeast. So here is the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. A low-end tropical storm most likely coming up across the Delmarva, moving past the Jersey Shore, Long Island, and then into the Northeast. And by Friday afternoon, it's going to be racing out to the Northeast. Will basically be gone by late Friday night, moving out into the Canadian Maritimes. Here's a model forecast, and you see the storm moving up past South Carolina into tomorrow afternoon into North Carolina. Then beyond that, there's the low pressure coming towards Tidewater, Virginia, and still some very heavy rain being driven in. Out ahead of that, along the coast, some gusty wind as well, just ahead of that area of low pressure. So that is late tomorrow. Then overnight comes through the D.C. metro, comes across Delaware and the Delmarva, moving towards the Jersey Shore by Friday morning, coming into Long Island, and then southern New England during the day on Friday, should be past Boston by 5 p.m. and then continuing out towards the Northeast and towards Maine as well. So there are now flash flood watches in effect from central parts of North Carolina up into the major metros of the Northeast. And of course, you know, you add a lot of concrete and a lot of asphalt to the equation there in D.C. and Baltimore and Philly and New York. And that certainly increases the flood threat. May not be a terrific amount of rain, but it can be enough to cause flash flooding just because you've got so much pavement up there. And then as we look at the tropical storm probabilities here, notice those coming up across the same areas that we just discussed, that 95 corridor, and then out over the open water a little bit and off into southeastern parts of New England. So taking a look at the model forecast, here you see the strong winds coming up into Myrtle Beach by tomorrow morning, then moving into the North Carolina by tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening. Winds perhaps gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour on Cape Hatteras.
Summer is a state of mind you can visit anytime. Savor your summer with Lincoln.
3 words. Warm strawberry jam.
3 more words. Perfect as is.
Frozen bites taste like ice cream. It's science.
When Grandma suggested cookies, Kyle wasn't expecting the new Nestle Toll House Chocolate Chip Cookie Blizzard. Soft-baked chocolate chip cookies and world-famous DQ saucer, all in one treat. The good times roll when these two get together, just like G-Ma and her G-Son. Get it delivered at DQ.com.
The Edge from Pizza Hut. It comes loaded with toppings all the way to the edge. For the crust, let's keep it real, thin, and crispy. Every bite is a masterpiece.
I really gotta get going, man.
The Edge is back. Get it before it's gone. No one outbeats the Hut.
Did you know diarrhea is often caused by bad bacteria in food? Try Pepto Diarrhea. Its concentrated formula coats and kills bacteria to relieve diarrhea. See, Pepto Diarrhea gets to the source, killing the bad bacteria. So make sure to have Pepto Diarrhea on hand.
Not everybody wants the same thing. That's why I go with Liberty Mutual.
It's early in hurricane season. You know, we're in July. We're already on the 5th named storm of the year. It looks like we're going to have a very active season again. So again, use this maybe as a dry run, if you will. Did you have the things that you needed? If you didn't have the things that you needed, make sure that you add those things to your supply kit, your supply list, so that if you have to evacuate later into the season, when we get into peak season in August, September, October, you're ready to respond when you need to.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go as we go through the season. We usually don't hit the peak until the second week of September, and already we have had a hurricane in the Atlantic. Right now we're looking at a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving towards the northeast at 14. Very heavy rain coming down in eastern parts of Georgia and South Carolina tonight, just about ready to slam Savannah, and that will come up into Edisto and Beaufort and move into Charleston overnight tonight. Mark, over to you.
Meanwhile, we're also watching the Northeast Corridor. People in the Northeast are cleaning up after a strong line of severe storms came through. Now, this is unrelated to Elsa, but they caused a lot of damage. 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts, heavy rain toppled large trees like the one here in Glen Rock, New Jersey. There are tens of thousands of people without power across the Northeast, and crews really have to work fast to clean up and restore power because much of this same area will then see wind and rain coming up from the south from Elsa. That's right, the storm path goes over many of these same areas. The storm is expected to head up the Atlantic coast in the coming days. You're looking live right now towards Atlantic City and towards Boston. Both areas could see significant impacts from Elsa, plus more storminess out ahead of Elsa because of an old front. So let's start out with what we're seeing with regards to the storms that came through already, and that is this corridor of power outages. From Michigan to New Jersey, we've got a lot of outages. Now, Florida is the exception here because of the tornado potential, a couple of different tornadoes, both in the Panhandle and near the Jacksonville area, so some outages there. But otherwise, it's all about the Northeast, and that is where we still have a chance for severe weather because of an old front. This is a stalled out boundary, just kind of hanging out. Plenty of instability to work with along and just south of that boundary, and this will then repeat again for tomorrow. So we have a severe thunderstorm watch that's in place through the evening hours. That includes New York City, also up to Binghamton and the Capital District area, Albany, Hartford to Boston. Chance for severe storms. And within here, we're seeing some big storms right now. We could zoom in on one of these for you. This is a big complex of storms that's moving out of Pennsylvania and towards Binghamton, New York, kind of bending northeast, let's call it. So a couple more Pennsylvania counties in the way also, but then many of the New York counties from the Finger Lake area near Ithaca down through Binghamton and then continuing onward. This is a big time storm. Gusty winds, probably the biggest threat, 60-mile-per-hour winds or more. That's not the end of the story because we're going to see several more rounds of this. So let's time it out for you. Here comes one complex of storms kind of interacting with that boundary. So even tonight, overnight, I think there's just enough kind of rain-cooled air that this is going to pool its own rain-cooled air and surge forward during the beginning of our nighttime hours, coming into western Mass, maybe northern Connecticut overnight, still holding its own, could get all the way to the Boston area. We have time to reset then, right? We reset the atmosphere through the day on Thursday, and we see another round of storms developing in that same corridor. And so we're saturating the grounds, and we could also see some stuff popping farther south. At this point, Elsa's down here. Okay, so that's all out ahead of the tropical stuff that's still to come. So there's actually a chance for some flooding through Thursday morning ahead of all of the mess from Elsa. But Elsa and the rain from Elsa is going to come into some of these same areas, specifically right along the coastline. So it's a 1-2 punch or maybe a 1-2-3 punch, where that last part is the tropics. So, Carl, we have to follow the tropics into areas that have damage already, have power problems already. It's kind of insult on top of injury at that point.
Yeah, a lot more weather on the way for the Northeast, and we'll get into that in just a second. I first want to show you something that's going on in Savannah right now. We've got this big mass of rain that is coming up from the south, a lot of lightning, very heavy rain along with that. But on top of that, we are seeing some rotation now showing up in a couple of spots south of Savannah and south of Tybee Island. So there are no tornado warnings right at this moment, but we may, if those areas tighten up, may be looking at some tornado warnings. There is now a tornado watch that is in effect till 5 a.m. for this region. So let's talk about where we go from here in the Northeast, and a large area of flash flood watches up through parts of Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, into Philadelphia, into New York, of course, in those urban areas. That adds to the flood concerns because you've got so much impervious surface. Not going to be a terrific amount of rain, but it's going to be enough, certainly, to cause problems and some flash flood warnings. And then that tropical storm threat, tropical storm wind threat will come up and along the coast, moving up into the Carolinas, moving up into the mid-Atlantic region, and then eventually making its way into the Northeast as well. There you see the wind gust forecast for the mid-Atlantic region. So we'll go into Thursday afternoon. We're starting to see some really strong winds there in Tidewater, Virginia, 40 to 50 mile-per-hour winds by Thursday evening, tomorrow evening, 30 to 35 in Ocean City. Then we continue into Friday, and you see that strong wind coming up towards Long Island as well. Also some very strong wind on the way for southeastern New England, and we'll have more on that coming up.
Oh, this is a mouth-watering mark